Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can subscribe for a tier monthly in my Patreon, where you will find many novels there that can't be published here in YouTube due to copyrights. Or you can make a one-time payment to join a Telegram group for a specific novel. You will find the novels list and the price to join in the description. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Before our audiobook starts, this is a list of our big donors in our Patreon this month. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 251 Training 3. His Highness is going to use the Soul Sword? Well, incredible. I can't believe I'm here witnessing this. How long has it been? He had said that the last time he used the sword like this was to fight the humans. First time in a century? I'm lucky indeed. Everyone was excited to see the Soul Sword in action. After all, it had been about a century since Alucard last used the sword as it was intended to use. The soldiers failed to hold their excitement within themselves, but they weren't alone who felt like that. Even Griffin couldn't help but turn his gaze towards them and everyone there knew. It wasn't an easy task to distract Griffin while he was on duty. These people. Alucard shook his head as if they were embarrassing him. They like to make a big deal about inconsequential things. Now that they are so hyped up, we should put a good show for them, don't you think? I was already planning to. Ashton jumped backwards, preparing to launch an attack on Alucard once again. Let's make a bet then. Suddenly, Alucard pointed 3 fingers at him, interrupting him. 3 attacks. If you manage to remain unscathed after 3 attacks, ID allow you to take an item from the treasury. However, if you lose, you will have to get engaged to my daughters tonight. What? Ashton was a bit surprised. I already told you. Until and unless I find. You said you can't marry them until I hand over those conundrum brats to you. There was never an agreement between us that prevented you from getting engaged. Alucard corrected Ashton. What's it gonna be? Alucard was confident despite having higher stats than him. Ashton was still a bit immature when it came to fighting. Thus, he was planning to use his experience to land a blow on him, which would be a relatively easy task. Also, the only reason Alucard was so dead set on getting them engaged was all because of the recent discovery about the undead. After all, one of them managed to infiltrate the capital. Who knows how many of them would be hiding in the shadows? He needed someone capable to be by his daughter's side. That was also the reason why he decided to train Ashton. Because if something were to happen to him, Ashton would ascend his throne and protect Transylvania. Also, a lot of nobles in their society were already expressing their displeasure that Alucard had decided to corrupt the royal bloodline by offering the hands of his daughters to an outsider. Regardless of how many achievements Ashton garnered, there would always be people who will view him as an outsider and hence he wouldn't be fully accepted in their society. However, if he managed to survive Alucard's attacks, he would definitely gain some recognition from everyone. No one would be able to refute his skills no matter what. Thus, regardless of what was the end result of their duel/test, Alucard would reap some kind of benefit. I accept, Ashton said with a smile. Don't forget about your promise though. If I win, I'll take an item from your treasury. Who do you think I am? I'm the son of Dracula, the progenitor of vampires. Going back on our word is a sin. I'll try not to kill you. As soon as Alucard said those words, the ground beneath him shattered. A cloak of blood materialized out of nowhere and enveloped itself around him. Alucard's physique got visibly leaner and skin turned black, as well as his previously white soul sword turned crimson. This was his true form. Born from a human before she was turned into a vampire, Alucard had the privilege and the power to shapeshift, which he used to hide his true form. A demonic form of a vampire that only those with Dracula's bloodline could master. I guess we are using abilities now. Ashton mumbled before ripping the cuff off. Fine by me. He's a tad bit more powerful than you now. I know. That's why I agreed to his conditions. Alucard leapt at him with ferocity Ashton had never seen him use before. In a blink of an eye, Alucard broke the sound barrier. Everyone who had been spectating them couldn't even see where Alucard disappeared to. However, Ashton could see him clearly. Every action Alucard did created an aftershock of sound. It almost felt as if the sounds were chasing after him, trying to reunite with the source that created them, only to fail over and over again. Look out. Ashton was so focused on Alucard that he completely forgot about his sword. He dove sideways instinctively, only to see a small crater had taken his place. If it hadn't been for Astaroth's warning, Ashton would have lost a bit more than his limbs. I'll try not to kill you, my ass. Strike one. Alucard bellowed before popping up in front of Ashton and throwing a punch at him. Ashton grabbed onto his hand, pulling Alucard towards him while simultaneously turning his back towards him. He then proceeded to sweep the vampire's feet away in the hopes of slamming him down. But to Ashton's surprise, Alucard changed his maneuver midway, and Ashton was the one who got thrown away. Thankfully, Ashton managed to land on his feet, or else it would have been game over for him. "Oh, you're still standing. Good," Alucard said with a smile. "It would have been a shame if you couldn't even last till the final attack. You praise me and then proceed to underestimate me. Feels a bit weird, Your Highness." Ashton got up and ran towards Alucard. At the same time, the soul sword chased him. It was pretty obvious what Ashton was trying to do. Sadly, it wouldn't work. "So you accept your defeat?" Alucard mumbled and hurled a punch at him. However, the following moment Ashton disappeared from Alucard's sight, only to reappear behind him. In the end, Alucard's fist ended up colliding against his sword, sending a shockwave throughout the palace. Even Ashton got blown away by the sudden shockwave. With a single move, the beautiful garden was blown away. Even a single blade of grass was nowhere to be found near Alucard, and only a barren piece of land could be found under his feet. "Looks like I went a bit overboard." Alucard scratched the back of his head while looking around at the destruction he caused. "Either way, it looks like you won using that mask of yours, Ashton." Chapter 252, Secret of the Dagger One. "That mask of yours is a pain to handle." Alucard laughed before patting Ashton's back. "If I hadn't evolved a while ago, I might have lost my arm today." Novel Biatham. "I'm not sure if that's something you should laugh about." Ashton kept his thought to himself. The test was over and thus both of them were receiving treatment in the infirmary. Ashton only had a few scratches in the name of injury, which baffled the healers as they had expected him to have at least a couple of broken bones, but he was more or less fine. Alucard, on the other hand, had the bones in his right hand shattered. Soul Sword had certainly roughened him up a bit. Other than the healers, Verena, Irina and Griffin were also present there, and for some reason, it felt as if the princesses were a bit upset with Ashton. He was wondering what he could have possibly done to piss them off, and then he remembered something he could have done to make them sulk a bit. "It's related to the bet, isn't it? Damn, I'm gonna miss the fool you once were. I'm already missing the time my head was a bit on the quiet side." Hehe cheeky. I like it. Wanna know what ID like more? Getting something off of his treasury. Last time the Archlich gave us quite some useful things. I hope this Alucard guy will also have some stuff worth taking. Greedy bastard. We're one and the same. True. That should take care of it, Your Highness. The healer replied as she wrapped a bandage around Alucard's arm. "You should refrain from moving it for a bit until your healing factor." "I got it. Thanks for your concern." Alucard replied and immediately began throwing punches in the air despite the healer telling him not to. It already feels as good as new." Not on to the important topic. "Ashton, if you'll follow me, I'll take you to the treasury." Ashton got up and left after him without saying a word. However, Griffin interrupted them before bowing in front of Ashton. Everyone was confused by it, but Alucard just smiled. He knew exactly what was going on inside his second-in-command's head. "I would like to apologize for my arrogance when we first met, Lord Ashton. My hate for werewolves didn't allow me to look past your appearance and see the talent you possessed. It's fine. Also, before bowing in front of random people, you should know you're the second most important person in Transylvania." Ashton accepted the apology and urged the warrior to raise his head. "And I might not be the kind of man you'd want to apologize to. Look at you acting so mature. Turning 17 turned you for the better, didn't it?" Ashton ignored Astaroth and left for the treasury. Just like the Zyron had said, he was hoping to find something unique in there. Who knows, maybe he would even end with another piece of Grim Reaper's set. He only had 2 of them so far and he was already overpowered for someone his level. If he managed to get his hand on more of them, he might not need to fear anyone on the planet. Alucard led Ashton back to his chambers, proving Ashton's suspicion to be correct. The room was indeed a treasury of some sort. Alucard then proceeded to whisper something in the ears of a bat-shaped statue, and at the following moment, the wall in front of them disappeared into thin air. "Here we are. My treasury and armory." Alucard opened a secret door in his chambers that led to another room, filled with weapons, armors and money. "But you can't take anything from here as they are a bit personal. You know, they have emotional value attached to them. Should have known that much. Stingy bastard." Although Ashton did not call Alucard stingy, after all, he didn't do anything to make Ashton call him that. But he somewhat knew the items they were crossing were pretty awesome. Some of them even belonged to legendary grade, and seeing them but not getting them was paining him a bit. "Novel Biatham. Here we are. This used to be my father's collection, at least till the day he just up and left without any word or reason." Alucard shrugged his shoulders. "Feel free to take whatever you like from here. I'm sure you'll find something. I'll be waiting for you outside." "Of course we will find something. This does not look good." "No shit." While the weapons they saw before had been placed inside beautiful containers and protected by a variety of enchantments, Dracula's stuff was just thrown away in a pile. Alucard wasn't even trying to hide his hatred towards his father. Thanks to the rough conditions they were in and how none of them had received any sort of maintenance, it did not come as a surprise that most of the items had been broken and hence were more or less useless. Despite all that, Ashton was determined to find something useful from there, and maybe his luck wasn't all that bad. "Wait a minute. Open your inventory." and 0VL next. Why? Can't you hear that humming noise? Just open your inventory, and you'll understand what I'm saying. Ashton did as he was told, and the moment he did, a black broken blade fell out of it. It was the same blade Ashton had won the night he met Bader in the black market. Once out of the inventory, even Ashton could hear the humming noise Astaroth was referring to. It wasn't loud or anything, but it was clear that the blade was looking for something. Wait, could this be soul weapon? That's what I'm thinking. There must be something inside this heap of crap that's making the blade act like this. That was all the motivation Ashton needed to jump headfirst into sorting the mess out. It wasn't an easy task and almost took an hour, but finally everything was separated and arranged into neat rows. He then picked up the blade and brought it closer to everything that was there. The humming got louder and louder till it reached a specific piece, a broken hilt. As soon as Ashton brought the blade close to the hilt, the blade freed itself before latching on to the hilt. The room got bathed in a blinding light, and as soon as it faded away, a new dagger was waiting in front of them. Item: Reformed Dagger of Venom. Type: Weapon. Damage: Unknown. Feed the blade to unlock this information. Stats bonus: Unknown. Feed the blade to unlock this information. Rarity: Legendary. Description: Once the beloved dagger of Dracula, now has found a new owner who wouldn't abandon it like its previous owner. Not much is known about this dagger apart from the fact that it is a soul weapon that was created by Unknown in a time of dire need. Effects: Cannibalism. This weapon can devour weapons of the same type to absorb their stats and make them its own. Please note, once it devours a weapon, that weapon is lost forever and cannot be recreated. I said it once, I'll say it again, this planet is broken. Chapter 253: Secret of the Dagger 2 and 0VL next. Ashton stared at the raven-colored dagger in front of him. He was hopeful he would get something better than his current equipment from there, but he had never even dreamt about getting his hands on a legendary-grade weapon. The dagger is eyeing the blades of soaring winds. Would you like to feed the blades to the dagger? Yes/no. Say what now? Who knows how long it has been since the dagger was dismantled? It's obvious it would be hungry. Go on, feed it. It'll be a good way to test it out as well. Are you out of your mind? Ashton immediately refuted Astaroth's idea. Did you read? Once I feed a weapon to it, the weapon is gone forever. You have a legendary weapon in your hands. Why the heck are you arguing about losing a rare weapon on it? That's true. As far as Ashton did not want to lose the blades that had served him so well, they were no longer a suitable weapon for him. He had noticed it during the sparring session with Alucard. The blades weren't as strong as they felt before. In other words, Ashton was in a different league after his evolution and the blades could no longer synergize with him. The dagger of Venom, however, could fill that void considering it was a legendary weapon. With that thought in his mind, Ashton took out the blades of soaring winds from the inventory and placed them in front of the reformed blade. As soon as he did that, the dagger split open in half, as if it was opening its mouth and gobbled up the blades in one go. The blade is happy with the quality of food provided to it. The blade trusts its owner a bit more and reveals its details to the owner. Item: Type: Weapon. Damage: 439,569 HP per strike. Stats bonus: Strength, plus 60 while equipped for use. Agility, plus 30 while equipped for use. Abilities related to the Blood Mage class/vampire genes are buffed while the blade is equipped. Deal bonus damage to the targets of its choosing. Rarity: Legendary. Trust level: 8%. Description: Once the beloved dagger of Dracula, now has found a new owner who wouldn't abandon it like its previous owner. Created by the master creationist Lycan, the blade will aid its user. However, the user will have to earn its trust first. The trust can be increased by feeding it and using it in fights, but the dagger can also lose trust in its user if it is not taken care of properly. Effects: Cannibalism. This weapon can devour weapons of the same type to absorb their stats and make them its own. Please note, once it devours a weapon, that weapon is lost forever and cannot be recreated. Attacking enemies using this weapon exposes them to hemorrhage, making them lose 4% of their HP for the next 10 seconds. This ability has a cooldown period of 10 seconds, ineffective on elite beasts, can only be triggered once. The attack will not ignore hemorrhage resistance. Weapon's ability was upgraded. Effect duration increased from 5 seconds 10 seconds. Damage increased from 2% 4%. Bloodthirst. Attacking enemies would make the dagger feed on their blood, which the dagger would use to heal the user. The ability has a cooldown of 5 seconds, and the maximum HP that can be restored is capped at 200 per strike. Isn't this a bit too much? Ashton scratched the back of his head while reading the details of his new weapon. As far as Ashton remembered, the highest damage the blades of soaring winds could do was limited to 183 horsepower per strike. But the least amount of damage the dagger can do is twice that number. Did the power of the dagger amplify or something? Looks like your wish was granted. Cheers to another broken addition to your arsenal. The dagger would like you to provide it with a name. This is a first. All soul weapons need to be named by their owner. It helps further the connection between them. But be careful, if it doesn't like the name you give it, the familiarity could also drop. That makes sense. I wouldn't be like to be called stupid names either. Let's see, what should I name it then? How about Bommand? That's a bit. The dagger acknowledges its new name. Trust increased to 10%. Well, I'm glad you like the name, Bommand. Ashton laughed before putting the blade back inside the inventory. Now let's get going. I need to unravel the mystery behind Marat's clones. At the same time, somewhere in the galaxy, Weird Dracula mumbled. You felt it too, huh? Lycaon joined in. Amon stared at the two of them, clearly confused as to what they were mumbling about. After all, it wasn't common for them to space out in the middle of training. It either had to be something extremely important or extremely stupid. What are you two on about? He asked them before shooting another Zyron's hologram. I guess our little buddy found one of the souvenirs we left behind. Dracula replied with the widest smile Amon had ever seen on his face. He might not be as hopeless as we thought after all. What souvenir? A dagger I made right before the humans left the planet. Lycaon replied. It's a shame you told us to not bring any of our beloved weapons when we left the planet for good. Having that dagger with us would have proven to be very useful. Better than having plasma swords? Amon scoffed. Lycaon might be one of the greatest creationists to have ever been born. But Amon refused to believe he could have created a weapon that exceeded the Zyron weapons, especially on such a primitive planet. Maybe. Lycaon shrugged his shoulders. Amon shook his head and decided to change the subject before he made anyone upset with his remarks. What about the kid? Did Frank mention anything? Oh, he has evolved all right. Dracula chimed in, at least that's what his spies told him. But no one knows what species he chose for his evolution. For his sake, I hope he didn't choose anything related to the Zyron race. Chapter 254 To protect you. If there was one person who could tell Ashton about cloning, it had to be his mother. Judging from what she revealed the last time they had a chat, Ashton himself is supposed to be something like a clone or has a bit of artificial origin. Even though it was incredibly hard to come to terms with that information, Ashton had made his peace with it. He was a living being and that was all that mattered to him. How he was conceived all those years ago wasn't of his concern. As he once again walked into the makeshift lab, he saw Evelina pacing up and down, packing everything up. It was already time for her to leave. Leaving already? Ashton casually asked. Well, I don't have anything else to do here either way. Evelina smiled wanly. I have places to be and things to do. Don't we all? Ashton said and began helping her. There was something I've been wanting to ask you about. You always have something you want to talk about. She smiled. Go ahead. Are you the one who helped clone Mara? The silence in the room spoke for itself. But it was what Ashton had expected to begin with. After all, there weren't many people who possessed the knowledge of cloning in the first place, and it was highly unlike Mara to not use the resources that were available to her. Was there any particular reason for it? I mean, for Mara to want to get herself cloned? You are aware of her ambitions, aren't you? She was afraid she might die before she could fulfill those. That's why she created replacements to carry on her will, and also to wage psychological war with her enemies. Ashton's confused look told Evelina that he didn't understand what she was referring to. She wanted to be unkillable. Just like Austin. Everything clicked in place then. She wanted to trick everyone into thinking she was unkillable, while also learning from her mistakes and preparing to attack her targets again. Her enemies would think she was dead and hence would not expect to get attacked by her again, only to be surprised. A genius plan indeed. It was probably what she wanted to do with him as well. But her plan failed because Ashton knew he was attacked by a clone and not the real Mara. Ashton shook every thought out of his head. Can you at least tell me if there are more clones of her or not? 3. I cloned her 3 times. One of which died before the final procedure could take place, but the other 2 were completely functional on their own. Evelina replied. They even developed a personality of their own and began having arguments with her, which is why she kept them frozen until she found a reason to use them. Ashton's expression turned cold. But he held nothing against his mother. Why would he? She was his mother after all. Also, he felt his understanding of his mother had increased a lot, therefore he knew she must have had a reason to do what she did. Whether she wanted to tell him about it or not was her choice. But Ashton had gotten the information he wanted. That being said, he could keep his hostile emotions for Mara aside for a moment, and focus on the most important thing. But Evelina had other plans. You didn't ask why I did it. Evelina choked up a bit, expecting him to rightfully get angry at her. But he didn't. I didn't ask because I know you probably have a good reason for doing what you did. He reassured her, and I don't care why you did it, it wouldn't change anything between us. You'll still care for me and I'll keep on caring for you. Ashton had no idea, but his words meant the world to Evelina. 2 did it to protect you. What? I cloned her to protect you. Evelina reiterated. When I got to know about what they were planning to do with me and your father, I made a deal with her. It'll help her in cloning herself, and in return, she will protect your secret and you till you got strong enough to fend for yourself. Ashton made a weird expression, one that couldn't be described with words. It appeared as if he was confused, angry, and in pain at the same time. The truth he learned was a bit too absurd even to his taste. Mara wanted to protect him? Someone who wanted nothing but to use him as a tool to take over Lycania? But the more Ashton thought about it, the more it made sense. She was a heartless bitch, there was no point denying that. However, at times she did protect him. Also, in hindsight, she even wanted to hide his identity as the weapon from the world. The only point she got hostile towards him was when he began walking out of his shadow. In other words, when he started to fend for himself. This revelation was a bit frustrating. No point thinking about it now. I agree. It would be for the best to find and kill her. Ashton silently agreed with Astaroth. No matter what deal the two of them had made, Mara had to die. Oh, and before I forget, Alucard wanted me to tell you there's no reason for you to leave. What? But the research. He's already in the process of bringing everything you need here to the castle. Ashton shrugged his shoulders after what happened regarding that undead. He doesn't feel it would be safe to let you go out of his territory, and I agree. Evelina nodded. After all, Ashton was going to stay there frequently and therefore, she'll be able to see him more often. Also, you have an excellent subject to continuing your research on. Ashton pointed at himself. If you could figure out how I am unaffected by the undead blood in my body, your research would be complete and you would be able to come and live with me. Chapter 255, A Gorilla in Trouble 1. A month passed since Ashton came to Transylvania. During the entirety of the month, Ashton only had to do two things: train his weapon skills and help Evelina with her research. While his training was going on successfully, the research on the other hand was still stuck at the same point. Well, technically it wasn't. Evelina did realize what was the reason behind the harmony of genes within Ashton. The Zyran organs that were transplanted into him were suppressing their side effects, while enhancing their positive attributes at the same time. However, she couldn't reveal Ashton's secret like that. After all, everyone had barely managed to digest the fact that he was a tribrid. Dropping another nuke on they might make everyone lose their crap altogether. Looks like there's not much we can do now. Evelina finally gave up. We have been trying to look for auxiliary solutions, but nothing comes to the mind. Ashton sighed and got up from the surgical bed. As much as he wanted her to succeed, there wasn't much he could have done. He wasn't a medical genius like his mother. All he knew was to fight, level up, and keep repeating it. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll figure something out, Ashton reassured her before covering his bare body. Also, I have to go back, so there's that. I understand. Although Ashton could sense the disappointment in her voice, he had to leave. After all, he had been neglecting his duties towards Levon, and after a month, he could not ignore it any longer. The time to say farewell had already arrived at the doorstep. My lord. A servant came rushing in. We have a message from your territory. Novel Bietham. What is it? The servant immediately passed over a holographic tablet to him. Sorry to disturb you again, Ashton. Virgil spoke through the device, but we kinda need your help here. Remember the Monklin dungeon we took part in? Yeah, what about it? Well, every creature in it has reappeared. Ashton got a bit confused. Not because the Monklins resurfaced a year earlier than it was expected, but because he was trying to think, why was it any of his concerns? It wasn't like Levon was close to the Monklin forest or anything. Why are you telling me this? Shouldn't the guild handle it as it always had? That's the problem. They sent a team bigger and stronger than before, but all of them were killed. Virgil informed him with a troubled look. They believe it's the work of another gorillan. One that's far stronger than the one before. The Monklin forest Ashton had cleared before was once again raising trouble. But this time the forest was more hostile than ever. Even though the guild expected it to happen since one gorillan remained in the area, and on top of that an entire squad of elites was killed there, so they weren't taking any chances and only sent the best people. But the end result remained the same, total annihilation. Let me guess, since I killed the gorillan the last time, they want my help to sort this mess out as well? Well, yes and no. Virgil sighed and Ashton knew he was about to say something that he knew would upset Ashton. They are blaming us for this situation. Wait, what? That's absurd. Yeah, but they don't think so. The statement the guild issued clearly blamed you for the situation of the forest. In their words, you killed the gorillan that angered his mate, and as a result the female gorillan and the Monklins are killing everyone who dares to step foot in the forest. Ashton had heard enough. First these bastards give Halfist information regarding the dungeon, and when he saves his life they start blaming him for the problem. These fuckers have a death wish or what? Ashton really wanted to visit a guild branch and beat some sense into the managers there. But first he wanted to know what were they planning to do if he didn't agree to their demands. You're not going to like this. Virgil replied as soon as Ashton asked the question. They said they would gather every warrior under them and launch an attack on Levon and every place that you rule. The king has said he won't defend you. These bastards sure have some balls. Ashton smiled, but it wasn't one of those calm smiles. As for the king, I just might have to give him a visit as well. And now, let's not hurry. Virgil was well acquainted with the look on Ashton's face and tried to defuse the situation, but Ashton had already made up his mind. No. We should hurry. In fact, I'm coming back right now. Also, tell Bader to prepare the weapons I told him to. This was the reason why Ashton didn't want to rest up. Because he disappeared after massacring the Morgan's army, these fools were thinking he was hiding somewhere till the chaos calmed down a bit. Little did they know Ashton wasn't afraid of Jonathan, let alone the guild. Oi, listen to me first. This could be a great opportunity to gain a subclass, not to mention the treasures those primitive beasts might have gathered in their breeding grounds. What do you want me to do? Let them know I'm scared of them? Novel bien. I never said that. You go about doing what you want to. But think about it. They are so scared that none of them would dare to look for the treasure, but you could. You get what I'm saying? Ashton took a deep breath to calm down. Astaroth was correct. Moreover, a gorillan would make a fine opponent to test his strength on and measure his growth. After all, the last time he fought one, he almost ended up dying. Not to mention the rare rewards he might get for killing them and clearing the dungeon once and for all. In the end, he had nothing to lose but a lot to gain. Virgil, tell them I accept their request. I'll take care of the gorillan and then I'll teach them a thing or two about mutual respect. Got it. Chapter 256, A Gorillan Trouble 2. This place is just as horrible as I remember. Ashton sighed as he found himself back on the top of a familiar hill. Are you sure you don't want any of us to accompany you? Virgil asked him a final time. Fighting them alone wouldn't be a... Ashton was strong. Anyone who doubted that or said otherwise was nothing but a fool. However, hundreds of adventurers had died in the Monkland Forest in just the last week, and Ashton had decided to head into such a place by himself. Who said he'll be alone? Ashton smiled and headed off. Take care of the territory while I'm gone and tell Bader to have those explosives ready. Who knows what those fuckers would do while I'm here? Virgil nodded and disappeared into the portal, leaving Ashton behind. Good luck. According to the reports, the Monklands had become really aggressive. They no longer waited to trap the invaders and then hunt them down. Instead, they viciously attacked them the moment anyone stepped foot in their territory. But it had been a couple of minutes since Ashton entered the forest, but nothing happened. Neither did he sense anyone around him through his high-grade perception. Nevertheless, that wasn't the only thing he found a bit odd. Isn't this a bit too hot in here? It almost feels like him walking over a volcano. Being a tribird had its advantages, one of which was the resistance to extreme temperatures. He wasn't immune and thus could feel the difference in temperatures, but even water-boiling temperature could only make him sweat a bit. Hunting them down by myself would take a lot of unnecessary time. Ashton shook his head. Come out now. Sven and Celeste crawled out of his shadow, paying him respect. Their appearance had changed quite a bit since Ashton had evolved and his intelligence was increased. Sven had grown horn extending from his helmet and he looked a lot tougher now. While Celeste on the other hand had gotten a bit slimmer, her outfit remained just as provocative as it had been before. But more importantly, her magic had grown by quite a lot. Also, both of them had their levels in the 40s, which made sense as their evolution was linked to Ashton's. Sven had evolved into a Death Baron, while Celeste had evolved into Death Mage. Ashton had no idea regarding the extent of their new powers, since he couldn't find a proper situation to test their new abilities. Novel bien. But he knew one thing for sure. Both of them now had dominion over death. In other words, both of them could control dead creatures to some extent. Much like Ashton, Celeste could summon skeletons to do her bidding, but unlike him, she didn't need a medium to summon them. She could simply pull them out of the underworld, or so she says. While Sven could also control skeletons. But in his case, Ashton had to provide him with skeletons in order for him to control them. Alright, Celeste, summon as many skeletons as you can, and instruct them to look for anything alive in the forest. As you wish, Master. Celeste acknowledged the command and her eyes turned black as if they had been swallowed by death itself. The next moment, the ground around her burst open in numerous places, and through each aperture, a couple of 34 feet tall human skeletons crawled out. No matter how many times Ashton saw this scene unfold, he could never get used to it. The skeletons surrounded her like a bunch of lost children looking for their mother. As soon as she gave them their instructions, all of them happily ran in various directions as if they wanted Celeste to feel proud of them. This is why I urged you to master the dungeons you own. You could have used those sturdy wolves to hunt these primates easily. I would have if you hadn't slipped up and said it would endanger everyone around me as the wolves might attack them. Might. But yeah, I'm almost certain they would have. While the two of them were busy chatting, it looked like the skeletons already found something. Well, it was quite the opposite because something else might have found them instead. The ground began shaking along with the thunderous footsteps of a gigantic creature. Suddenly, countless trees were uprooted as the gorillan charged straight towards Ashton and company. Ashton stared at the massive creature, and immediately realized this gorillan was much bigger than the previous one. About twice in height. However, the gorillan wasn't alone. Along with her were hundreds if not 1,000 monklins. In their hands were the broken bones of the skellies Celeste had summoned. You should not have pissed her off. Ashton shook his head thinking what Celeste would do to them for killing her babies. Sven, I'll leave these monklins to both of you. Sven nodded and unsheathed his greatsword, hack and slash. As for you, I'll take you on myself. Ashton rushed in to attack her but stopped at the last moment. It was the right decision to make considering the gorillan spat out a ball of fire in his direction. How can you control elemental magic? Night creatures that were capable of controlling elements were rare, so rare that only 2 of them had ever been encountered by the mutants. On top of that, no one knew how or why these creatures that shouldn't possess enough intelligence to manipulate mana could use elemental spells. At least now I know why those adventurers got wiped out. It would take a fucking army of those adventurers to take someone like this crazy bitch down. Broken planet. Yeah, I know. I can't do much to stop her. It'll take time to summon Bone Goliath. Unlike his summons, Ashton could not just call a Goliath out of nowhere. He had to make preparations to do so, and since he intended on summoning the Bone Goliath, he would need a lot of bones. Bones that Sven and Celeste were farming. I guess you're up, Bommand. Chapter 257. A Gorillan Trouble 3. The gorillan brought down her massive feet on Ashton, who jumped sideways to dodge the attack. Ashton was safe, but the gorillan had left quite an impact on the forest floor. She has much more skills and abilities in her arsenal than the other gorillan. Maybe I have found another great addition to my army. Ashton smirked and stabbed the gorillan's feet. The dagger Bommand has absorbed 126 HP and 45 mana from the target. The user's HP is full, converting the excess HP to deal additional damage to the target. Isn't this a bit too much? Stealing the enemy's HP and mana was a different thing, but turning it into additional damage? It was an endless cycle of pain. It was no wonder the humans lost against weapons like these. Even Ashton wouldn't want to face off against such an absurd weapon. Despite that, there was one thing Ashton had no clue about. The Gorillan Queen's one and only passive ability. To put it simply, it was a passive that made her a masochist. The damage she took, the stronger she got endlessly. Therefore, using Bommand against someone like her was the worst possible match for him. On top of that, she had an absurd amount of HP, which was about 5 times more than the amount Ashton possessed. It meant it would roughly take Bommand anywhere from 50 to 100 attacks to bring her HP down to 0. In the meantime, as a result of all those attacks, she would get at least 10 times stronger than she already was. The best way to take her down was to one-shot her. However, Ashton currently wasn't capable of doing that. Oi, don't feed the blade too much or it'll come back to bite your ass. Why? You didn't use detection on that ugly bitch? My bad. You should thank me, fucker. You would have died like a dozen times if it wasn't for me. And you wouldn't be alive to help me out if it wasn't for my body. Ashton ignored him and focused on the gorillan. After using detection on her, he realized what Astaroth meant. Had he not reminded him to check the stats, Ashton would have definitely fucked up. But there was something else that caught his attention. Astaroth, you reading this? Already did. Grade D, level 69. Technically stronger than you. One hit from her should be enough to cut your HP down by 30%. I know what you're going to ask next, and the answer is yes. You can resurrect her. Ashton nodded and got ready to face off against her. It was a bummer he couldn't use Bommand against her, but it was fine after all. He needed to test the strength of his abilities as well. But before he could, she attacked her again, and this time, Ashton couldn't dodge her in time. The gorillan's attack was stronger than the last time. A gigantic hole was created where Ashton had been standing. However, the gorillan wasn't done yet. Not wanting to give Ashton an opportunity to strike back, she bombarded the hole with fire until the hole itself was on fire. No one could have possibly walked out of the hellhole, but Ashton wasn't just some nobody. The gorillan, however, thought her job was done and turned her attention towards Sven, who had been killing her babies left and right. The gorillan was about to spit fire at him when something jumped out of the hole, hitting her in the face. I don't remember giving you permission to focus on someone else? Ashton snarled at her. His condition did not appear to be good. A fraction of his face had been burnt away, while his armor had been tattered. His ash-white skin had become crisp with numerous burns covering him from the head to the toe. Nevertheless, the next moment, all of those wounds healed themselves up. This was the combined effect of the Revenge, Aggravate, Blood Armor, and the Regeneration skill. Even though it was too late for him to dodge the gorillan's attack, he had activated the Revenge skill to negate the initial attack. What he had not prepared for was the follow-up, and hence he got injured by the fire. Even after activating the Blood Armor skill, the flame still managed to put him into such a miserable state. But the Regeneration skill had got him covered. Fucking hell, it hurt like a bitch. I'll make sure to return the favor. You have received 159% EXP. By dealing 14,345 HP worth of damage to level 69 gorillan. Skill. Aggravate is in effect. Level 69 gorillan is losing 1478 HP per minute. Current werewolf EXP, 59%. Current werewolf level 31. Current vampire EXP, 19%. Current vampire level 30. Skill. Revenge is now in cooldown. Skill. Regeneration is now in cooldown. The mere punch was enough to topple her down. But it was now Ashton's turn to inflict pain on her. Your fire resistance has been upgraded to level 18. Your body won't get burned easily. Even if it does, the burns would heal quickly. The gorillan shot another flaming ball in his direction, despite being in pain herself. Maybe it was a move to buy some time, but if it was, then it failed hilariously. Rather than dodging the attack, Ashton slashed the fireball in half using bombant. Your fire resistance successfully nullified the heat. The attack that hurt Ashton so much couldn't even burn a single strand of his hair anymore. In mere seconds, Ashton had obtained the strength to overpower the gorillan. The night creature kept spewing more fire in his path while struggling to get back on her feet. Still, Ashton managed to carve a path for him within moments. He stood in front of her. The gorillan tried to kill the one who was responsible for killing her mate, but she had lost too much HP because of the aggravate skill. With her last remaining bit of strength, she was about to shoot another fireball, but Ashton shut her mouth close at the last moment. The fireball couldn't find a way out of her body and as a result, burned her up from the inside. You have slain a level 69 gorillan. Chapter 258 Seraph's Flames. The burns on Ashton's body were healing, but the effects, mainly the tiredness of using the regeneration, knocked him out. By the time he woke up, hours had passed and Sven and Celeste had already finished taking care of the remaining monklins. Rise and shine, princess. Astaroth, I'm not in the mood right now. That's specifically the reason I teased you. Ashton shook his head in dismay before forcing him back on his feet. His body still felt a bit sore, but it wasn't something that required his immediate attention. At least now I have a better understanding of how regeneration works. He thought, the more grievous the injury is, the more stamina it takes out of me. But that wasn't the thing that bothered him too much. His real concern was how close he had come to dying, and if it hadn't been for the regeneration and blood armor skills, he would have definitely died right then and there. The gorillan served as a reminder to him that no matter how strong he became, there would always be someone stronger than him waiting ahead. It was a necessary reality check that he needed in order to reevaluate his strength. Sven and Celeste immediately walked up to Ashton as soon as he was back on his feet. Both of them appeared to be equally worried about his well-being. But Ashton shrugged their worries off and headed towards the corpse of the gorillan. Unique skill. Resurrect has been activated. Level 69 gorillan has been selected as the target. Caution. The host's level is lower than the target's. Resurrection has only a 63.34% chance of success. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. The user possesses more than needed intelligence and mana to tame the beast. Proceed as planned? Yes. As usual, a magic circle filled with the power of death and darkness devoured the corpse, only to reform it and spit out a new and stronger form. The gorillan once again rose to her feet. Her renewed soul had no enmity towards Ashton, but it had no loyalty towards him either. The gorillan's head was swallowed with black flames and only her skull was visible above her shoulders. It was an appearance that would strike fear in the hearts of even the bravest warriors on the planet. Her size was altered as well. The gorillan wasn't half as tall as she had been before, but her strength more or less remained the same. Ashton did not know what to expect, as the resurrection of every creature was different, and so were their actions. Judging by the way the gorillan was thrashing everything around her in her confused state, it didn't look like it would be easy to control her. The resurrection had given birth to a strong, yet confused beast of demise. However, Ashton already knew such a possibility could arise and hence had already prepared to beat the creature into submission if he had to. Master, allow me. To his surprise, Sven stepped in front of him and slammed his sword deep into the ground. He then mumbled something, and the following moment his sword changed into a heavy metal whip. Sven used the whip to wrap around the gorillan's neck and proceeded to force it onto the ground to kneel in front of them. Ashton was speechless. He thought it would take an absurd amount of time to tame the beast, and yet Sven managed to do it in mere moments. What was that? My class ability, master. Sven replied, it's called Death Whip. It helps in controlling and calming a fleeting soul. But it's only effective in taming death beasts and nothing else. Are you hiding some other skill of yours? Ashton inquired because he genuinely wanted to have such an ability himself, but he knew it wasn't going to happen, not just at least. Sven shook his head. He had only been given 2 skills upon evolving into Death Baron. Next time, tell me about such skills the moment you get them. As you wish, master. Sven replied, and his whip changed back into being a sword. However, the whip had left something behind on the gorillan's neck. It appeared to be some kind of a collar, but it was made up of darkness, just like Celeste's cloak. What's that? It's a collar that'll keep the beast in check, and also force it to obey your commands. It's a wonderful object. So it'll obey my every command? As long as it is a possible request, then yes. That saves a ton of time. Half an hour later, the 4 of them found themselves in a secluded part of the forest. A section that no cartographer had ever mapped before. Hell, even Ashton wouldn't have known such a place even existed if the gorillan had not guided them to it. There were a few thousand eggs scattered all over the hidden place under the ground. The eggs would hatch in a timely manner, hence providing a continuous supply of monklins to defend the forest and chase and kill the intruders. Destroy them, Ashton commanded, and the gorillan immediately spewed out black flames, destroying her eggs without a second thought. This hellfire ability is quite strong. Once the eggs had been taken care of, Ashton headed towards the real treasure of the gorillans. The thing which made a normal night creature like the gorillan turn into a fire-breathing monstrosity. It was a massive piece of black stone sitting in the middle, giving out an ominous aura. Just being around it made Ashton rethink his decision claiming it, but Astaroth had other plans. So here it is. I was wondering why no one found it yet. You know what this is? Of course I do. After all, I'm the one who brought it here. Go ahead, touch it. It shouldn't bite you. Shouldn't? Well, it wouldn't bite me, and since you and I are one unit, it shouldn't bite you either. Ashton sighed and cautiously touched the stone, and nothing happened. Are you sure, Ark? Suddenly the stone began glowing at the same time Ashton's body temperature shot up. His insides were on fire. His blood vessels, muscles, bones, and every part of his body were being burned alive. Angel's blood is flowing without your body. Till I'll hurt, but you won't die as you possess my organs. They'll nullify your pain a bit. Do not let go of the crystal. Bite your lip and cling onto it. Ashton fell to the ground but didn't let go of the crystal. Even as he squirmed, he held onto it as if his life depended on it. Sven and Celeste tried to assist him, but the moment they took a step toward him, a wall of fire surrounded their master as if it was trying to protect Ashton. Had it not been for his fire resistance, his skin might just have melted and slid off of his bones. The pain he was experiencing now was much worse than he had experienced before. Why? Because back then it was an essential evolution and hence the pain was limited. But right now Astaroth was forcing Ashton's body to evolve, even though his body was clearly not prepared for the burden it was experiencing. After an hour of flailing in pain, the crystal was fully assimilated and became one with Ashton. You have tamed the Seraph's Flames. You have obtained the legendary skill, Heaven's Downfall. Seraph's Flames has evolved Fire Resistance Level 18 to Fire Immunity. Chapter 259, Heaven's Downfall. And 0VL next. Heaven's Downfall. A legendary skill born as a byproduct of the angel Seraph's Flames. Also well known by the higher civilizations for its destructive power. Upon usage, summons a field of inextinguishable flames that will only obey the command of its summoner. The size and heat generated in the field will depend on the user's power. Grade Legendary. Proficiency 0%. Cooldown. The user needs to increase the proficiency of the kill by hunting creatures to unlock the skill to use. Cost. The user needs to increase the proficiency of the kill by hunting creatures to unlock the skill to use. Can be used. The user needs to increase the proficiency of the kill by hunting creatures to unlock the skill to use. Condition to upgrade the skill. A legendary skill can't be upgraded without being mastered, obtaining 100% proficiency. First. Novel Biathom. A weird skill. Well, it's a legendary skill, so it's bound to be abnormal. Ashton thought as soon as he was greeted by the skill's useless description. Astaroth should explain about this in detail later. For now I just want to go home and sleep. And 0VL next. Ashton had no doubt if someone else were to get their hands on a legendary skill, they would have lost their shit over it. But Ashton wasn't all that impressed, mainly because there wasn't much information given to him to be excited about it. But the more he thought about it, the more uses he could think of the skill. Since he had gained immunity from any kind of fire damage, he could use the skill both offensive and defensively. And a multipurpose skill could never be useless. I'll wonder about the skill later. First I need to look around a bit more and go back to Levon. He slowly got back to his feet. All the heat and pain he was experiencing vanished as soon as he tamed Seraph's Flames. He stared at the hand that was holding the crystal, only to see the crystal had embedded itself in the palm of his hand. Along with it, a black tattoo of flames appeared to be appearing out of the crystal encircled around his right hand. As for the rock that the crystal was once a part of, it was nowhere to be found. It was almost as if Ashton had absorbed it as well. It won't bite me, huh? Ashton taunted his administrator who so graciously screwed him over. I guess you were telling the truth after all, it burned me instead. Oh, don't be a baby, you'll get over it. I had to make sure you get your hands on this first before anyone else. You knew this crystal or whatever it is was here? Nope. But when I saw that gorillan creature use such fierce fire, I knew it had to be somewhere close. I should stop listening to you blindly. Brat, you're alive because of me. Also, you have no idea what kind of power you have obtained. We should think of a way to conceal it. If a Zyron happens to come across you now, it wouldn't end up good for us. Yeah, I'll ask Bader to make a glove or something to hide it. Ashton sighed and went deeper into the underground city the gorillan had built. I never gave you a name, did I? Gokung, that should be good enough, I think. The gorillan seemed receptive to her new name. But since she was essentially a slave, she couldn't express herself. Sadly, there wasn't much to look for in the breeding grounds of the gorillan. Without the crystal and all the eggs scattered around, the cave-like place seemed a bit empty. Ashton was hoping he would be able to replace the Nemean armor he lost to the flames, but it didn't seem like that was going to be the case. TSK, it was a great armor. Looks like I'll have to start using the armor that Mara gave me last year. That is, till Bader makes me a new armor. Someone here. Must be those guild bastards. Fuckers might have left some spies around to watch me. He wasn't sure whether that was the case or not, but he was sure the guild must have been keeping an eye on him as he had already sensed their presence, even though they were trying their best to suppress their presence. Ashton was hoping they would do something like that so they'll get to know exactly who they have threatened. But he never thought they would actually have the guts to approach him even after seeing how he took care of the gorillan. It was possible they were thinking he was weak from all that fighting and thus was an easier target to bully or negotiate with. Only time would tell what they wanted. Don't you want to recall your summons? What's the point? If they were following me, then they must already be aware of them. As things stand, I might as well make a welcoming committee for them. Right. Maybe you could kill them and increase the proficiency of the skill a bit. We'll see. A few seconds later, around 100 men entered the underground cave. All of them had equipped the best gear they could afford, not to mention that about a third of their party consisted of tanks who could take a high amount of damage. Half of the remaining team seemed to have been filled by healers and mages, the rest were a variety of other classes of warriors. All in all, it didn't seem like they were there to talk. No, taking harsh action here without thinking things through might cause me unnecessary trouble. Ashton threw out the thought of killing them. For now, what are you people doing here? We're the backup the guild master sent to help you in case you needed it. A man with wavy red hair donning a silver armor was the one to speak. Guess you didn't need it after all. Yeah, it got over faster than I expect. Ashton replied, sheathing bomb, and since you're here, I'll leave the clean up you if it's not much trouble? It wouldn't be a problem. The man replied before extending his arm in Ashton's direction. The name Cecil Swan from the noble house of Swan. Ashton was about to ignore the man, but when he told him his name, Ashton decided to shake his hand. Swan? Chum, are you related to Anna somehow? Oh, you know her? She happens to be my talented half-sister. Cecil enthusiastically replied. Yeah, we happened to share a few months back when I was attending the academy. I'll take my leave now if you don't mind. Please do, and thank you for your hard work. Ashton nodded and left the cave. As soon as he was out of sight, Cecil's second-in-command grabbed Cecil by the shoulder. What was that? We were supposed to get rid of him. Didn't you see? Cecil replied. See what? The guild master will annihilate us for not doing as he asked. Cecil simply shook his head while smiling. It didn't matter why their guild master had deemed Ashton to be a threat, but their plan of killing him wouldn't have worked. No matter, even if the entire guild was there to fight him, he isn't someone any of us can kill. Cecil replied, not even the guild master. Chapter 260 on the move 1. You're getting soft. Do you want me to kill everyone that comes in my sights or something? Ashton was getting a bit annoyed by Astaroth's remarks. Sorry to disappoint you, but if intimidation works, then I have no reason to kill anyone. Astaroth was reprimanding him for not killing those 100 werewolves, even though it was pretty sure they were there to get rid of him. The bloodlust leaking from them was enough proof for that. Ashton had felt it too, and yet he decided to let them go, and for some reason, Astaroth could not seem to understand the motive behind doing so. Motive? You still haven't figured it out and you keep making fun of my intelligence? Ashton laughed as he crossed the portal. The reason is pretty obvious. Maybe you're too worked up to think about it yourself. Brat, just tell me already. Fine, listen up. I let them go to find out the identity of the person who sent them. The person who sent them? You don't really think those fuckers came up with the plan to attack me, do you? Ashton smiled. Even if they did, do you think someone among them would be able to gather 100 adventurers between levels 25 to 30 to do something like that? He continued. Someone from within the guild must have gathered them up. If I had to guess, it was the mysterious guild leader sending small fries to take care of me. They'll get rid of the gorillan and they'll get rid of me. It would be the perfect end result for them. But since they did not attack me, let alone kill me, the person would not be happy and do something. When it happens, I'll find out why they did what they did and handle the situation accordingly. Simple. Astaroth seemed to have calmed down a bit. He was still a bit sore since it was a great opportunity to gain some proficiency points for the legendary skill. But Ashton's approach seemed logical. There were quite a few enemies of his who had gone into hiding because of his hasty action. Thus it was a better option to hide his cards and play them at a more suitable time. Fine. Do what you want to. Come on, swallow your pride and accept your defeat for once. It was Ashton's turn to mock the tenant, giving inside his head. But since Astaroth stopped responding, Ashton had to stop as well. Either way, he was already at Dehas branch of the Adventurers Guild and Ashton wanted to handle some business there. Lord Ashton, please come in, the manager has been waiting for you. The receptionist said in the politest tone possible, and led him to Marco's office. The branch manager had a genuine smile on his face as soon as he saw Ashton. He practically threw his hand in front of Ashton, but the latter did not acknowledge him or his hand and took a seat on the sofa. It was clear as day what Marco was trying to do. He wanted to sort out the mess the so-called guild master had created. But Ashton had no intention of acting buddy-buddy with any one of them. I never thought you would be able to resolve such a big issue so easily, haha, Marco said with a smile and took a seat right across from Ashton. It was a pleasant surprise when I heard the news. But I never informed anyone about defeating the gorillan. How did you get to know about it before I told anyone? Ashton knew exactly how, but he wanted to hear it from Marco. You see, we appointed a few observers to watch over the situation, as you know it was a really important matter for us to handle. You mean you sent over some spies to keep an eye on me? Ashton had successfully pushed Marco into a corner, and both of them knew about it. As much as Ashton had respected Marco when they first met, all of that respect went straight into the drain as soon as the guild thought they could threaten him and get away with it. Now it was Ashton's turn to threaten them, and he had no intention of backing down. But unlike them, he wasn't going to give them a direct threat. Well, it's a good thing you know what happened to me there. Ashton leaned back on the sofa while placing his feet on the table. Now you'll be able to compensate me properly. Compensate? I don't understand. And what's there to understand? I'm an adventurer who put his life on the line to protect the citizen of this kingdom. I think I should be compensated for nearly dying in the process, don't you agree? Marco turned his gaze away. Never in his life, he had thought a kid who wasn't even an adult yet would not only back him into a corner but would also keep on attacking him verbally. But he knew the guild master messed up, so there wasn't much he could have done either way. I assume you have something in mind? As long as we are able to fulfill the request, I'll be more than happy to do so. Marco sighed. Excellent. Then how about a trade deal? A trade? Ashton nodded politely before putting up a few pieces of equipment and weapons in front of Marco. The weapons ranged from melee weapons like swords and gauntlets to modern weapons like hand cannons and explosives. Nouvelle Biethom. These were the weapons Ashton had asked Bader to produce and keep ready. From the beginning, Ashton had never intended on using these weapons to take care of the gorillan, but to sell them to the guild at an absurdly high price, obviously. I think you're already aware of the havoc these weapons can unleash? Ashton smirked. So that's why I would like to sign a contract with the guild. Could I know the terms and conditions? Of course, the guild branch of Lycania would buy weapons exclusively from me for 5 years at a non-negotiable price. Obviously, I would only supply high-end weapons to you. Also, if any unconquerable dungeon appears, I'll help you out with it for a price, of course. Marco's bullshit meter was running in overdrive. But even then, getting his hands on weapons that were capable of obliterating night creatures was only for the best. The only thing he was worried about was the non-negotiable price clause. Ashton could very well rip them off and they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Also, judging by what the spies informed him, stopping Ashton would require the entire guild spread across the lands of werewolves and vampires to come together. Therefore, he could not afford to upset the kid any further or he would get fucked over by him. To accept. Great, Ashton enthusiastically replied. Then I'll leave these weapons here to serve as samples. Hope we can have a great relationship going ahead. Saying so, Ashton got up and was about to leave but turned around at the last moment. Since we now have a business relationship, allow me to give you some advice. Tell that guild master of yours to threaten people whom he can take care of. Not everyone is as tolerant as me. Chapter 261 On the Move 2. Destroyed? Beelzebub asked for confirmation yet again. Nouvelle Biethom. Yes sir, Cygnus space station was destroyed in its entirety. We suspect it's those TIT pirates again. His female attendee replied, we suspect no one survived the attack. Any news regarding Section Chief Amen? Beelzebub couldn't care less about anyone working on the space station. He only wanted to know whether Amen survived the attack or not. Parts of his ship were found floating around the debris of the destroyed space station. Considering his love for spaceships, it is unlikely that he abandoned it and escaped. Beelzebub took a deep breath to calm his raging nerves down. Fine. You can leave now. Amen was one of the few Zyrans who could get on the planet and effortlessly blend in with the locals. After all, he was one of the few who had knowledge regarding the cultural background of Earth, which was also referred to as the Forgotten Planet X201. Since Earth wasn't of any importance to them, not a lot of them decided to learn about it. The few who did usually did it because they couldn't afford to learn about other prospering planets. Hence, it was difficult for Beelzebub to send someone else either. He could ask Lucifer for help, but Beelzebub knew he wouldn't help him. Especially after what he did to Lucifer. I need to do something about these fucking pirates, Beelzebub swore as he headed for the high-level meeting. The meeting was scheduled to discuss a more important matter than the mere destruction of a barely functioning space station. In fact, Beelzebub had a feeling Cygnus destruction would be most likely viewed as good riddance. They were wasting a heap of resources to keep it functional, but now they wouldn't have to bother about it anymore. Also, Beelzebub didn't want to raise the topic of Astaroth's potential survival yet. He needed proof first, and it was unlikely that Lucifer would help him and testify. Living on a planet that the Zyrans didn't give a fuck about was something Astaroth would do. All signs were pointing to it as well. But signs and logic wouldn't be enough to persuade the council. Without any proof, the council would not waste a single molecule of fuel, let alone personnel to find Astaroth. That was the whole reason why he sent Amun to gather some kind of evidence which Beelzebub would then use to persuade the council to attack Earth. But alas, his brilliant plan failed brilliantly. Forget about the council. He wouldn't be able to persuade his own wife to believe him. Seeing no other way, he had to drop the matter now and focus on bigger problems. The precursors. A species that they had never seen or interacted with before that happened to regularly invade their territory. According to what little knowledge the Zyrans had about them, they were probably looking for something in the galaxies that fell under Zyranian-controlled space. So far all attempts to communicate with them have resulted in failure. Andrus, the raven-haired Zyran, finished reading his report. On top of that, they seem to be more capable of accurate worm space leaping than us. Which would also answer the question of how could they so easily invade our territory and escape before we could attack them. This is troublesome. Ibis, who was also known as the Queen of Hellfire and Seraph's daughter, replied, handling them is of utmost importance. I suggest we put all of the colony worlds into a state of emergency, and as soon as these precursors make an appearance, they should launch an infiltration operation before the ships are able to make a worm space leap. It took an hour or so to persuade everyone to go along with Ibis' plan. But in the end, they were ready to do it as they needed more information regarding these unknown creatures, which required allowing suicidal missions as well. Once the meeting was resolved, Beelzebub gathered all his courage and headed toward Ibis. He needed to persuade her to launch an investigation on Earth. Even if it meant he had to manipulate her, and the precursors seemed to be the perfect candidates to serve as the scapegoats for it. Ibis, I think I might have some information that you would like to know, he said. I'll listen to whatever you have to say at home. Not here, Ibis replied and turned back to discuss some other issues with a bunch of important delegates. Judging by how obsessed Beelzebub had been regarding Astaroth, she knew her husband would only like to talk about that. Sometimes she even thought he was deluded to think that Astaroth, her former fiancé and Seraph's killer, was still alive. She even wondered, even if he was alive, why was her husband so hellbent on finding him? After all, Astaroth had already served his share of punishment for betraying Seraph and killing him. Ibis wanted nothing more than to close that chapter of her life and move on. But Beelzebub did not think so and was obsessed with Astaroth. He had always been the jealous type, but the way he kept thinking of conspiracy theories to prove that Astaeath was alive was a bit disturbing. That was the entire reason why she didn't want to listen to his absurd remarks in presence of other council members. She did not want to admit it, but her reputation mattered much more than Beelzebub's obsession. It's not what you think, Beelzebub urged, it's about the precursors. And just like that, he managed to get her attention. Now, he just had to make his story believable. If they are frequently leaping into our controlled space, don't you think it's obvious they must have some kind of base in here? As Ibis nodded, Beelzebub knew she was interested and he had to keep pushing forward, which he did. Since they have been hidden from us all this time, maybe we should start looking for them in places we haven't before. There are hundreds of forgotten planets that we don't care about, and in hindsight, these are the best places for the precursors to hide. He continued, not only these planets are not advanced enough to defend against them, but the residents of these planets might also think of them as gods and welcome them with open arms. If this is the case, then we should move ASAP and secure those planets back, don't you think? Beelzebub had planted the seeds of suspicion in Ibis' mind, and he also made it believable. There was no chance Ibis was going to ignore him this time. Fine, if you think it's possible, then form a team and explore these forgotten planets. But you better come back with some results or even I won't be able to save your ass from the council. Oh, don't you worry a bit. Beelzebub smiled. I will definitely be back with unexpected results. Chapter 262, Under Attack. After the promise of giving a few more weeks to Tom, Jonathan did not disturb him. But when the weeks passed and there were still no results, he had no choice but to provide some form of encouragement to the human scientist. Having his wife hunted by ghouls should do the trick. With that thought in his mind, he once again found himself inside the hidden laboratory. Only this time Jonathan had brought his shadow assassins with him. Tom, 5 weeks. I gave you 5 weeks, so please tell me you have something to show as results for your family's sake. Jonathan was clearly irritated and infuriated at this point and wasted no time threatening Tom. But to his surprise, Tom welcomed him inside the lab with a confident smile. It felt like Jonathan would not need to use extreme measures to encourage the mad scientist. You're right on time, Your Highness. Tom enthusiastically rubbed his hands together. I have been waiting to show you the fruits of my labor. Very well then. Jonathan gestured to the shadows to stay behind and guard the gate while he ventured deeper into the lab. Jonathan didn't know what to expect or what Tom meant by showing him the result, but the moment he saw Mara's clone he was confused. She looked exactly like she did before, and it didn't appear if she had undergone any changes or not. But the closer he looked at her, the more he realized why he couldn't see any changes in her. It was because she had none. Tom was trying to fool him. Just the mere thought of it angered Jonathan. He had the life of Tom's family in his hands and this fucker was thinking he could fool him? Is this some kind of joke to you? Jonathan threateningly took a step toward Tom. I warned you about what would happen if I don't get results, I know. Tom shook his head and walked over to the pod next to them. Weirdly enough, the pod itself was covered unlike anything else in the lab. Hey, race your result. It took a moment for Jonathan to realize what was going on. The pod wasn't a pod, but a makeshift portal. This bastard was planning to escape from there, or so Jonathan thought, but it didn't make any sense. If Tom wanted to escape, he could have easily done so before Jonathan arrived here. On top of that, he was smart enough not to pull off any hasty and half-cooked plans. No, this portal isn't for him to escape, but to call someone, and Jonathan immediately took his sword out and called for the shadows, and sure enough, someone was about to walk out of the portal. Restrain this bastard, Jonathan yelled while pointing at Tom while he charged at the individual coming out of the portal. He didn't bother to wait for the person to reveal themselves and swung his sword, severing the head of the person. But the next moment a hand reached out of the portal and grabbed him. Then another and another. The hands kept on coming until he had been completely immobilized. It wasn't just one person that was coming out of the portal, but an entire army. Watching their king being overpowered by a horde, the shadows let go of Tom and rushed ahead to save Jonathan. But before they could do much, they too were consumed by the horde. There were only 3 of them and more than 1,000 enemies, and more were still walking out of the portal. But more than the enemies, their identity was what baffled the trio the most. Undead? What are you fuckers doing here? Jonathan blurted out and had his head immediately slammed on the ground. Shush, a woman dressed in black whispered before rubbing her feet on his head. Be a good doggy and sit tight while we turn your kingdom into our kingdom. The shadows couldn't see their king being humiliated like this and immediately lashed out. But before they even got the chance to stand back up, both of them found a gaping hole in the middle of their chests, courtesy of the same woman who cleaned her feet on Jonathan's head. TCH, always acting high and mighty. The woman replied before finally turning her attention to Tom. You did a good job, my pet. Now, where is the map of the portal network I instructed you to get for me? The crimson-skinned woman was in a great mood as her plans were being executed without any trouble. Even though the woman was technically dead, she was the most gorgeous woman Tom had set his eyes on. Everything about her was wonderful, from her lean face and oval jaw to her bony cheeks and black lips. Even her pale and seductive gray eyes were enough to make Tom do anything she wanted him to. He had only heard her voice till now, but now that she was standing in front of her, she wanted nothing more than to serve her. Right here, Servina. Good, very good. It's time for your reward now, isn't it? Servina chuckled and pulled him closer to herself and forced her black lips on his while he stood there, frozen, from both fear and excitement. Her long slender legs wrapped themselves around him, not allowing him to get away. Tom knew the woman was nothing but trouble. He wanted to pull away before he lost himself to the pleasure. But no matter how hard he tried, he wasn't able to. In that moment of pleasure, his senses had been seduced and he could no longer think straight. Desperate for more, he leaned in a little closer, their foreheads touching. He couldn't fight against the primal urges that were going through his body. Her very smell was like an aphrodisiac, flooding his sense of judgment. He felt as if he had achieved everything he ever desired to have, but all this only lasted for a moment. The very next moment, when the woman parted away from the kiss, Tom's face fell faster than a corpse in cement boots. In that instant his skin became grayed. His mouth hung with his lips slightly parted and his eyes turned black and were stretched as wide as they could. Welcome to the family. Servina laughed while Tom flailed on the ground crying in pain as his body was forced to turn into an undead creature. Now you won't have to worry about your family being turned into our kind. Chapter 263 Under Attack. An unsuspecting crowd was working about as usual. Little did they know that their peaceful days were over. A moment later, the ground shook under the pressure of numerous explosions. Hundreds of people died in an instant, but the danger wasn't over yet. Through the countless cracks in the ground, a weird black smoke seeped out. Those unfortunate enough who didn't die from the explosion were in for a very painful experience. As the black smoke entered their body through various open wounds and orifices, they began howling in pain like never before. Soon their skin turned slimy and bones began to reshape. The dislocated bones ended up rupturing the organs, causing immense pain and internal bleeding. Soon their bodies were covered with black nerves, forcing them to turn into something that shouldn't be possible. At this point, there was no way for them to revert this condition. All of them were being turned into undead beings. Those who turned into undead soldiers quicker than the rest began hunting and infecting those who weren't. Mothers began biting and tearing into their own children. Everyone was doing the same thing. It didn't matter what relationship they previously had. Right then, the only they cared about was quenching their hunger. No matter the means. The royal knights and the army immediately mobilized under Shiera's command. Since they were informed about the weird behavior of the people that came in contact with the smoke, all of them were equipped with the necessary equipment to keep the smoke out and rushed in to fulfill their duty. Close down all the portals to make sure the terrorists can't escape. Shiera barked orders to everyone. Alpha Team 1. Locate His Highness and secure a path for the royal family's retreat. Teams Beta to Zeta, you're on evacuation duty with me. Yes, ma'am. Team Theta, gather recordings, testimony, Anything that can help us figure out what the hell is going on here. The concerned team leader nodded and rushed out with her team. The rest of you will focus on location and capturing the terrorists. If you can't capture them, then execute them. Is that clear? Yes, Commander. However, while she was giving orders, something odd had already happened. Although the soldiers were quick to block most of the teleporters, they couldn't protect all of them. Some of the unknown terrorists had already gone through 2 portals. What? Commander, it's confirmed. Some of those bastards left for Contingent and Levon. The soldier exclaimed, we were able to take a few of them down and it would appear it is a work of the undead. As for how they entered Deja is still a mystery. Shiera took a deep breath. She had no idea how quickly these undead bastards were able to move from one portal to the other and caused a mess. But wondering about it wasn't going to help them out in any way. Right now she had to worry about more important things. We might have blocked their access to other cities from here. But Contingent and Levon have not. Shiera thought about it. I don't think Levon has been integrated into the complete portal network. As for Contingent, not only it is connected to other cities but it's also connected to other kingdoms. She might just have figured out the reason why those bastards headed towards the portal leading to Contingent. They were intending to attack every freaking kingdom and take the werewolves down for good. This wasn't some terrorist attack, it was an invasion. Those fucking undead bastards planned all of this for God know how long? Have they fooled us all into thinking they do not possess enough intelligence to pull off something like this? The more Shiera thought about it, the more infuriated she got. But at the same time, she admired the level of patience and planning it would have required to pull the plan off successfully. Warn other kingdoms about this situation, and advise them to be prepared for an assault. Also, contact the Academy and tell them to destroy the portals there. It might be too late to save them, but at least we'll be able to save the other cities and kingdoms from suffering the same fate. Meanwhile, in Contingent, the attack had already begun. Someone help me. Daddy, where are you? A child yelled at the top of her lungs as soon as she heard the explosions go off. Mona's fingers become entwined in the woolen blanket, gripping it as if it were more substantial than a mere square piece of multicolored yarn. Held onto it like a shield to protect her from the huge black cloud that was slowly spreading across the city. Mommy, the 10-year-old mumbled, seeking help from the mother she never met. Her father had gone out a few hours ago to get some supplies but hadn't returned yet. She was worried, and the sight in front of her made her completely break down in tears. The distant but painful cries of the people were a bit too much for a child like her to handle. Through her window, she could see hundreds if not thousands of people running away from the mysterious cloud, as the latter chased behind them. Mona's home was quite far away from the epicenter of the explosion that resulted in the formation of the black cloud, and hence it looked no bigger than a large mushroom to her. Yet the continuous scream coming out of countless mouths made her feel as if she was living through a nightmare. A nightmare she never wanted to relive in the future. Not to mention the cloud was spreading throughout the city at a scary speed, as if it wanted to devour more souls. It engulfed everything in sight. It didn't differentiate between werewolves and humans. Whatever touched it was turned into a mindless undead being. At the same time, the earth was scorched beyond repairs. Yet unbeknownst to the little child, more than a dozen guards were putting their lives on the line to protect innumerable children like her, but in vain. As the cloud got bigger and bigger, the girl threw the blanket over herself, hoping it would protect her from the scary cloud. She was just a kid. She wasn't capable of handling such situations by herself. She needed someone's help, someone's guidance. Then from the lane outside her apartment complex, came the sound of sirens and tires screeching on the lane. The cavalry was there to save the civilians. Natalie looked down at the blanket and released her hold of it. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. The once perfectly knitted blanket now had multiple finger holes in it and was stretched out of shape. She heard people running out in the corridors. Upon hearing the commotion, she gathered whatever strength she had, threw the blanket aside and rushed to open the door. The moment she opened the door, she felt a gloved hand on her shoulder. Strangely, the hand contained more warmth than the blanket could provide. She heard a tender voice but couldn't focus on the words. Only then did she realize she had been crying this entire time. Come on, kiddo, let's get you out of here. Anna embraced the kid with a smile before turning on her communicator, the build secured. We are on the way back to the academy. Chapter 264, World's Strongest Mutant 1. Complete and utter chaos. Those were the only words which could summarize the ongoing tragedy in Contingent. No one knew for sure what was going on, but the academy staff and senior students were busy rescuing as many people as they possibly could. Even the black market wasn't safe anymore. So they gathered whatever they could and headed towards the academy to provide them support. While setting up a base of operations inside the newly built underground building, the director had taken the role of a commander in a time of crisis. Her first action was to call the capital and request backup, only to be informed they were in a mess of their own. But they did advise to destroy every portal in Contingent that they could to stop terrorists from running rampant in other cities and kingdoms. A kingdom-wide state of emergency had already been announced and the barons were already contacted and told to be on guard for intruders. However, rather than destroying the portals immediately, the director decided to let the citizens escape through them. After all, most of the portals in contingent were quite close to the campus, hence they could be easily secure and used temporarily. Therefore, they were able to send most of the people away while the second and third year students were running around rescuing people. At the same time, the professors were busy trying to figure out a cure for the corpsification gas. It didn't matter whether people were showing symptoms of it or not. But if they had come in contact with the gas, they were being observed and put down the moment they act out. It was an evil, but necessary process to protect the rest of the citizens from potential harm. We have secured everyone we could, Madam Director. Now either we can let the students escape or start destroying the portals. Professor Kakarov reported. What about the cure? Director asked, even though she already knew it was impossible to develop a cure within minutes of an outbreak. If they were so efficient, humans would have already developed a cure to stop the mutants from ever toppling them down and forcing them to flee. Even then she was hoping maybe there would be a miracle that would help them. But her hopes came crashing down when she saw the defeated look on Kakarov's face. However, we have successfully made a list of visible symptoms that can help us find potentially infected people and separate them. Kakarov replied, I should get back on coming up with a cure. In the distance, sounds of active explosions could be heard. Whoever these terrorists were, they knew exactly where to go and what to take down. It hadn't even been an hour and yet they had brought the proud city of Contingent to its knees. Stopping them did not seem to be possible. For starters, these terrorists weren't stepping out of the black smoke, which made it difficult for anyone to attack them without coming into contact with it. Hence, fighting them heat-in wasn't a possibility. The only reasonable thing they could do, however, was to trap them in the city. And that's exactly what the director decided to do. Tell the students to escape and destroy the portals behind them. Deactivate those that we can't destroy and then destroy the remote access to those portals. It would take them months to override the remote authorization of the portals and escape, she said while equipping her armor. Watching her getting ready for battle confused a lot of people. How was she planning on fighting them? It was true she and the professors of the academy were excellent fighters, but this was a battle they had lost even before they knew a battle was about to break. I'll distract them and buy you all as much time as I can, she said before transforming into a black werewolf. Once the students have left, the professors can leave and destroy the portals from the other side. At the same time in Lavon, the undead soldiers slowly crawled out of the portal, careful not to raise any alarms the enemy might have placed around. They were expecting resistance, considering how much trouble the lord of this region had caused recently. But to their surprise, there was not a single person over by the portal. It almost felt as if they did not care about who entered and who left their region. It felt a bit peculiar, but they brushed it off since Lavon was still under development. Maybe this brat isn't as mighty as we were led to believe. Jericho, Servinus' right-hand man, remarked as soon as he stepped foot out of the portal. The strongest mutant in the world, my ass. Set up the bomb there. Let's get this over with as soon as possible. One of the zombies nodded and dragged a large container to the decided spot with the help of 5 others. However, a moment later, there was a short explosion blowing their heads away. Out of the 6 carrying the container, 3 immediately fell, their brains scattered all over the place. All of them were on alert. They had no idea where the attack came from and what attacked them. Not to mention, they were standing in an open field with no cover, but there were some trees right ahead that could be used as cover. Drop the bomb and make a run for it. The raven-haired leader yelled at the top of his lungs and his soldiers followed his suit. Little did they know they were in for another surprise. Bang! Another bullet was fired, but this time it didn't hit any of the zombies. They were smirking since whoever was shooting them had missed the target. However, their smiles disappeared a moment later. What happened next had them wishing that the bullet would have hit someone instead. The lucky few who survived had their limbs missing. Some even had chunks of their heads missing, but they were miraculously still alive. What happened? Jericho mumbled as he forced himself to get back to his feet. As he did, he saw a white-haired man walking towards them, all alone with some kind of a rifle dangling to his back. The world's strongest mutant? Why would you give me such a cringe and useless alias? Ashton smiled before pointing bombing at Jericho. Now tell me, who the fuck you are? Chapter 265, World's Strongest Mutant 2. The moment Ashton received the word from Shiera about potential intruders, he grabbed Bader's latest creation, Wraith Sniper Rifle, and headed to watch over the portal. Even though Bader had already filled the area around the portal with remotely activated mines and could take care of the intruders by himself, but Ashton explained it was the perfect moment to test the explosive rifle. Even if the rifle didn't work as intended, he could always activate the mines and get rid of the intruders along with the portal. After using the rifle, Ashton was impressed. It was similar to the crossbow he had been using, but the range was much larger and the damage was explosive. Normally, a crossbow wouldn't have been able to kill a target, let alone an undead, from such a distance. But Ashton decimated the opponents in a matter of seconds. The power of the sniper definitely made it into one of his preferred weapons. Although handling it was a bit taxing and it couldn't be used in close combat, as long as he had to eliminate a target from far away, sniping was the way to go. As for Jericho, well, it didn't take much effort for Ashton to capture the runt and drag him back to Levon for interrogation. The rest of them were killed without a shred of mercy. Undead, what a disgusting surprise. Ashton let out an over-exaggerated sigh when Jericho did not answer his question. What are you fuckers doing here? Fuck your wives and moms? Jericho smirked and so did Ashton. Getting answers out of Jericho's mouth was a difficult task. Not because Ashton lacked the strength to force the answers out of him, but because he couldn't even torture the undead into answering him. Jericho was a zombie, a creature that felt no pain. What was even the point of torturing such a bastard? The only way to hurt the undead was to use psychic attacks, and sadly, there was no one in Levon who was capable of using them. Hell, since the mutants conquered the planet, there had been roughly 3 mages capable of using psychic attacks, one of which was Dracula. Unfortunately, none of his descendants inherited that ability of his. As for the other 2, one of them was never seen after the war with humans came to an end, and the second, well, she was killed by the undead. But back then, Ashton had something entirely different going through his head. Weren't these bastards supposed to be mindless? Forget about now having a brain, this fucker can also converse like normal? What the hell? No matter whom he discussed the undead creatures, all of them had only one answer for him. The undead were a mindless species whose only driving force was their hunger. But the undead being he was seeing in front of him didn't seem to be motivated by hunger. To make matters even weird, the fucker had a sense of sarcasm as well. Something the werewolves were not appreciative of. Fine, I didn't want to do this, but you have forced my hand, Ashton said with a smile. Skill. Corpse Parade has been activated. Raising skeletons was merely the secondary function of Corpse Parade. The skill was initially made to have one particular use. To tame undead creatures into doing the caster's bidding as long as the caster's level was higher than the undead's. The undead Jericho is now under your influence. The undead Jericho now recognizes you as his master. As soon as the notification appeared in front of Ashton's eyes, Jericho's body went limp. It was funny to watch a zombie snore, but as amusing as it was, Ashton had important matters to discuss. Bastard, get up. Yes, sir. At this moment, Jericho no longer viewed Ashton as his enemy or a werewolf, but as a being of his kind, a zombie and a comrade. Thus he ignored everyone else present in the room and proceeded to talk with Ashton as he would to a superior. What's your name? Ashton asked to make sure the idiot was completely under his influence. Jericho, sir. Fuck you, Jericho. Please open my restraints and I will gladly do so. Not only is this planet broken, but its residents have weird fetishes as well. As much as Ashton wanted to have a chat with Astaroth and discuss more of Jericho's fetishes, he chose to focus on the more important aspect of their conversation. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Why are you here? What was it you wanted to accomplish? A moment of silence followed before Jericho opened his mouth again. Domination. That was our goal behind attacking this kingdom. Jericho replied as if he couldn't be more proud of himself. We were the first of the mutants to be born in this world, and yet these fucking mosquitoes and pesky mutts were ruling over more than 3/4 of the world's population? It was unacceptable to us. That's why we decided to take the matters into our own hands. Since the vampires had a genetic weakness to us, we could easily take them down. He continued, the werewolves on the other hand were a different story. They were stronger than us and their pack mentality was almost impossible to break. Thus we planned to turn them into our foot soldiers. That way, not only we will be able to establish a foothold in the middle of a territory dominated by the werewolves, but also build an army to conquer the vampires. As much I would love to listen to your monologue, get to the fucking point. Ashton yelled at him, how the hell are you going to convert werewolves into undead creatures? Using corpsification gas, of course. Jericho stated matter-of-factly, I don't know the science behind it, but the containers we have been carrying around contain a weaker version of the xenonic virus, the same virus that gave birth to the mutants. He continued, once the contained explodes, the compressed liquid turns into gas upon coming in contact with air. Then this gas propagates further and further, infecting anyone that breathes it in. Unfortunately, about 39% of the people survive the process and turn into undead, the rest die and serve us as food. Ashton was in disbelief. But he wasn't the only one. Everyone that was present there couldn't believe their ears either. From what Jericho had just told them, it was clear these bastards have been planning this attack for years, maybe even decades. Watching the undead boast about it like it was some honorable work made Virgil's blood boil. At that moment he wanted nothing more than to rip that bastard's head off and tear the rest into pieces, but Ashton wasn't done asking questions yet. Did you attack Dr. Evelina because of this goal as well? I am but a brigadier. I don't have all the information, but Commander Servina must know about it. Jericho replied carefully. Alright, final question. How many of you people are there in Lycania right now? Do you want to know how many of us entered Lycania today? The way Jericho asked the question left a bad taste in Ashton's mouth. But then he remembered the theory they came up with back in Transylvania. The undead could be living amongst them. No, I want to know the number of all the undead living in the kingdom. More than 30,000. Chapter 266 Dark Aura 1. The more Jericho talked, the more Ashton realized a full-scale invasion wasn't something he could have handled on his own. Unfortunately, he wasn't sure if anyone on the planet could do such a thing. The undead's plan was well thought out. They had considered the smallest of inconveniences. On top of that, Jericho didn't even know the full extent of their plans as he was merely the leader of a brigade, thus, he only knew what he should be concerned with. Also, the undead already had more than 30,000 soldiers hidden away in Lycania, all of whom were already in action. No one had any idea how they managed to accomplish something like that. After all, it was a very difficult task to fool a werewolf's nose. Yet, they managed to do it so effortlessly. Ashton wanted to know more about it, but unfortunately, Jericho wasn't important enough to know all the details. Ashton was once again feeling helpless in the face of crisis. The only reason Levon was safe was because of Shiera's warning. If it hadn't been for her, Ashton didn't even want to think about what could have happened in Levon. I wonder what happened to the rest of the cities they attacked? Most of them are probably dead or, well, undead. You sure about this, though? If we fail, who knows what will happen? If there's someone who can find a cure for this, it's him. Just get the container and, well, leave. Ashton nodded. There wasn't much he could do but put his faith in Astaroth's words. At least if they failed, the people of Lycania would be safe from harm. Meanwhile, the entire city was placed on a lockdown, and the portal had been taken off the grid, so that no more undead would be able to attack them. After making sure everything had been taken care of, Ashton was ready to leave. How do I do this? Just use your authority to summon a portal. Try and imagine walking into the Eastern Palace. I'll handle the rest. Ashton did as he was told, and the following moment, a pitch-black portal presented itself in front of his master. It had a striking resemblance to the instance dungeon he saw in Transylvania. Only this time he knew the portal was there because he wished for it. The heck are you waiting for? Get going. It's tough to maintain a portal with the shitty level of authority you have. Ashton hurriedly grabbed the corpsification explosive, as it was called, and rushed inside. A second later, he found himself back on the Island of Doom, only this time, there were no creatures that were hunting him down relentlessly. Let me do the talking from here on out. And let you take over my body. Brat, if I wanted to, I would have already done so. Now shut up and leave the rest to me. If it hadn't been for the delicate nature of their mission, Ashton would have never let Astaroth take the steering wheel. But after all the time they had spent together, he decided to trust the Zyron. Ashton collapsed on the ground for a brief moment, before getting back up as if nothing happened. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. I never thought I'd say this, but I've grown to like this brat. Astaroth mumbled while he stretched a bit. I'm still here, you know? Ashton replied. Astaroth got startled as soon as he heard Ashton's voice. Damn, now I know how weird it must be to have someone else's voice inside one's head. Astaroth smiled and headed deeper into the palace. He didn't have to go much deeper though, as the forgotten Archlich was waiting for him at the entrance. I have been expecting your attendance. The Lich mumbled through his hollow mouth. I can feel the unrest caused by our brethren. They have grown too ambitious for their own good. The Lich almost sounded sad as he uttered those words. Astaroth, on the other hand, dropped the explosive on the ground and bowed before the creature. He didn't like bowing before others, but he had to pay the Lich his respects if he wanted his help. I greet the great Archlich. The Lich acknowledged him with a nod before turning his attention to the explosive. This device might be a curse for everyone, but for the undead, it's a blessing. It empowers them. Astaroth mumbled while the Lich nodded. He had noticed that the undead were acting a bit too aggressive against werewolves, a species that was supposedly stronger than them. There had to be a reason for them to act so cocky, and he assumed the explosive had a secondary function as well. The Lich's nod only confirmed his theory. You want my help, don't you? That was my objective, yes. Then call out the creatures hiding in your shadows. The Lich instructed. Astaroth didn't waste any time and called forth all three of the summons Ashton had captured. The undead creatures under the Lich's command surrounded them. However, they weren't behaving like that to intimidate Ashton's summons. They were simply curious about them. Ashton's summons were similar to them, but at the same time they were different. After all, unlike them, there weren't merely undead beings, but they had a new soul in an immortal body. While they could be burned to ashes and never rise again, no matter what happened to Ashton's summons, as long as their master was alive, they would continue to exist. Even the Lich appeared to be interested in them. Sadly, it wasn't the right moment to talk about them. Open the container. Pardon. I know you heard what I said, my disciple. It might not seem like it, but it is the only path if you want victory over your misguided undead beings. Astaroth was still on the edge about whether he should do such a thing or not. After all, Ashton's body was the only one compatible with him. If anything happened to him, then it was game over for him as well. Do it. We can only put our faith in his hands. Ashton's voice echoed and Astaroth kicked open the container. A moment later, the black smoke swallowed everything in sight. Forget about finding anyone else. Astaroth couldn't even see his hands. But what he could see was a notification floating in front of his eyes. The host's health is deteriorating rapidly due to the presence of an unknown substance. The undead genes are reacting positively to the unknown substance. Would you like to absorb it? Yes. Command acknowledged. The host has awakened their second innate ability. New stat. Dark Aura had been created. Chapter 267 Dark Aura 2. Ashton's body wasn't the only thing reacting to the gas. His summons as well as Lich's undead soldiers were too. The smoke was empowering all of them, pushing them beyond their limits. But changes were more intense for Ashton than for the rest of them. On the other hand, the Lich rejected the smoke even if it tried to latch on to him. How was he able to do it and why he did it was entirely a mystery to Astaroth, but at the moment he did not bother with it. All of his interest was in the changes within Ashton's body because of the corpsification gas. Astaroth was worried that inhaling too much gas might damage the rest of Ashton's genes. After all, only the undead genes should react positively to Ashton, but the rest of them should be in danger. Especially the vampire genes. However, to his surprise, even if the zombie genes had explosive growth, the rest of the genes did not have any issues. 3 levels? What is this absurd EXP gain? Astaroth was worried a bit. Even though gaining EXP was a good thing, he was worried at the rate at which he was gaining EXP for the undead genes would ruin the harmony of the genes. If that happened, who knew how would Ashton's body react to it? A moment later, his worries were rendered unfounded. Just as the undead genes were about to cross the 5-level limit, the EXP gain stopped and instead his new Dark Aura stat started increasing. For the first time in his life, after waking up within Ashton's body, Astaroth was clueless about what was going on. This Dark Aura, whatever it was a new thing even to him. It was the first time he had seen or heard about it. But since the EXP gain halted, Astaroth had nothing to complain about. But he did notice a thing: as the Dark Aura's value increased, the quantity of smoke around them decreased and soon it disappeared entirely. That was a peculiar experience. Astaroth sighed in relief as everything got back to normal. Seraph's flame has completely consumed the unknown substance and converted it into Dark Aura for use. Current Dark Aura, 9,870. Dark Aura. A stat that's hard to come by and can only ever be achieved by a select few who indulge in the art of necromancy. It can be used to lift mana and intelligence restrictions when it comes to managing your undead summons. It can also be used to directly expand the limit of the number of summons you can hold within Valhalla, or empower any other ability related to Necromancer class. It can be increased by consuming souls and unknown substance. In other words, a kind of mana especially designed to be utilized by the undead? No wonder they are going rampant with it. Astaroth scratched his chin, however. It makes little to no sense something like this was made on a backward planet like Earth. Something seems off here. Although Astaroth was more or less sure that no one else would be able to manipulate Dark Aura, it felt like someone, probably another Zyron, was purposefully causing a mess here by testing their basement inventions on a lower civilization. The blatant disregard of lower lifeforms was one of the many reasons why Astaroth hated his kind so much. They were used to playing around with them in the name of helping them advance into a higher civilization. These lower civilizations wouldn't even suspect anything wrong and would blindly trust these godly beings. By promising a certain faction of a world, the Zyrans or any other higher civilization would spark conflicts and watch how their experiments worked or not. In other words, the lower civilizations were nothing more than mere characters in a sickly game for the higher civilizations. They could do whatever they pleased, and no one would be able to top them. These damned bastards. Astaroth was furious. However, he was kind of pleased as well. After all, he found a way to bypass the shitty requirements of increasing intelligence and mana to tame more summons. Also, the moment he thought the Dark Aura was harming Ashton, he could simply block it away using his admin privileges. Therefore, there was no reason for him to be worried so much. But the same couldn't be said for the others. Back in Contingent, Academy was supposed to be a safe haven for everyone. And it had been for almost a day before the undead rushed inside the building. After that, it was pandemonium. The building soon began flooding with the black smoke, just like the rest of the city. At the same time, thousands of converted undead rushed the building. They were relentless, killing everything that moved in sight. From the scale of the black smoke coming out of the artificially constructed underground air vents, one would think the earth was on fire. Cough cough. Heal the ones that can fight first, Kakarov instructed the healers. He wasn't in a great condition himself. Well, no one was, but rather than wasting precious healing magic on a non-combatant mage like himself, it was wiser to heal someone who could fight instead. Yet the student who was healing him did not stop. After all, Kakarov was one of the only professors who were still alive and well. His leadership skills were more important than his fighting skills at this point. Around 50 of them were stuck inside a small locker room. However, apart from Kakarov, there were only 2 other professors, both of whom were unconscious. The rest of them were students. But only 20 of them had actual fighting experience. The rest were newly recruited first-years who stubbornly decided to stay back despite being warned to leave the academy when they had the chance. Damn it, what do we do now? Layla, a second-year student, asked Anna, who happened to be on guard duty. Thousands of those bastards have us surrounded. Also, we destroyed and deactivated the portals, so we can't even leave using those. Anna sighed and shook her head. She, for one, had no idea what they were supposed to do next. Her flames weren't going to last forever, and charming those uglies was impossible. To make things worse, it didn't seem like anyone was coming there to help them. They were on their own. How did it come to this? Anna sighed in defeat. She wasn't deluded enough to think any of them were going to make it out of there alive. However, before she could put more thought into it, the wall in front of the locker room burst open. The pillars holding the ceiling fell off and a pile of concrete poured down. Soon there was a hole wide enough for a gorillan to enter without much trouble. Fuck. Everyone, equip the gas masks and get ready to fight. Chapter 268, Undying Flames. Anna, you need to take a break. Layla yelled at her, all the while shooting the undead with a crossbow. Using mana potions might fill your mana, but won't regenerate your stamina. Just keep shooting. Anna replied in her tired voice. Hundreds of undead kept charging at them. With no place to back away, this was their final stand. A dozen of them against an endless horde of zombies. As if these odds weren't enough, more troublesome situations kept arising. Ideally, it might seem as if Anna's flames were the perfect counter for the undead. But the reality wasn't so simple. Yes, Anna's phoenix flames were more than enough to kill the zombies, however, she couldn't continuously spew the flames for long periods of time. Not only would her body heat up exponentially and she would drain her stamina and mana, but the oxygen around her would also burn up fast as well. Thus she would either die of overexhaustion or suffocation. The gas mask is reaching its limits, Anna thought, damn it, think of something, come on. With the zombies came the black smoke. So far they had been able to keep a safe distance from the smoke thanks to the masks, but it didn't seem that was going to be the case for long. Anna could get rid of the smoke by burning it away. But that would require her to increase the temperature of her flames, which would once again backfire on them. Anna's skin slowly began changing into shades of red. With each passing moment, the redness of the skin got deeper and deeper. Steam could be seen coming out of her body. It was her sweat that was being boiled and turned into vapor the moment it got out of the pores. Watching her overdo herself like that was too much for the rest of them to handle. So they amped up their efforts as well, in a desperate attempt to take some burden off of her. But the undead were relentless with their attacks. Whatever the students had learned about them was proving to be useless. Their weak points didn't even exist, which made it more difficult for everyone apart from Anna to deal with the zombies. Seeing his students struggle in front of his eyes was too much to bear for someone like Kakarov. He had always behaved poorly to them, and yet they were ready to fight till the end for someone like him? That wasn't right. Sadly, he did not have many offensive abilities, but he could help the students in other ways. He placed his hand on the wall and closed his eyes. If there isn't a path to escape, he'll make one. The next moment, the walls distorted and a path opened up. Apart from his talents in alchemy, Kakarov had only one ability: transmute. The ability allowed him to manipulate any substance that he came in direct contact with, let it be earth, water, or air. However, this ability of his had a lousy drawback. While he was casting the ability, he was rendered immobile, which meant he couldn't move. Since he had done a bit of research about the corpsification gas, he couldn't afford to die there, hence he refrained from using the ability till now. But now, since he had to choose between everyone's death and his students' well-being, he chose the latter. Come on. Get going. He yelled at the top of his lungs, I can't maintain the power forever. Suddenly, the students saw a ray of hope. As a result, their will to fight back was renewed. They finally had a way out of that hell. Go. 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 Anna yelled at the rest of them, I'll hold them off and join you. Layla was a bit concerned, but nodded her head and rushed out of the tunnel Kakarov created. The others followed her suit and rushed outside. Soon, only Kakarov and Anna were left behind. Go, Anna. Kakarov shouted at her. She nodded and shot out a final burst of fire to push the undead back and sped towards the tunnel. She looked at the professor, who smiled at her, but a moment later, that smile disappeared as a white spear protruded from his neck. Dozens of spears made of bones were hurled toward them. Anna was able to dodge them, and only received minor injuries, but Kakarov got pinned to the walls, blood oozing out of his mouth and half a dozen wounds. He was gone, and with him the tunnel. Damn it. Anna cursed under her breath. This really is the end, isn't it? Anna might have been safe from the spears, but her gas mask wasn't so lucky. One of the spears had managed to tear the filter off entirely. She had no doubt this was the end of the road for her. Even if she could miraculously survive the horde, the smoke was going to get her for sure. There were two choices in front of her. Either she could have her pathetic death and get swarmed by the zombies, or go out with a bang. To be honest, the choice was simple. Bang it is. She smiled and stood tall as the zombies rushed in. This was her moment, her final moment. She remembered her family, wishing they were safe. But apart from them, there was someone else she couldn't help but think of. Why am I thinking of him right now? Anna shook the thought of Ashton out of her head. If he was here, he could have found a way out of this hell hole. He always does, maybe that's why I'm remembering him, right? She took a deep breath, inhaling a ton of smoke along with oxygen. She needed as much fuel as she could gather for her final move, even if it meant she would have to absorb the corpsification gas. Soon the zombies had her surrounded. However, there wasn't a tinge of fear on her face. Rather than that, she was smiling like a certain idiot in her mind. And 0VL next. Calm. Oh fuck. Off. A blinding light erupted from her body, and the temperature of the surroundings soared astronomically. The zombies might have cornered her, but she wasn't going to down on their terms. In an instant, the undead bastards were turned to dust. Anna had killed them all, but at the price of her own life. A death fitting of the Princess of the Flames, or was it? Cough cough. Chapter 269. I would have been your daddy one. At the same time, outside the academy, those who could fight were giving their all to keep the zombies at bay, in the hope someone would arrive to help them out. The hope of help was the only driving force for them to keep fighting. But as more and more of them collapsed, the hope slowly began dwindling. Nouvelle Biethom. The students who just walked out of the tunnel had exchanged one hellhole for another. Did they think they would be safe outside? No, but they thought they would at least have a fighting chance. Undead were everywhere, but so were some familiar faces. Hey look. The professors are here. A second-year student yelled and ran toward them. Professors, we are here. We can. The happiness of reuniting with living people had blinded their vision. They thought every familiar face would extend a helping hand to them, but that wasn't always the case. By the time the student realized what was happening, it was already too late. The undead jumped on her and began feasting on her flesh. Her scream sent chills down the spine of whoever witnessed the brutality of the undead. The so-called professor turned around to reveal her grotesque half-eaten face. Her facial bones were in plain sight as a bunch of muscle fiber and skin tissue grabbed onto her body. A futile attempt to maintain her lost identity. The students had not expected to see their friends, seniors, and even some of the professors have been turned into the undead. These were the people who ventured into the unknown to gather information, and if possible, strike back. However, they met a horrible end. Shit, everyone form a circle. Make sure your backs are facing each other. Those who do not possess offensive abilities fall back to the center. Layla immediately shook herself back to reality and took charge. Do not leave any space between each other. If even one of them manages to break through the circle, we'll all die. The undead professors finished digging into the student, and then turned their attention toward the rest of them. If the zombie professors were to regain a bit of their intelligence, they would have mocked their students for setting up such a weak defense. But right now, there were no professors or students. Just predators and prey. Damn it. They're too fast. Gabriel, a blonde second-year student, shouted. None of my attacks are working. Keep trying. Layla yelled back while shooting icicles on the zombies herself. We have to hold them off. Even though Layla was standing in front of the zombies, for some reason they weren't attacking her. Neither were they targeting the ones who could fight back. Instead, it appeared they were only attacking those that couldn't attack them properly. It almost felt as if they could smell who were the weak ones and decided to get rid of them first. Layla noticed something weird. The more people these undead killed, the more intelligent they became. It would also explain why they were attacking the weak ones first. They wanted to get more intelligent before engaging the strong ones in combat. The zombies weren't behaving like mindless creatures anymore. They were more like a pack of scavengers. Their teamwork and strategy quickly managed to overwhelm and injure countless students in an instant. Every micro-movement of theirs had a purpose. Damn it, they are playing with us. Layla mumbled, they don't want to kill us at once but make a show of it. The situation was dreadful, and yet she couldn't help but feel a bit humiliated. However, the humiliation she felt soon turned to anger. Back off, I want to have a chat with the brats. Servina appeared in front of them with her lackeys at her toe. How do you like a glimpse of your future? Lovely, isn't it? Behind her were a dozen others, all of whom were wearing some kind of weird black suit that covered them entirely. Facing off against the zombies was a difficult task, but facing off against these people and surviving was impossible. They could feel it in their bones. The aura around the lady was suffocating. The students literally began having difficulty breathing as soon as Servina appeared in front of them, even though they had their gas masks on. A glimpse of the future? Layla retorted, you really think we're gonna let your pathetic asses roam freely? You might kill us, but you'll be following our suit soon enough. Who do you think we are? We're lichens. No matter how many underhanded tricks you use, we will decimate all of you. Feisty, aren't ya? Servina smiled, well, since I've taken a liking to you, I'll keep you as my pet bitch. Might be fun to see the kind of make you'll make when your friends die because of your big mouth. Saying so, Servina nodded and one of her servants pulled Layla away, while the rest of the zombies surrounded the remaining students. The king will kill you. Deja will not keep quiet. You will pay the price. Layla screamed at Servina, who promptly slapped her mouth shut. Ah, so that's why you were acting so cocky. Servina pulled Layla's face close to hers and licked her exposed neck. What do I have to fear from a kingdom that's about to collapse? The king you are so hopeful would come to save you is already dead. Haha. Don't bother with the details. Servina slapped her away. Kill them. Servina's soldiers made their move, but suddenly tentacles shot out of their shadows and wrapped around their legs, preventing them from taking a step further. Servina immediately let go of Layla and turned around. A portal had been opened behind her. All of them were so wrapped up playing around with the mutts they didn't notice it yet. In front of the portal, a white-haired person was standing. His arms were deep in his pocket as his gaze pierced right through her. Also, he wasn't alone. Behind him were 3 shadowy figures. The thing that troubled Servina the most was the aura of death revolving around all 4 of them. Were they undead creatures just like her? Just who is he? Servina absent-mindedly let go of Layla. How can he breathe in the smoke and remain unaffected? Ashton. Layla happily exclaimed. There was hope for them after all. Chapter 270. I would have been your daddy too. Oh yes, this is much better. Ashton thought as soon as he stepped out of the portal conjured by the lich. I feel like him on steroids. Abyssal smoke is reacting to your presence. Your dark aura is increasing rapidly. Your stats have been boosted by 33%. All necromancer class abilities have been increased. Abyssal smoke, that was the name Astaroth gave to the black smoke, while he was in control of Ashton's body. The name was a bit over the top according to Ashton. But now that he was experiencing the effects of breathing the smoke in, he could understand why Astaroth named it so. Who are you? A voice interrupted Ashton's pleasure. He opened his eyes only to stare at a poor excuse of a woman. He wasn't one to judge people based on their appearance, but Ashton couldn't help but see Servina in an unfavorable light. Heck, Celeste looked 1,000 times better than her, even though her face was always covered by her shadowy hood. Oi, stop with these misogynistic thoughts and deal with them. What misogynistic? I'm just stating facts here. Looks like the smoke has clouded your brain. Yeah, that's where you live. And 0VL next. Calm. Ashton was in a good mood. In fact, he hadn't felt this good in God knows how long. But his mood was about to get ruined. While others might have a bit of difficulty breathing and seeing through the smoke, Ashton was immune to all of its effects. In fact, the longer he stayed inside the smoke, the stronger he was getting. It was all thanks to the dark aura stat, providing him with random stat boosts. It was a shame that the boosts weren't permanent. By the way, where are we? Ashton mumbled to himself while looking around. Wasn't that lich guy supposed to open a portal to Contingent? This place doesn't look like Contingent to me. No one has as much command over magic as that lich does, at least in this country. I doubt he would send us to the wrong place. Astaroth might be saying that, but the place they were in did not look anything like Contingent, Ashton remembered. However, as he looked through the smoke, he saw people wearing the Academy's uniform, which meant he was at the right place, and the city itself had been totaled. Ashton's silence was killing Servina. Even in the smoke, she could realize the person in front of her was a strong one. Stronger than any one of them, but what could merely 4 of them could possibly do when she had an army of more than 30,000 at her side? I asked, who are you? Shush. Ashton placed a finger on his lips. Do you want to die or what? Just stay quiet for a moment. Saying so, he casually walked up to Layla and helped her get back to her feet. Since Ashton rarely conversed with the nobles while he was enrolled at the academy, he only knew Layla by her face and not by her name. Still, he knew she was close to Anna. Where's Anna? She stayed behind to let us escape, Layla replied while pointing towards where the tunnel once was. I don't think she. Thanks for the information. Ashton smiled, patted her shoulders and left in the direction she pointed. Oh, and I think you can kill them with ease now that my subordinate has immobilized them. No one even tried to question or stop him. All of them were too shocked to see how carefree Ashton was. He didn't try to rescue the students and simply walked past them as if he couldn't give a shit about them. Well, it wasn't a lie either way. He had more important matters to handle than rescuing a bunch of runts. Even Servina was a bit taken aback. He might have been strong, but this disrespect was a bit too much. This bastard. Servina gritted her teeth. How do you think you are? Acting all high and mighty even though you are alone? Ashton sighed and turned to face her. Didn't I tell you? I'll kill you the moment you opened your mouth. Or maybe I forgot to put my thoughts correctly. Well, it said one should grant the last wish of a dying person, so I think I should answer your questions first. A moment later, Ashton disappeared and reappeared in front of her. Almost as if he had teleported in front of Servina, but in fact, he had merely walked up to her. Who am I, you ask? How do I explain this? Oh right, Ashton smiled before slapping her so hard Servina's skull bent at a weird angle. If I was born in Nirvana, I would have been your daddy. As for your second question, no, I'm never alone. As soon as he uttered those words, the ground shook and didn't stop shaking. Everyone was confused until they realized where the vibrations were coming from. Ashton grabbed Servina by her hair and forced her to watch the portal. Earlier I had summons, but now I have an army. An army of the strongest undead on the planet. Thousands of undead walked out of the portal one after another. But before the portal closed, one last being walked out, gracing the outside world with his presence after a lot of years. At last, I'm free from the curse. The Lich said with a horrendous smile, "Thank you, young one." "It's fine, Gramps." Ashton winked at the gigantic skeleton. "Do you think you could take care of the mess here? How high are you? Ordering the Lich around like that, you're definitely not in the right headspace." "You messed up, it's high, how are you?" "Higher civilization, my ass." "May God save us all." "I'm just messing with you." "I'm fine." Ashton smiled before dragging Servina and throwing her across the portal. "We'll talk more when I get back. For now, sit your ass there. I have left some people to entertain you while I'm gone." "Ashton, I just want to confirm. You do know you'll have to kill all these people, right?" The smile on Ashton's face disappeared as he nodded. Both Deja and Contingent were a lost cause, just like the people who were still stuck in those cities. Even if Ashton could absorb all of the abyssal smoke in those two cities, he couldn't completely erase its presence. Also, those who were unfortunate enough to come in contact with the smoke would eventually die and spread the disease even more. The smoke might have been an elixir for him, but it was a venom for the rest of them. A venom that would give them a slow and painful death. Thus, it was better for Ashton to kill them to save them from the misery of such wretched death. Chapter 271 Two of a Kind 1. Death is a fascinating thing. Some yearned for it and embraced it as a new beginning, while some thought it was the end of their lives. For some, it was the start of a new life, and for some, it was the conclusion. Ashton didn't believe in either. One did not need to be afraid of death, nor do they need to embrace it as an old friend. Death only served one purpose, to make sure no one grew stronger than death itself. It was supposed to serve as a measure to stop an individual or an entire civilization from becoming unstoppable. Every city, country, and planet had to abide by this rule. If there was always a bigger fish in the sea, here death was the biggest fish. A megalodon, maybe? In other words, death existed to keep the universe in check. But was death the end of everything? Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. There was no definite answer to it, and there would never be one either. However, at times people were so scared of death that they did everything they could to evade it, even if it meant living an unnatural life by sacrificing countless innocents. The existence of Lich and the undead was a living proof of it. For the undead, death didn't mean a thing as they were already dead. They enjoyed death. The more they spread it, the happier they were. It was the only reason those fuckers did what they did. In a sadistic way, they wanted the entire world to experience death as they did, not as an enemy but as a comrade. Conquering the werewolves and attacking the vampires were just excuses they wanted to make, only to blame the responsibility of their sadism on the others. Ashton entered the now abandoned academy. Death was the only thing that greeted him. As he crossed corridor after corridor hoping to find Anna and the director, he only found death, hiding in every corner. He did come across some familiar faces from time to time, which made it all a bit more difficult. He had sworn he would kill the werewolves for what they did to him, but now he didn't want to. Yet he had to. You can't save them all. Remember that. Ashton nodded as his claws took the life of yet another familiar face. Werewolves weren't the only ones to die there either. Since the vampires were also studying in the same facility, there were bound to be their corpses as well. It didn't seem like the vampires even got a chance to fight back. Even though the vampires did not need to breathe, the smoke could enter their bodies through other passages, such as their mouths as they speak. Once the smoke was inside, it was over for them. The presence of the smoke in their bodies would trigger the coffin and that's it. Should I convert them into? Don't even think about it. What good would resurrecting them do? They are weak and would have died sooner or later. I got your point, so shut it. The fact that a higher civilization could have been involved in this mess was already infuriating Ashton. On top of that, Astaroth's comment on the uselessness of these people was a bit too much for Ashton to handle. The abyssal smoke might have made him feel good, but it couldn't turn him heartless. He was angry at the inability of all of them to protect themselves and the undead bastards for creating such a mess. At the same time, he was a bit sad as well. No matter whether he hated them or not, seeing so many people die was enough to ruin even a devil's mood. Ashton shook the random thoughts out of his head and focused on the incoming horde. Another horde of undead creatures who thought of him as food to satisfy their hunger. Ashton took Bomband out and rushed straight into them. With a simple swing, a couple of heads were severed. The next moment, the bodies of the undead exploded, covering Ashton in black smoke. It was the final defense move to take down more people even in death. However, their pathetic tries to take him down were hilarious. Had it been a normal person, they would have been killed in an instant, either because of the injuries or because of the smoke. But Ashton wasn't an ordinary person. The more they wanted to take him down, the stronger he became. Get out of the fucking way. Ashton yelled before slashing them up like a possessed man. The abyssal smoke might have made him strong, but it was also messing up with his head. Astaroth knew this, but he also wanted to thoroughly test the effects. That's why he kept observing Ashton quietly. As he was making quick work of them, his heightened perception sensed something. A faint sound of a heartbeat. Someone's alive here? Looks like it's coming from below. That was all Ashton wanted to hear. He summoned all of his strength and punched the floor, breaking it apart with ease. Right ahead of you. Ashton charged in the direction Astaroth pointed, like a madman. There were a couple of zombies in the way, but Ashton killed them without even raising a finger. He finally came across a room. Kakarov's corpse was pinned to the wall right in front of him. Sadly, he had already turned into one of them. The potioneer Ashton that remembered was no more. Instead, a vile creature had taken his place. I'll put you to rest. Ashton slowly walked up to his former teacher and plunged Blamond right through his chest, setting his corrupted soul free. Next to Kakarov was Anna. Several black patches could be seen on her injured body. The abyssal smoke was slowly turning her as well, but for some reason her body was able to fight back. It's the fire coursing through her veins. The flames are keeping the smoke at bay for now. At this rate, she would eventually be converted into one of them. Not on my watch. Ashton squatted next to her, gently lifting her head and placing it on his lap. If I absorb the smoke from her body, she would be able to. There's no time for that. It'll take too long for the crystal to absorb it. We'll have to use some other method. Like what? You have to turn her. Turn her into a Zompirewolf. It's the only way. Chapter 272 Two of a Kind 2. Ashton could not believe what he heard. Turn her into one of his kind? Was it even possible in the first place? After all, Evelina did extensive research on the topic for over a month, and the only answer she could derive was Ashton could be a tribrid because of the Zyron organs. Anna did not have the privilege he did. Without the organs, she won't survive the transformation and die. Ashton couldn't risk her life like that. Astaroth knew this, yet he did not warn Ashton about it. Simply because he wanted to confirm something. Frankly, he did not care about anyone on the planet but his vessel. Whether Anna survived or not was none of his concern. But if he wanted to confirm the suspicions that had been nagging him for a while, Astaroth needed to convince Ashton to try and convert her. No matter what kind of cheap trick he had to employ to achieve it. Convert her? She would not survive, the Ashton argued, but was promptly cut off. Listen to me. If you don't do it, this girl would die either way. Her flames would eventually run out, and when they do, she'll convert into one of the undead and you'll have to kill her. But the Zyron organs. As things stand, you only have two options. 1, you convert her and give her a fighting chance. Or 2, you don't do shit, she turns into an undead and you kill her then. What's it gonna be? Ashton gritted his teeth in frustration. Anna was doomed if he did convert her and doomed if he didn't. The worst thing about it, Anna couldn't even make the choice for herself. But the way her unconscious body was trying its best to fend off the corpseification, it was clear she had the will to live. Ashton could give her that opportunity. Even though her life wouldn't be the same as it was before, she would at least be alive. Tell me what I have to do. Just do what you have always done, bite her. But instead of sucking blood from her, inject your blood into her body. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. You do know what happens. I know. I have felt it before. Whenever you bite a prey, bloodlust takes over you and all you want to do is kill them. Right. Don't worry about it. If such a scenario arises, it'll knock you out from the inside and take over your body until you regain consciousness. Do it already now, she won't last for long. Ashton gently lifted Anna's head up, bringing his razor-sharp canines closer to her nape. He was still having second thoughts about it, but not enough to make him stop. Soon enough, he broke through her skin, plunging his teeth into her throat. Her blood gushed straight into his mouth. Unlike the blood he had tasted before, Anna's blood was exceptionally warm and sweet. It almost felt like he was drinking caramelized sugar. Her blood was perfect. So much so that he wanted more and more. Ashton, control yourself. You're trying to save her, not kill her. Inject your blood into her, not the other way around, damn it. Astaroth's words shook Ashton back to his senses. Thanks to the Zyron, he was able to flee the trap of his bloodlust and focus on the task at hand. It felt a bit weird, but he somehow managed to force his blood into Anna's body, through his canines. Moments after doing so, Anna's body began twitching, which soon turned into flailing in pain. She opened her glowing red eyes, but she still seemed to be unconscious. Her body was on fire. Even though she wasn't screaming, Ashton knew she was in anguish. Just like he had been over a year ago when he was bitten into by a vampire and an undead. Imbue her with some of your dark aura now. What? Just place the crystal on her chest and imagine pushing the dark aura into her. Ashton did not know what the fuck was Astaroth planning, but since Anna's life depended on him, he had no choice but to do as he was being told. Dark aura was merely a refined form of abyssal smoke, hence it had the capacity to kill someone. But to Ashton's surprise, the moment he gave her some of his dark aura, her flailing stopped. She wasn't in pain anymore. Her breathing got back to normal, but her appearance changed. All the black patches covering her were gone. Her skin turned light and she grew a lot in a lot of places. Her already perfect figure was now more refined. One could call it a perfect hourglass. On top of that, she was no longer 5'7" and now stood at 6'0". But those were only minor changes. The most interesting part was the appearance of tiny horns and scarlet wings on her back. She also grew a tail. Just by looking at her, Ashton felt a bit weird. His body temperature shot up. Higher than ever before. You're a sexually aroused kiddo. It happens when you turn someone for the first time. You'll get used to it. However, there might be another reason why you're feeling like that. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. What? Can't you see, the girl didn't turn into a Zompirewolf as we expected? Well, initially she did, but she evolved into something else. Something your kind calls a succubi. A demonic one at that. At the same time, another notification appeared in front of Ashton. One he had never seen before. The transformation was successful. The target Anna Swan had successfully been turned into a demonic ichor succubi. Current number of associates, 1. Third innate ability has been revealed. Form conversion. Form conversion. This innate ability allows the user to convert a target into a different species altogether. By feeding your blood into the target's body, the target can extract information and freely choose a suitable subclass from the variety of creatures' DNA present in the host's blood. Grade. High level 10. Cooldown 1 month. Wait, but I never. It's me. Or my organs specifically, that gave her information about the succubi race and her body chose it to be her next evolutionary step. This is weird. I bit her, so shouldn't she have turned into a vampire wolf or something? We can discuss the details later. For now, grab her and get going. The smoke can still harm her. Astaroth might have said that, but all he wanted was time to think about what happened. The fact that the dark aura helped Anna stabilize and help her select a subclass that was strictly limited to the Zyrans could only mean one thing. The Zyrans were the ones who created abyssal smoke. Or someone who had access to a lot of Zyran corpses to extract their essence from. Either way, if a higher civilization had found its way to Earth, Astaroth might not be as safe as he thought he was. Chapter 273 Trouble Never Ends 1. The director was still missing. Ashton had to find her as well. Whether he liked her or not didn't matter at the moment. She had saved his life on multiple occasions, it was only fair he did the same. Also, if he managed to save her, maybe she would be able to help him and Evelina in creating a clone for Astaroth. Thankfully, Ashton had more than enough people to look for her. But first he had to get the rest of them to safety. He retraced his step back to the portal. As soon as he walked out of the building, he was greeted by a pleasant sight. All of the zombies had been taken care of, including the ones the bitch called Servina brought with her. In some distance, Gokund and Lich's undead could be seen playing with a bunch of severed heads as if they were balls. It was a sickening yet funny sight. Celeste was roaming around creating more children to help look for precious items the undead might have dropped, while Sven was sitting next to the portal protecting it. Ashton's eyes then wandered over to the students, who were still in shock. And who could have blamed them? They might have studied in the same academy. But unlike him, it must have been their first close encounter with death like this. In fact, Ashton would have gotten worried if they had not shown any emotion. After all, it wasn't every day that one city got invaded by a bunch of oversmart zombies. However, even though they were safe, it didn't mean the crisis was evaded. They were still in danger. Hell, some of them might also have been infected with the virus without them knowing anything about it. Take her and protect her till I come back. Ashton warned Celeste before handing Anna to her. She is a friend, so don't you dare try doing anything to her. If anything happens to her, I would stop punishing you entirely. And no, master. I would protect her with my life, though I'm already dead. Celeste, being the masochist she was, couldn't even bear the thought of Ashton not berating her. Being downgraded and used by her master was her only purpose in life. She couldn't let anything come between that. Watching her behave like that, Sven couldn't help but shake his head. They were the servants of a great master. Thus they should behave like it, and yet Celeste always had to let everyone around her know how big of a pervert she was. Is she alright? Layla immediately ran up to Ashton the moment she saw him. Since Anna's appearance had changed a lot, Ashton took the liberty of covering her up, so that her wings, tail and horns were hidden away. Who knew how these fuckers would have reacted if they saw what he had done to her? Yeah, she's fine. Unfortunately, she had inhaled quite a bit of the smoke while she was unconscious. Ashton replied, for now my soldiers would keep an eye on her to make sure she's alright. Once she gets cleared, I'll send her back to her family. He continued, till then it's for the best that I keep her around me. It would be helpful if you could tell her parents about the arrangement. She immediately kneeled in front of Ashton, and so did the rest of the students, for saving all of us. Layla choked up a couple of times as tears flooded her eyes, before she finally managed to speak clearly. They were safe. It was a feeling not many of them could feel. They were the lucky few who managed to get out of this crisis. Ashton nodded and left them behind. Take them to the palace and keep them there. If any one of them shows signs of conversion, kill them. He instructed Sven, who was busy hacking away the zombie remains, to strengthen his shadowy sword. Sven nodded. crushed the head with the hilt of his greatsword and disappeared into the portal. Ashton had no idea how strong Anna was, but Sven and Celeste should be able to keep her in check. In the meantime, he once again tried using detection on Anna, but just like before, it showed him the two most infamous sentences. Please wait while genetic calibration takes place. You'll be able to view the subject's status once she had completely recovered. With everything being taken care of, Ashton could now focus on disposing of the remaining enemies and hopefully finding the director somewhere in the city. She was strong, so she should be alright. But he didn't know what the rest of the undead were planning. They could have potentially managed to defeat her. Let's get going, shall we? Ashton stretched his neck. Rise and shine, you ugly bastards. As soon as Ashton said those words, hundreds of corpses around him rose up. Well, at least those corpses that were somewhat intact. The students assumed a defensive position the minute they saw the undead rising up, only to see them bowing before Ashton as if they were his loyal subjects. Hundreds of undead, bowing down to one man. The sight was terrifying and satisfying at the same time. Nouvelle Bietham. What even is he? A first-year student asked. It was obvious she did not know who Ashton was. Essentially, none of them had ever seen him before. Only the second and third years knew about him, along with the professors. He is the strongest person to have ever entered the academy, Layla replied with an awestruck look. Ashton Bismarck, a student who never learned to bow before the rules that made our lives terrible. Senior, you shouldn't drool over a boy like that. Strong men don't like desperate girls. The first year chuckled before heading into the portal. Ashton closed the portal once all of them were gone. Despite his heightened perception, he couldn't find anyone who hadn't turned into undead. Let alone the director. Go ahead and find her. If you don't, I'll kill you fuckers myself. He ordered the undead he had taken control over before his legs gave out. He was using his abilities relentlessly. He was bound to suffer from exhaustion. You know, this place would be suitable for me to live. The Lich said, a change of scenery might be helpful to me in ascending. You want to live here? Go ahead, knock yourself out. Ashton replied without any care in the world, you don't have to leave though. You might have given away the rights to the Eastern Palace, but you're more than welcome to live there. I will think about it. Chapter 274. Trouble never ends. 2. Ashton's undead left no corner of the city unturned. But all they found was more and more zombies. It was safe to assume that there wasn't anyone alive in the city anymore. Which meant that either the director was turned or she wasn't in the city. Something doesn't feel right. Ashton mumbled. Jericho said there were more than 30,000 undead in Lycania. Yet, Ashton could only find roughly 4,000 to 5,000 in contingent. Where were the rest of them? Shiera had already informed him there were roughly about the same number of zombies there in Deja as well. But it only accounted for a third of what Ashton was expecting. On top of that, Jericho was under his influence while Ashton interrogated him. Thus, Ashton was sure Jericho wasn't lying to him. They are hiding, but why? They are planning something. Either in contingent or in Deja, or maybe both the places. Ashton replied confidently, it's a hunch, but I think the corpsification was just the tip of the iceberg. Those bastards would never put so much effort into merely conquering a kingdom. However, there was one more thing that had Ashton confused. He was absorbing the abyssal smoke slowly, and yet the fog was only getting heavier. As if someone was continuously spouting more and more smoke. Yet they weren't able to find the source. Until now. Just then, a bunch of undead came running towards him. It appeared they found something. Instead of mobilizing the soldiers, Ashton decided to check things out himself. Obviously, he had his reasons behind it. But he decided to go alone, mainly because he didn't want to alert anyone who might be hiding. No matter whether it was friend or foe. Back in Deja. Servina? What happened? That fucking kid is alive. Servina slowly opened her eyes. Damn it, Leo. I told you we should have taken care of that bastard first. She was raging. More because she had been humiliated at the hands of a brat. Her anger had no bounds, so much so that she ripped the head off of the nearest undead she could find. Relax. It's just one kid and it's not like he killed you. Leo smirked. You lost a doppelganger, big deal. Just think about what would happen to us if he failed. Yeah, it doesn't seem much of a big deal now, does it? Leo was a 6'0" tall, bronze-skinned man with a wide face, neat eyebrows and a broad nose. He was turned as a teenager, thus he looked like one even though he was one of the oldest undead in history. He was also someone who didn't care about the rest of the world or even his own kind for that matter. Despite that, he still managed to get wound up in Servina's schemes. Well, mainly it was the scheme of their king. But since he was missing for a while now, his two advisors decided to take the matters into their own hands. Yeah. I lost a doppelganger. Motherfucker, do you have any idea how much effort it requires to make one of those? Servina's doppelgangers were different from a simple clone. It was basically a possession technique that allowed her to transfer her soul into an undead, whom she had turned and changed their appearance. The Servina Ashton had imprisoned was the human scientist Tom, who helped them. But the moment he was captured, Servina left the control over him and returned to her original body. This skill was especially dangerous because it basically made her unkillable. If she was threatened or on the verge of dying, she could simply shift consciousness to another undead and live on. Which was another reason why she was always present on the battlefield. It was because she knew if things went south, she could always escape. Unlike the rest of them. That being said, constantly jumping from one body to another would siphon off some of her mana permanently. Thus, she tried not to use the skill too much. It was also why she was so angry when her doppelganger was defeated by Ashton. After all, she lost a chunk of her total mana because of him. It's still a childish banter in my eyes. As long as you're not dead, nothing else matters. Leo shrugged his shoulders. It's not like the kid would arrive in Deja. He would probably be busy sorting out the mess we made in contingent. Servina nodded her head. Her loss could be seen as a small sacrifice for the greater good. The cities they target might seem to be random, but they had a reason behind attacking Deja, Contingent and Levon. Attacking Deja was to serve as both a declaration of war, as well as crushing the command center. Similarly, attacking Contingent served two purposes as well. Firstly, it would get rid of the vampires in the academy, while also crushing the economy of various werewolf kingdoms and cities. As for the reason behind attacking Levon, well, it only made sense for them to end the strongest man in the kingdom or at least keep him busy while their plans came to fruition. Despite failing to accomplish either of those tasks and technically losing Contingent, they were still going strong in Deja. Nouvelle Bietham. Jonathan was in their possession, while his kingdom was slowly but surely being turned upside down. Just as their king had wished. At the same time, they were preparing for the ritual just like the Spacefarer had advised them to. As long as they did as he wanted them to, the gods would arrive on Earth. And when they did, not even the combined force of the vampires and werewolves would be able to stop them. While the undead would rule over the planet along with the gods. We should keep our focus on gathering the corpses. We would need a lot more vessels for the gods to materialize on the planet. Leo smirked. Even our progenitor won't be able to stop us then. Chapter 275 Ogre's Ghoul 1. What are these bastards doing? Ashton's undead soldiers had led him to the black market. At least where it was supposed to be. The market had been destroyed. The gates, the stalls, everything inside was in tatters. As Ashton quietly snuck inside, he was greeted by another gruesome sight. Everything around him was covered in blood and gore. Not a single inch of space was left untainted blood. The place appeared to be run down as if a century had passed since the place was last used when in reality, it barely had been a day. The place did not look like it belonged there among the rest of the buildings and structures. He looked around cautiously, not knowing what to expect. Suddenly, the air around him felt heavier than before. It was absurd to think of it like that, but it felt as if the air was begging him to turn away and run. On the other hand, the smoke was getting denser. Ashton had no doubt that the source of the smoke was somewhere close by. If only he could find it, maybe he'll also find the reason why the undead were there and what were they up to. N0VL next. Calm. Look around, tell me if you see something suspicious. But be careful not to make noises. Ashton instructed the undead, who immediately spread out. While the undead were doing their own thing, Ashton couldn't shrug off the weird feeling. He had no doubt the bastards were up to something. However, the lack of zombies left a sour taste in his mouth. If something important was going on there, then shouldn't they be protecting the place? That was the question Ashton kept asking. Regardless of that, Ashton kept moving forward. Until he saw something that made even his skin crawl. The ground beneath his feet was soaked up in crimson blood like the rest of the market. However, hundreds of bones were scattered everywhere. And these were just any bones, they were mortal skeletons belonging to humans and werewolves. But that wasn't all. At some distance he could also see a pile of mangled corpses. The zombies must be behind it, but only God knows what was the reason behind doing it. Upon closer inspection, Ashton realized these were the guards stationed at the black market. All of these people were exceptional fighters, even if they were only in their mid-20s in terms of levels. How come these people did not turn into zombies despite being so close to the smoke? Maybe the smoke can't convert those who were killed before it could take effect. Ashton nodded. Could be a possibility. However, since these corpses had been piled up neatly, it meant someone or something was there doing all this weird shit. Let's get a closer look, Ashton mumbled before heading towards the corpses, hoping to get a clue or two behind what was going on there. However, the next moment he heard a bunch of hasty steps coming toward him. They were talking quite loudly, so Ashton decided to hide and listen to what these people were talking about. Hundreds of undead assholes kept popping up there like mushrooms in the rain. But they weren't alone. Behind them were more than 100 humans and werewolves. All of them were chained together and had a collar around their neck. Just by looking into their lifeless eyes, Ashton knew they were under some kind of a spell. But the worst was yet to come. The director was one of the people who had been captured along with her niece, who also happened to be the owner of the black market. What is this? I'm just as clueless as you are. How much blood do we need? One of the undead dressed in similar clothes as Servina yelled. Shut up and keep killing them. When we have killed enough of them, the summoning would be completed by itself. Another one yelled back. Also stop asking me questions as if I know any more than you do. The situation is already tense. We have lost all communications from any other group. Yet another one chimed in, it's safe to assume we are on our own. Summoning? What the hell are these bastards up to? The more Ashton listened to them, the wilder the situation became. Smearing blood all over the place would summon a creature? What kind of stuff were these undead assholes smoking? Whatever it is, it doesn't seem like it would do us any good. Just kill them now. Ashton rushed at them before they could kill anyone. Usually, he would have waited for his undead soldiers to arrive before attacking them. But now wasn't the time. He could not allow those bastards to kill anyone, or else they could possibly end up successfully summoning whatever the fuck they wanted to. Ashton brought out his hand cannon and blasted the zombies away. The creatures were surprised to see him there, and thus couldn't counterattack. Damn it. He's already here. What are you waiting for? Start killing the people while we... Before the undead could finish what he was saying, his head was chopped off along with dozens of others. Ashton had jumped right into the center of the horde, killing the undead like a butcher. He swung bombing around as if he was a shredder. Anyone who dared to go near him got their heads chopped off. But soon he began taking damage as well. He was strong, but he wasn't unstoppable. He had jumped into an ant hive. It was obvious the ants would bite him. This would have been the perfect opportunity to test out Heaven's Downfall skill. However, since it had a wide range, Ashton would have ended up killing innocents as well. Something he wasn't keen on doing, as he could potentially end up summoning the creature himself. At the same time, some of the undead left the group and headed toward the hostages. If they could somehow summon the beast they had been wanting to, they just might be able to end the mutant once and for all. Get over here. Ashton yelled before pushing the crowd aside using his unstoppable strength. Ashton punched the ground with all his strength, sending a shockwave and knocking everyone down. Unfortunately, one of the hostages got caught up in the attack and fell over an undead's blade. Blood ritual was successful. Tainted Ogre's Ghoul has been summoned from the abyss. Chapter 276 Ogre's Ghoul 2. As soon as Ashton read those words, there was an explosion, blowing everything away. It almost felt like Bader was again experimenting with something out of the grimoire. But the reality was different. Following the explosion, some sort of a hole had been created in the air. Just like a portal, but this was different. Something no one on the planet had seen yet. Ashton slowly forced himself on his feet. Struggling from the constant ringing inside his head and blurred vision, he saw a giant monster standing in front of him. What the hell is that? He mumbled as his vision slowly cleared up. That's an ogre. One that was raised by the power of death itself. I'm pretty sure it's the work of a necromancer like yourself. Whoever did that is most certainly dead now. Ashton nodded his head even though he didn't know what Astaroth was talking about. All he could gather was the ugly red-skinned bastard in front of him was an undead creature. As long as it qualified as an undead, he had nothing to fear about. He used Corpse Parade once again in the hopes of controlling the ogre. However, his attempts resulted in failure. Why can't I control it? Because it was raised by another necromancer. On top of that, you can only control undead that have free will or aren't under someone else's control. So I can't even resurrect him later on? Nope. It's a shame. The 9-feet-tall giant stood in front of them, staring at everything around itself. The next moment his eyes fell on the undead morons who summoned him. Yes, I'm the one who summoned you. Obey my command. Before the undead could even complete his speech, the ogre stomped him down like an ant. Rotten blood splattered everywhere. The undead were in shock. They might have summoned the beast, but none of them had any control over him. In the ogre's eyes, all of them were ants whom he could kill. After all, he had been brought to an unknown place by unknown creatures. If Ashton was in his place, he would have been pissed too. The ogre attacked the undead like a raging mad bull. The ferocity in which he attacked them even surprised Ashton. Within moments the undead were on the ground writhing in pain. Mere moments away from true death. Mere moments ago they were boasting about dominating Lycania. But now they could only beg for their lives as the ogre relentlessly killed them all. He is an effective killer. That's for sure. Just try not to get in its way. You scared? No. I'm just worried your stupid ass would do something horrible and die in the process. Don't you remember? You said it yourself. What? I'm too dumb to die. I guess that's true. Their bickering aside, Ashton couldn't stomach how bizarre the ogre looked. He did not want to say it out loud, but the ogre was one of the most disgusting yet frightening things he had seen in his life. The creature's entire body was covered with rotten wounds and dried blood. Much like his arms, his legs were also quite muscular, giving the ghoul the weird look of a warrior who had died on a battlefield. Ekak. The ogre let out a blood-curdling scream. The undead along with their hostages went down on their knees. They weren't paying the ogre any respect or something. They fell because of the pain the ogre's frightening scream had put them into. Ashton, on the other hand, kept standing in front of him as if nothing had happened. His pain resistance was strong enough for him to remain unaffected by the shrieking. However, the noise was still a bit unpleasant to him. especially when coupled with the ringing sound in his head. Gokung, shut this bastard up please, Ashton mumbled before casually walking up to the hostages. And 0VL next. Calm. Suddenly the ground shook as the Gorillan Queen jumped out of Ashton's shadow, grabbed the ogre by his neck and tossed him out of the black market. It all happened so quickly that the ogre didn't even have a chance to retaliate. Gokung then charged out of the market herself. Oi, wake up. Ashton slapped the cheek of the hostages, waking them up one after another. Ashton, what are you doing here? The director yelled at him. It's too dangerous even for you. I see you're still underestimating me. That means you're good. Ashton nodded before getting back up. Also, that isn't something you should say. Given your condition. It was just like he said, the director wasn't in a good shape. Her armor was in tatters, with multiple bruises spread all across her body. Thankfully, all of them still had their masks on, so they weren't in danger of turning. Had they been, Ashton would have had no choice but to kill them, which would have sucked since he had just rescued them. Alright, let's get you people out of here. Ashton quickly called forth a dozen or so undead, and have them escort the hostages to safety. At first, they were a bit taken aback by the undead. Nevertheless, when they saw how gently the undead were behaving with them, they knew they weren't there to harm them. However, the hostages got distracted by the noises coming from the opposite direction. The same place where Gokung and the ogre were busy exchanging blows. What's going on there? The director asked. Believe me, you don't want to know. You're not coming with us, are you? Ashton shook his head and walked away. He had wasted too much time chatting with them. Time that could have been used to earn some EXP. Ashton was worried that Gokung might not be able to handle the ogre by herself. However, when he arrived at the location, the Gorillan more or less had the ogre under control. The ogre wasn't being able to attack Gokung, but then again Gokung's blows weren't that effective against the ogre's thick skin. More or less, the two of them were locked in a sort of stalemate. That ogre would have been a great addition to my forces. Ashton sighed before taking out Bauman to breathe in the fresh air. At least he'll have enough resources to have an armor made from the ogre's skin. Chapter 277 Ogre's Ghoul 3. After the initial surprise attack, it seemed Gokung wasn't able to carry the momentum. By the time Ashton arrived there, the ogre ghoul was decimating the Gorillan. But then again, unlike the ogre, close combat was never Gokung's forte. The ogre had locked Gokung in his vice grip and was slowly crushing her. Even if Gokung died there, she would resurrect in a couple of hours. So instead of helping her, Ashton decided to keep watching the fight. That way, he would be able to get some insights on which part he would have to focus on while training her. Sadly, it didn't seem like Ashton would be able to gain much information as the ogre had grabbed onto Gokung's jaw, and was about to tear her head in half. Bad move. Ashton shrugged his shoulders as he knew what was going to happen next. Gokung did not resist the ogre's attempts to kill her. Instead, she charged up and waited for the correct moment. Soon his mouth was aligned with the ogre's face, and at that moment, she rained fire upon him, quite literally. Got him. That hellfire is no joke. Ashton nodded and watched on like a proud pet parent. If there was one thing the undead absolutely loathed, then it had to be fire. The element that could annihilate them. The ogre's face was on fire. There was no chance he was going to fight back anytime soon. Gokung seemed to be aware of it as well and wasted no time in thrashing the ogre. She employed the same technique she had used to almost kill Ashton and bombarded the ogre with fire. The searing smell of rotten flesh flooded Ashton's sharp nose. Yet Gokung kept on spewing fire at the ogre. In the end, Ashton had to tell her to stop, because he wanted Bader to make an armor from the ogre's skin, and cooked skin wouldn't have been of any use to him. Enough, stand back. He yelled at her and Gokung immediately stopped attacking. However, it turned out to be a mistake. There was another explosion right behind Gokung. A hand raised itself out of the smoking pits of hell before grabbing onto Gokung's head and crushing it in one swift motion. Shadow Soldier. Gokung has been destroyed. Estimated time before resurrection. 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. What the hell? Ashton mumbled when he saw what could only be referred to as charred remains of a corpse walking out of the crater Gokung had created. How is the motherfucker still alive? I already told you. It's an ogre. A tenacious species that is extremely difficult to kill using generic methods. He wasn't dead, that's why your Gorillan kept attacking him. Couldn't you have told me all this before? Maybe you should have used detection on the bastard before engaging him in a fight? As T answer your question, where's the fun in spoon-feeding you everything? You're screwed up. I'm living in your head, take a guess why am I like this? It's not like you can't kill him. Ashton sighed but decided to let the matter go. After all, the freak show was walking straight toward him. He needed to handle him before the ogre handed his ass to him. The ogre yelled once again, but this time, Ashton rushed in and punched him right in the face before the ogre could let out his disgusting shriek again. The ogre waved his arms in an attempt to strike back. However, not only did the ogre fail, but he also gave Ashton a platform to land on and dung Bauman deep within the creature's chest. The ogre shrieked in pain, but it wasn't enough to kill him. But the next moment, something unthinkable happened. The ogre spewed hellfire of his own. The flames completely swallowed Ashton. The force behind the flames was extreme and managed to knock off Ashton, who was somehow dangling to the ogre's chest. Thinking he got rid of Ashton, the ogre raised his head and roared loudly. It almost felt like the ogre wanted the world to be aware of his victory. His ability to control fire had given him high resistance to fire. That's why Gokung had to attack him multiple times to deal with even the most insignificant amount of damage. That on top of his skin gave him near immunity to fire. However, the next moment he felt a sharp pain in his thigh. So damn noisy, Ashton mumbled before twisting the blade, which was still plunged deep within the ogre's thigh. Didn't your mother tell you not to play with fire? The ogre's legs gave out and it fell hard on his back with a loud thud. His eyes were locked on the earthling, who had the most maniacal and menacing grin the ogre had ever seen. Well, guess what? Mine didn't tell me such a thing either. You have activated the legendary skill, Heaven's Downfall. Suddenly a pit of black flames surrounded them. On Ashton's command, hell had been summoned on earth and anyone who dared to approach him would get burned in an instant. The pit of fire was Ashton's domain and he was the sole ruler of it. Even though the ogre had high resistance to fire in general, the only one truly immune to Heaven's Downfall or Seraph's flames on earth was Ashton. At the same time, another unfamiliar notification popped up in front of him. Analysis completed. You will now be given a subclass suiting your abilities. Subclass allotted: Cinder Soul. All fire-related abilities have been maxed out. You have learned new skills. Fire God's Will. Passive skill. You can manipulate fire abilities cast by others like your own. Elemental Summoning Fire. Active skill. You can summon a creature from hell to serve you temporarily. Cooldown 6 hours. Duration of the skill: 1 hour. Phoenix's Song. Active skill. A mythical creation said to have been born alongside the universe. No one had ever seen or heard, but people who believe in her also believe in the strength of her voice. Effect. You can grant fire-based buffs to anyone you desire as long as they can hear your voice. Cooldown 10 minutes. Duration of the buff 1 hour. Ashton might have been unresponsive to the prompt, however. Astaroth couldn't help but smile as soon as he read the name of the subclass he got. Chapter 278: A Succubus Problem 1. A week later. The journey back to Levon was uneventful, but it was fine that way. After all, Ashton had too many questions running inside his head. He needed some time to sort it all out. In the end, even Deja had to be completely evacuated, just like Contingent. Only 20% of the population residing in Deja could survive. Sadly, Jonathan wasn't one of them, and although no one had seen him die, it was safe to assume he was no more. They didn't even have the time to mourn his loss. Not that Ashton wanted to. Still, Jonathan was a good man, who had his fair share of flaws. Ashton decided to let his ill feelings be gone, just like Jonathan was. Other than that, the cities of Contingent and Deja were marked as blight zones. Blight ones were the places that had been overrun by zombies in the abyssal smoke. No one was allowed to venture into these zones no matter who they were. With the help of Ashton, the Lich, and Shiera, containment protocols were placed, hoping to stop the spread of the undead virus. The situation in Deja was much worse than in Contingent, as Contingent had been more or less wiped clean by Ashton and his flames. On top of that, the Lich had decided to make the city his new home. For the time being, the Eastern Palace now belonged to Ashton. Thus, Ashton was more or less sure the city was safe. The time the Lich would spend there would be dedicated to finding a cure for the abyssal smoke. Since the Lich was already dead, the smoke would only make him stronger, thus making him the perfect candidate to help in figuring a cure. However, there were a plethora of other problems that Ashton had to solve. One of which was to decide who was going to succeed the throne. But Ashton wasn't interested in all that, at least for now. Everyone's morale was already down. The absence of a ruling figure just made things worse. A lot of criminals popped up out of nowhere. Killing and looting others became a norm in Lycania. Thus Ashton was more focused on keeping those things away from his territories. There wasn't a single person who hadn't lost something in the terror attack. Some had lost their loved ones while all of them had lost their homes. This huge population needed to be settled down somewhere. As much as Ashton wanted to welcome them all to Levon, that wasn't going to be possible. The city was still being built. Also, even if the construction had been completed, there was no way they could house over 2 million people there. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. The royal knight already asked the other barons for aid. But in the king's absence, it seemed they had grown a backbone of steel. All of them were ambitious and wanted the throne for themselves. In the time of crisis, all they could see was an opportunity only a fool would pass up. Thankfully, Levon wasn't the only territory owned by Ashton. People soon were sent to Madden Creek as well as the territories previously owned by the Morgans. Since even that wasn't enough, Ashton reluctantly decided to open the doors of Levon and hopefully work something out later on. Following the attack, Ashton decided it was for the best to warn Alucard. After all, who knows when these fuckers would attack them? Following his warning, Every single city owned by the vampires was placed under indefinite lockdown. No one was allowed to leave their homes. Even if they had an emergency, the soldiers were the ones to solve them. The rules were a bit strict, but since the abyssal smoke posed more danger to them, these measures were essential. Ashton didn't want to be a part of either of these things. However, by the time he realized, he was already fulfilling the role of a ruler for everyone. Even the royal guards were working under him now. Our food supplies are critically low. The farms running across the might not be enough to provide food to everyone here. Renee reported to Ashton. Form small hunting parties and send them to procure whatever they can find in the forest. We have more than 500,000 mouths to feed in the city. It's about time some of them started fending for themselves. Ashton quickly gave her a solution. Virgil, what about the defenses? Those who can fight are being trained to use Bader's weapons. Guard towers have been erected across the city's boundary, and more mines have been spread around the city. Virgil religiously replied, if anything appears out of the woods, well, instantly shoot them down. Ashton nodded before stopping and pulling Faye and Virgil together. I'm sorry about your wedding. Oh come on, it's nothing more than a formality. Faye laughed it off. We can have our wedding once things settle down a bit. Also, we all are safe and that's what matters the most. Ashton smiled before facing Verena and Irina. The sisters were shaken after listening about what happened to the vampires attending the academy. They tried their best not to show it, but Ashton's perception caught them. Under normal circumstances, Ashton would have been scared as well. Just the thought of dying because of unintentionally inhaling a gas was nerve-wracking. Their mood was the reason Ashton was giving them more attention than he ever did before. As a friend, of course. Michelle, Jonathan's daughter, wasn't living in Lycania, but in Transylvania with Alucard's nephew. She was there because Jonathan wanted them to be close. Thankfully, both she and Alucard's nephew were safe. Had they been attending the academy as usual, both of them would probably be having their funerals now. Ashton wanted Verena and Irina to go back to Transylvania as well, probably because they would be safer there. But once again they declined, saying they wanted to help there. Other than that, everything was a mess but slowly getting under control. Well, most of the things. It's time. Alright people, keep up the good work. I'll go have some rest, then we'll get right back at it. Ashton hurriedly made an excuse and rushed into his room. Once inside, he summoned a portal to the Eastern Palace and jumped right through it. As soon as he appeared on the other side of the portal, he was tackled to the ground. His hands were pinned on the floor just like his body, and a familiar person was sitting on top of him. I want you. Anna licked her lips while her gaze stripped Ashton down. I can't wait anymore. Chapter 279, A Succubus Problem 2. Technically, you want my blood. Ashton rolled his eyes. Why are you naked either way? Exciting you makes your heart beat faster. Anna replied before revealing her succubus form. More blood for me. Oh, I can see that. If he wanted to, he could have easily pushed Anna off of himself. The only thing was, this whole succubus thing was new for both of them, and Ashton didn't want to hurt her any more than he already had. After all, she was in this mess all because of him. Yet her felling her barely clothed body on top, his mind was bound to wander off and have some indecent thoughts. The worst things about it? She had no control over herself when she got like this. Her hunger would force her to transform into her true form of a succubus. At that moment she needed food. But not just any food. She wasn't a succubus who could fulfill her desire with any other person. Anna needed to feed on Ashton's blood, because since he had created her, he was the only one who could tame her. Her erratic behavior was also the reason why Ashton had kept her in the palace and not with the rest of the refugees. All in all, Anna was in the newborn stage and her brain could not comprehend the needs of her body properly. That's why it was up to Ashton to train her, which he wasn't really very good at it. If it hadn't been for Astaroth's proper guidance, Ashton would have messed the thing up really bad. While Ashton was thinking all this, Anna could only feel her receptive organs going crazy. She wasn't like this before, but now whenever she saw Ashton, she couldn't hold herself back. All she wanted to was to tear his clothes off and do the things she shouldn't have. But his touch, his smell, and especially the smoky taste of his blood, were too much for her. Her need for Ashton's blood overpowered her rational side, no matter how hard she tried to control her urges. So far, his blood was enough to satisfy her, but she had a feeling that soon it wouldn't be enough. Enough. Anna roared loudly, ripping Ashton's shirt with her tail. Her eyes fell on his bare chest, while her fingers slowly explored every inch of Ashton's body. Her gaze and actions might have felt seductive, but she was merely looking for an appropriate part to sink her teeth into. In the end, she went for her usual spot, the side of his neck. She was possessed. Ashton's blood was like a drug to her. The more she drank, the more she wanted to have. However, she knew how to restrain herself. It was something that intrigued Astaroth. Usually, when a succubus bit into her mate, partner, or owner, she couldn't hold herself back, even though she might have been trained extensively. But the case with Anna was different. Despite her dominant demeanor, she knew how to restrain herself from drinking too much blood. Here it comes, Ashton thought to himself. This was his time to train. A moment later, his snow-white cheeks blushed out of nowhere. As soon as Anna's canines broke through his skin, Ashton's body temperature shot up. His charm resistance was failing him once again. Meanwhile, Ashton was only a man. If a seductive woman would push herself on him, even his charm resistance wouldn't be enough to keep his second head from rising. The way Anna kept grinding on his crotch while biting his neck didn't help the case either. Her one hand was firmly keeping Ashton's hands pinned to the floor, while the only one carefully caressed his face while she sucked the blood out of his neck. Her chest was pressed against his so hard that not a molecule of air could enter between. Kinky. Fuck off. Close your eyes or something, damn it. I have already. But judging by how erratic your breathing has become, not much is left to the imagination. Shut it, you pervert. I'm not like you. Believe me, you're well on your way. Either way, enjoy your girl, I'm gonna rest for a bit. Shit. With Astaroth's voice gone, it was even harder to control himself. Anna's charm was leaking all around her in the form of her smell, which mixed with the air. The more Ashton breathed around her, the more aroused he was getting. His hands were itching to do something. Thankfully, the torturous situation was over sooner than he had expected. I'm done? Anna mumbled as she slowly turned back to her normal self. All the pent-up energy she had in her was drained in an instant. She collapsed right on top of Ashton. His chest turned into her pillow. At least wipe your mouth. Ashton panted. This had been his everyday routine for the last week, and yet his body hadn't adapted to it. At least Anna was getting a bit better at controlling herself, so that was a good thing. I swear one of these days I'm gonna lose it. Despite his manly appearance, he was still 17. The hormones in his body were running higher than they had ever been, and these weird experiences were only making the animalistic side of his body act up. I need to control myself better. He shook his head before carefully lifting Anna up and putting her on the bed. Maybe I should have thought of another way to save you. You don't deserve this. He covered her with a blanket before walking out of the room. As soon as he closed the doors behind him, Anna opened her eyes. It wasn't the first time she had faked getting tired right after having her fill of blood. She did so to avoid any weird talks between the two of them. Ashton had saved her life and she was grateful for it. She wanted to tell him that more than anything. But the situation between them was complicated. Stop blaming yourself, please. You did the right thing. She mumbled, got up and headed toward the bathroom. You saved me, and am grateful for it. More than I let on. Outside in the courtyard, he saw Sven and Gokung fighting it out, while the undead had formed a circle around them, watching them spar. Celeste, on the other hand, was waiting right outside Anna's room. Her depraved nature had made it impossible for her to keep her distance when her master was with the succubus. Rather than gawking at us, how about you train for once? Ashton reprimanded her before opening a locked door. Someone had been tied to a chair inside. As for you, would you mind continuing from where we left off last time, Servina? Chapter 280. Dance like a fool, kill like a maniac. As soon as Ashton opened the doors, he was greeted by a weird stench. A strong fishy odor. A smell that he had been acquainted with quite recently. The fuck did you do? Ashton shook his head in dismay. Tortured her, of course. Just like you said. Since Ashton could not control Servina with corpse parade skill and had a lot of other things that required his attention, he had left the task of Servina's interrogation to Celeste, hoping she would figure out a way to get information out of the undead. He looked inside the room and then stared at Celeste. Torture? What kind of torture was this? Besides that, Ashton didn't even know the undead were capable of feeling pleasure. Well, he didn't know how else he could explain the sight in front of him. The woman, Servina, was tied to a chair, stark naked. A small puddle of suspicious fluid had formed at her feet, which were shaking uncontrollably. Her mouth was open like a Venus flytrap. Not to mention she was drenched in some sort of fluid as well. Her breathing was heavy and she looked exhausted, yet not a single wound was visible on her curvy body. Everyone in the courtyard was gawking at her as well as Celeste, who couldn't be prouder. Even the undead could tell exactly what had happened there. Anna's power seemed to have been affecting the summons too. Ashton sighed, I might need to shift her out of here sooner than later. Remind me not to ever let you be in charge of interrogation ever again. But master, I'll let her interrogate me. I thought you were resting? Rest? You really believe that shitty excuse? Ashton accepted his defeat. He wasn't going to win against two perverts, so he decided to focus on the necessary thing. Did she reveal their grand plan? Ashton asked the bitch of a shadow mage in heat. Celeste wrapped her arms around him and whispered in his ears, of course, master. You seem to underestimate the power of pleasure. Believe me, I'm not significant enough to underestimate such a powerful weapon. Ashton replied before smacking her hands away. Tell me what it is. Well, it was true. In the week he had spent with Anna, she had proven him wrong every single day. Still, he wasn't there to discuss ridiculous things. Aliens. The undead have been colluding with some species of aliens. The undead would provide them with corpses, and the aliens would give them enough weapons to conquer the planet. Celeste religiously replied, "That's what she told me before she became like this." Ask her whether she described what these aliens looked like. Ashton conveyed Astaroth's question to Celeste. Thankfully, she had asked Servina about the aliens since her story felt a bit far-fetched. According to Servina, these aliens are a type of mammals, having 4 arms and 2 legs, along with a long thin tail that was attached to the back of their heads. Coupled with that, they also had 6 eyes which sit deep in their sockets and can often make them appear to be agitated. Their small mouths and narrow noses made the aliens appear to be restrained. However, the truth was far from it. It didn't appear like they had any ears, yet their hearing was quite good. Surprisingly, they also knew the human tongue, and had no trouble communicating with the undead. They also have small horns across their chests and backs. Their skin is very thick and very strong. How did the undead know that? Because they attacked the alien and got their asses handed to them. The aliens didn't kill any of the undead, but they did break them beyond repairs. Some of them had their bodies covered in hair, while the rest of them were hairless like an eggshell. As for their skin, it was mostly light gray and dark gold. Are the aliens or some kind of mutated version of monklins or gorillans? Ashton couldn't help but speak out. After all, the description was a lot similar to that of gorillans he had fought. As far as he knew, there weren't any spacefaring gorillans just yet. It does ring a bell. I'm not sure, but they could be gigolo. You mean gigolo? No. But the Zyrans named them so because of how their society was structured. A matriarchal society where the men are only kept for 3 purposes: breeding, sexual entertainment, and to serve as cannon fodders. Maybe Mara was a gigolo. Astaroth chuckled at Ashton's remark before continuing. The males are usually more arrogant than their female counterparts, even though they are treated like shit and their colors are less varied. The females, however, are usually more emotional and authoritative. Their eyesight is perhaps the best among the rest of the species. The one Servina, or whatever she is, saw might be an exploration group. The probable reason why they would want corpses is to conduct research and decide whether they can use y'all or not. Maybe they'll even decide to turn you all into livestock and milk you. Ashton scoffed when he realized Astaroth was joking about the last part. Still, these aliens might have been scared to take over the world by themselves. So they chose a faction and decided to manipulate them into breaking into a war. Once the war swallowed every single continent, kingdom and city on the planet, the Giholos would take advantage and take them for what they were worth. Divide and conquer. An ancient strategy, yet as effective as always. Leave it to the undead to be played like a fiddle. Ashton smirked. The fuckers are too horny for power and authority. Hell, waging a war against the entire planet? How high were these fuckers? How strong are these Giholos? In terms of technological advancement, it would take at least a couple of decades for your kind to catch up to them. That too if y'all stop doing anything but work on advancements. But in terms of physique, the Earthlings might be stronger. Ashton nodded before turning his attention to Celeste. Is that all she said? Celeste shook her head. She blurted out a lot of incomprehensible things. But I could make out the word civil war through her slurry speech. I was about to question her about it, but she passed out. I wonder why. Chapter 281. Dance like a fool, kill like a maniac 2. The black sky roared over the continent of Nirvana. It wasn't anything new. The undead preferred living in a cold and humid environment. Thus they created artificial rainstorms to keep themselves in the best conditions. However, even as the skies roared overhead, they couldn't stop Aladdin's footsteps from echoing in the empty halls of the ruined castle. Her jet-black hair was drenched from rushing all around the city in the rain. Even as the hairs stuck to her ashen face, they couldn't stop the anger from overflowing. Her people had failed her, and now she had to report it all to someone whom she had only heard tales of, someone whom she thought only existed in myths. But to her and all of Nirvana's surprise, the man was more than just a myth. My lord, I bring news. Calm your tits. I already know what you're about to tell me. A giant of a man walked out of the shadows, turning his gaze away from the lady and out of the window. The room was completely shrouded in darkness, and whatever bit of light broke through the darkness came from the window. Arella tried not to stare at the man but couldn't help herself. After all, the one in front of her was a living legend. The more she looked at him, the more she realized he was nothing like the stories described him. He wasn't a crazed giant who killed anything in front of him but a sensible man. He did have some artificial improvements in his body, including an arm completely made out of metal and an artificial eye. Unlike the stories, he wasn't bald but had blonde hair that was tied in a ponytail. All in all, their lord wasn't as they had thought him to be. If it wasn't for his signature abilities, they would have thought he was an intruder their four-armed gods had warned them about. But the man proved his strength, which left them no choice but to acknowledge the person as Novel Bietham. Also, please stop with this lord nonsense. The man turned and smiled at Ella. The name is Frank, and you should address me with that. P as you wish, Lord Frankins. I meant Frank. Ella corrected her mistake. So, you failed to stop them? Ella quietly nodded her head. She tried to speak, but no words came out of her mouth. This wasn't how she imagined her first meeting with their progenitor would go. But now, thanks to her father's idiotic advisors, she now had to face Lord Frankenstein with nothing but shame. It's a shame. Frank shook his head. Shame that I won't be able to punish them myself. I would dispatch the soldiers as soon as possible. I swear on my father's life, I will bring them here if it's the last thing I do. I have no doubt, but don't get me wrong. By the time you reach there, they would already be dead. And 0VL next. Calm. Frank once again turned his back towards Ella. He wouldn't let them live. At least, if he's as capable as I have heard. Someone whom I have been interested in for quite a while now. Frank smiled. I believe you people refer to him as the strongest mutant alive. Ella was confused. How did Frank know about the one with the name Ashton Fenrir? Did he arrive in Nirvana merely days ago? Or was he somewhere else before? Was it possible he had been on the planet for longer than they believed? More than that, why was he smiling? The undead had technically waged a war against the world, and there he was smiling like he couldn't care less about anyone but Ashton. After a moment of silence, Frank spoke once again. Could you get me access to this kingdom, what it was called? Lycania? Yes. I want you to get me access to there. Officially. I don't want to just get there and destroy whatever semblance of order they have left there. Are you going to get involved in the matter going on there? Don't be ridiculous. If I get involved, this petty thing you call a war would be over in a matter of seconds. Frank chuckled. I'm just going to observe from afar. Get to see if the man I have heard so many praises of is even worthy enough or not. I'll make arrangements right away. Arella paid him her respect and was about to walk out when Frank called her back. Just to make sure we're on the same page, Frank's smiling face suddenly turned grim. You wouldn't mind if I got rid of a few nuisances in the vicinity, would you? You don't understand. Suddenly, Frank jumped out of the window into the streets. His departure was followed by the screams of countless people. The only thing was, no one was supposed to be there. Especially at that time of the day. Frank reappeared just as fast as he had disappeared. Only this time he was carrying over a dozen corpses with him. Do you recognize anyone? Frank asked, placing the corpses in front of Ella. She looked at them but couldn't recognize them. However, there was something about these undead. It could be they belonged to some other factions. They probably belonged to Gehenna, the continent south of Nirvana. Gehenna was the continent that approached Nirvana with corpsification gas. Only later it was discovered they had been in contact with the gods, which made Nirvana and Gehenna set their differences aside and work together to take the world. Arella was against the idea from the beginning, but only when Frank appeared did she get the courage to openly oppose their plan. However, it was too late. Servina and Leo had already been dispatched by her father to execute the will of the gods. Thankfully, Frank couldn't care less about their idiotic schemes. Honestly, Ella felt Frank didn't care about them in the least. He was there for Ashton Fenrir and nothing else. I don't know them. She replied. Fair enough. Frank proceeded to ignore her and take out some sort of handheld device from his inventory. Dracula Lycan, if you get this message, then get your asses back on Earth. Shit's about to get real here. Chapter 282. Dance like a fool, kill like a maniac 3. I can't believe it. Virgil sunk deeper in his chair. I know, I felt the same when I got to know about it. Ashton replied. No shit. Faye scoffed in disbelief. He had just informed them about the undead's true purpose behind the attack, along with who was the actual culprit behind everything. Their reaction was like he had expected, only it was a bit more dramatic. If it was undead, they could fight and defeat them on equal footing, but going against an intergalactic species? That was something that struck a nerve. Especially since they weren't aware that these gods were mortal beings similar to them. After all, most of them had a mindset that Zyrans were gods. Even then, they weren't far from the truth. They might not be literal gods, but they certainly were some godlike creatures. Thankfully, their opponent was going to be that strong, even if they had an advantage over them. After chatting with Astaroth, Ashton was sure they could deal with the Gihalos, some of them at the minimum. At least people of Levon would. As for the rest of the world, Ashton wasn't so sure about it. Hell, if they weren't able to defend against a surprise attack from the undead, how the fuck were they planning to survive an alien invasion? Just thinking about it made his head throb uncontrollably. So it was all because an alien race got bored and decided to play around a bit? Verena asked the question running through everyone's heads. Ashton nodded. It's only a speculation, but judging how these Gihalos operate, they are most likely looking for new playthings for themselves. That's ridiculous. Irina lashed out. How could they do something like this? This isn't the first time, you know. Ashton immediately cut her off. The last time someone pulled a stunt like that, the humans left the planet. Maybe it's a karmic cycle for us to face. Everyone got silent after Ashton mentioned it. No matter what kind of powers these administrators had over them, in the end, they were aliens who interfered with the world of humans. Now someone else was planning to do the same to them. The karmic cycle was coming to a close. I see you didn't say it's a karmic cycle for you, but us. What's the point of denying it? I'm no longer human. Nothing's going to change that. Also, I'm better off this way. I don't want to keep confusing myself as human when I have grown so comfortable being something I used to despise. Ah, the boy grew up again. What are you doing to my heart? My heart? You mean our heart? Ashton ignored Astaroth's drama-filled voice and averted his focus on the task at hand. The look on the faces of his subordinates frustrated him. Their powerlessness, their defeated looks, nothing pissed him off more than watching them like this. Especially after everything they had been through together. The reason behind it was simple. They knew the battle ahead of them was one they might not win. Their battle with humans ended up regressing their knowledge and technology. Although they could use the portals, drones, and satellites left behind by the humans, the mutants never had any desire to expand beyond the limits achieved by the humans. They had spacecrafts left by humans. But the thing was, after a century of neglect, they were nothing more than rust buckets. Even if they could be repaired, Ashton doubted mere having a dozen or so spacecrafts would be enough to fend off an entire armada. You know, the Jihalos aren't that strong. It's just that the Earthlings were too busy fighting amongst themselves that they forgot how to coexist in harmony and progress together. What do you mean? The internal fights and conflicts exist in every civilization. But how they handle those conflicts matters the most. Some talk it out, some fight it out, and some handle it in the worst way possible. They do nothing but hold a grudge or some shit. And 0VL next. Calm. What happened on Earth was similar to the third case. The undead despised both werewolves and vampires, while the vampires and werewolves despised each other. Yet rather than doing something about it, y'all decide to keep quiet and not do anything. The mutants thought by not addressing the conflict they were doing the world well. But it was the opposite. I think I get what you're saying. Inactivity is slow death or something, right? But don't think it ain't the same for the Jihalos. Rather than fighting with other species, they decide to fight within their own. Their males might obey the females, but that doesn't mean there's no resentment between them. That was all Astaroth had to say for Ashton to take the hint. The Jihalos were aware of the problems the species had between themselves and decided to exploit them. Since they were foreigners, they wouldn't expect the enemy to know more about them, and so the same to them. And 0VL next. Calm. Hence they were unafraid of the Earthlings using their tactics of divide and conquer on themselves. However, since Astaroth was on their side, their plans of remaining anonymous were in tatters. So all I need to do is turn the males against the females. Is that it? Well, that should give you an advantage over them. That's for sure. Do I need to spell the rest out for you? No, you don't. Ashton smiled. I know quite a few candidates who can exploit the horniness of the Jihalo males. It was a cheap trick, but it was also an unexpected attack. An attack no one could prepare against even if they knew it was coming. As long as Ashton managed to distract the males, the female Jihalos would be left unattended. The rest of them would then deal with the females with ease. A simple yet effective plan. At least in theory. However, it would take a lot of preparations for the plan to actually come to fruition. The only thing is, how do I get Anna to train her powers? Dance like fools, kill like maniacs. What? Oh, nothing. It's a phrase we used to address the Jihalos with. Chapter 283 Training Others. 1. Enemies were approaching them, and they had no idea when the Jihalos would launch their attack. Sadly, it seemed even Servina wasn't aware of that part of the plan. If she was, then she would have given it up to Celeste a long time back. This meant they had to drop everything and focus on training everyone so that they could at least defend themselves while Ashton and his group took down their major adversaries. Thankfully, they were already being trained to use the weapons created by Bader, hence they did not have to go through much. On top of that, Shiera was there with the remnants of the king's army. Thus the prospects of fighting back were looking good. As if that wasn't enough, Ashton had instructed Sven and Celeste to help make swordsmen and magicians out of the massive population they had. The only problem was, Ashton needed to help Anna in training to understand and control her powers. So far they had little success here and there. Nevertheless, Anna was adapting to the changes pretty fast. Wanna go again? Ashton panted. He was drenched in sweat, however. His opponent did not seem to be going through fatigue. If someone saw them, they would get confused about whether Ashton is helping Anna train or if it was the other way around. You said it yourself. I need to get stronger quickly. Anna shrugged her shoulders. The more we train, the sooner I would learn to control my powers. Well, that's true. Ashton smiled wanly. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Don't push your fetishes on me. I told you let me switch. I'll be able to help her better that way. Oh, I'm sure you would love to help her. Fucking pervert. Touché. Without Astaroth's help, Anna's training would have been damn near impossible. Because the more Anna used her succubus abilities, the higher were the chances she would lose control over herself. And when that happened, even Ashton had a tough time getting her under control. That's why they were using her abilities and slowly figuring out their uses, rather than letting her use everything at once and let her demonic side take over to do what succubi do best. Apart from that, the 3 abilities she got on top of her werewolf abilities were quite good. Especially the skill, Demonic Force Manipulation. It was a skill that boosted the user's physical capabilities in exchange for stored, lust energy. It sounded a bit weird based on the description of the skill. But after sparring with Anna when she was utilizing demonic force manipulation, Ashton could say Anna was stronger than any of his summons, let it be Sven or Gokung. The only downside was the skill used lust energy instead of mana. Lust energy itself wasn't the problem. In fact, it was a good thing Anna no longer had to depend on mana to battle. The problem was the method of procurement. As one could guess, a succubus could gather lust energy by performing acts of intimacy. So far she had been able to get some by using Ashton. That's the reason he was drenched in sweat. Thankfully, they did not need to cross the boundary of having sex and were using other means to gather energy bit by bit. But Astaroth had mentioned it was the quickest and the most efficient way to gather lust energy. Should we try that ability now? Anna asked. Her cheeks had turned crimson just like her hair by the mere thought of using the skill they had been saving for the last. I think she should be able to handle it while she's in her demonic form. Yes, let's try it. After all, that's the ability we'd need the most during the battle. Anna nodded. As she did, Ashton's body temperature soared higher than it had ever been. His charm resistance was putting up as much of a fight as it could. However, his body had other plans. His reaction to her ability was extreme. Even though his charm resistance was already at level 19. That was the strength of Anna's indomitable lust ability. The skill was true to its name. The only thing Ashton could feel was an insatiable desire and hunger directed towards the succubus. Even though Anna wasn't doing anything to warrant such a reaction, the only thing Ashton could think of was to force himself on her. If this was the case for him, he could only wonder what would happen to those who had little to no resistance toward womanly charm. Wait a moment. My lust energy is increasing. But why? N0VL next. Calm. This wasn't an after effect Astaroth had informed them about. But it was supposed to happen. Well, it wasn't the only thing Astaroth hadn't told them. If this surplus lust energy wasn't utilized in time, Anna might as well go crazy with arousal instead. See what happens when you give in to the lust. Are you mad? N0VL next. Calm. Ashton barely managed to keep his head in place to reply while in his condition, and this fucker wanted him to let go? If he didn't show restraint, even God wouldn't know what he might end up doing to Anna. Believe me, I'm not trying to screw you or that girlfriend of yours. Letting go would do you good since you're the one who converted her. Ashton bit his tongue and decided to let go. He stopped resisting Anna's lust energy. For a moment it felt like the world had turned black. His vision was blurry and the only thing he could see was Anna. However, a moment later he was back in control of his body. But that wasn't all. You have received a buff. Supernatural bodily aspects. Physical abilities have been drastically increased by 30% for the duration of the skill. Indomitable lust. Damage, 104, plus 31, 135. Armor, 99, plus 29, 128. Stealth, 101 plus 30, 131. Stamina, 95, plus 28, 123. Agility, 102 plus 30, 132. Well, I never expected something like this to happen. Ashton chuckled this. Learn to trust me sometimes, you brat. Yeah, before Ashton mocked him back, he was once again tackled to the floor by Anna. You're hungry? Anna nodded. Knock yourself out. Ashton smirked before getting on top of her, but this time we're doing it my way. He had been drained through hours of training and knew he wouldn't be able to resist her charm. So instead of letting her bite him, he slashed his finger, allowing his blood to flow right into Anna's mouth. But it seemed he had underestimated her. Instead of waiting for the blood to reach her, Anna grabbed his finger and began sucking on it. It felt a bit weird at first, but then it turned out all right. Whatever, do what suits you the best. Chapter 284, Training Others too. What about her third ability? Ashton asked Astaroth once they were back in Levon. Ashton had no idea why, but Astaroth was dead set on not telling him anything about Anna's third ability. While he believed the Zyron had his reasons for doing something like that, not telling him about it only made him want to know more. Especially since Astaroth went as far as blocking detection from viewing that particular skill. However, Astaroth stood firm. He did not give a crap about what Ashton had to think. He might not inform the lady about her third ability, but for now, Astaroth thought it was for the best that no one knew about the skill. After all, it was a skill any Zyron would want to have. That being said, if any of them got to know about it, there would be a bloodbath. Which wasn't something Astaroth was very excited about. On top of that, considering even a low civilization like the Jihalos was posing such a threat to them, fighting against the Zyrons would be a fool's decision. Well, even a fool wouldn't do such a thing. I'll tell you when the time is right. For now, focus on training the soldiers. If you die, there won't be much to talk about, would there? Yeah, what I would ever do without you. You could die, I suppose. Thank you for having such high confidence in my abilities. Ashton shook his head. He knew whenever Astaroth was behaving like this, it was better to drop the topic and leave him alone for a while. Since he was on his way to Bader, it was the perfect moment to do so. "How's it looking, Bader?" Ashton asked with a smile. You're here early," Bader replied without turning to face Ashton. "Just a couple of finishing touches left and your armor will be ready for use." "Good, can't wait," Ashton replied and took a seat by the door, scanning the workshop. It wasn't anything extravagant since their budget was limited, still it was one of the best workshops available in Lycania. Especially after most of them got destroyed along with Deja and Contingent. However, the workshop was a mess. Even though Bader absolutely hated working in a messy environment. But since Bader wasn't acting out, Ashton could guess who had made the mess there. It would appear Aaron had graced this place with his presence, Ashton said with a broad smile on his face. At Aaron's mention, Bader couldn't help but chuckle as well. "That little devil always finds ways to play with my tools. No matter how well I hide them. I should probably have a chat with Duncan about it." I doubt he would listen to him. After all, he's as stubborn as his father. Maybe Daniela could find a way to. "No, it's fine." The kid light up the gloomy environment. Bader scoffed and waved his hand, but I'll have to say, he's growing quite fast for a human child. He's barely 3 months old and yet he crawls faster than a year-old kid's run. "You noticed it too, huh?" Ashton's face got serious all of a sudden. Duncan and Daniela's son. Aaron was born just a little over 3 months ago. On the outside, everything looked fine, but when Ashton used the detection skill on him, he was informed something was off about Duncan's son. Genetically speaking, a human couldn't inherit a blessing. Yet Aaron had one. Since Ashton didn't want to trouble anyone with the abnormality of the situation, he decided to keep the information to himself. That being said, even Astaroth was a bit intrigued when he saw Aaron. Sadly, for once, even he was clueless as to why Aaron was born different from the rest of the humans. If Ashton had to guess, it could be possible due to 2 reasons. 1, Aaron was a hybrid but the detection skill wasn't able to detect it. Or when Ashton imposed a slave contract on an unborn baby, it altered something in the baby. It's no use thinking about it now. What's done is done. I can only keep an eye on the boy and protect him from evil eyes befalling him. That's the least I can do since I might be responsible for his abnormality in the first place. Astaroth remained silent. Usually, he would be mocking him for becoming a softie. But this time he didn't. Ashton found it a bit weird but chalked it up to the little argument they had earlier. "And it's ready," Bader proudly proclaimed while showing off his latest creation. "I call her the Orc's ugliness." "Yeah, I think you should stop naming them, Bader." "No offense." Ashton chuckled before admiring the armor in front of him. "You brat, I will take offense. My naming skills are exceptional." "Oh, they are exceptional. I don't doubt that." Ashton shook his head. "Mind if I?" "Go ahead, it's yours either way. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to meet my wife or she'll kill me." With that, Bader left Ashton alone in the workshop, with the armor created from the corpse of the ogre he had killed in Contingent. It was miraculous how a dead monster could be converted into such a beautiful thing. Maybe I should treat Bader a bit better. "You definitely should. That man has quite a talent in creation." "You're back, that's good." Let's check the armor though, shall we?" Item. Type armor. Defense. Absorbs 540675 HP per strike. Stats bonus. Armor. Plus 15% while equipped for use. Agility. Plus 5% while equipped for use. Abilities related to warrior type class are increased by 20% while equipped for use. Rarity. Epic upgradable. Description. Made from corpses of an undead from another dimension. A rare find on the planet Earth. An armor created by the hands of an expert craftsman. A creationist that would go on to make quite a huge name for themselves in the near future. Effects. One of a kind. Since this armor is the first epic grade armor created in the last decade, all effects associated with the armor itself have been upgraded to epic grade. Ogre's Blessing. When fighting against humanoid creatures, the offensive abilities of the user would be upgraded by 1 grade. The same buff would be applied to allied units within a 10-meter radius of the user. Forger's Will. Boosts the effect of fire affinity by 25%. It's a good addition to my arsenal. Without a doubt. Ashton smirked. That Bader knows more about me than he shows. Chapter 285 Unleash the Wolves. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. A month later. In Levon, Ashton's territorial capital. It was Virgil's turn to keep a watch on the southern section of Levon. Despite taking the job seriously, he couldn't help but let his mind wander off every so often. Virgil twirled his prized combat knife with his finger in an attempt to cure his boredom. People were wander below the watchtower, going about their daily training routine. Whenever someone met his gaze, they would smile before hurrying away. It almost seemed they were scared of something. However, they weren't scared of him, but the one accompanying him, Sven. The aura of death around the Death Baron was enough to make anyone sweat buckets within a second. Even if they knew he wasn't going to hurt them, they couldn't help but fear the undead. Which wasn't irrational considering what they had been through. But why were they so scared of Sven? After all, he didn't look anything like the zombies. It was because they had seen Sven in action just a couple of days ago when some zombies tried invading their city. Ever since then, whenever the citizens saw him, they turned pale and quickly averted their gaze before scurrying away. When they saw him, they saw the countless dead bodies scattered around him as he stood on top of them like some sort of devil. Weak. Sven shook his head. Give them some time. They'll adjust. Virgil chuckled. Don't you have to train them? Master instructed me to stay here. Considering they are afraid of you, it's the most rational choice. Virgil thought before replying, right? Right. By the way, I've been wanting to ask you something. You don't mind, do you? Sven shook his head, telling the man to speak his mind. Do you think we have a chance? I mean, no matter how much we train them, they don't have any real-life experience in throwing them into war like this. I trust Master's judgment. If he believes we can win, then we will win. Virgil nodded his head, that we will. In the previous month, he had seen the progress the citizens had made. Earlier, barely a third of them could use weapons. But now almost all of them were either comfortable with a weapon or the magic they had learned. Hunting monsters for food also seemed to have helped them sharpen their skills. But fighting a bunch of rogue animals and what could be properly trained aliens were two different things. One could understand and predict the attack pattern and behavior of an animal. But understanding their opponents and adapting to their attacks during a battle itself was something only the veterans could do. Virgil wasn't sure if the civilians would be able to adapt so fast against unknown enemies. But it didn't seem anyone else was bothered enough to think about it. Maybe it's me overanalyzing everything. The second thing going inside Virgil's head was what truly worried him. If the enemies decided to rain hellfire upon them from their spaceships, then what good will ground troops do? If anything, they'll be like sitting ducks waiting to be slaughtered. Novel bien. But before he could think about it anymore, everything went downhill. Everything happened so quick. One moment Virgil was on top of the watchtower, the next he was on the ground. The tower had collapsed and he was caught inside the rubble. Before he could think of getting out of there, he had to cover his eyes from a blinding light coming out of the sky. Through his blurred vision, he could see people running around panicked. Some were running ahead with weapons in hand, while some were rushing for shelter. They were here, the Gihalos had found them. Damn it. Virgil's leg was crushed under the rubble of the destroyed tower. Even if he managed to get out of there, it would take him some time before engaging in the battle. His worst fears had come true. The enemies had decided to use their air superiority to get rid of them. They relentlessly bombarded the city. Countless buildings collapsed, and blood got splattered everywhere. Those with weapons opened fire, but their weapons were nothing in front of the cannons the aliens were operating. Something weird happened after a while. The attacks ceased for some reason. Instead, huge metal pods rained upon them. One such pod landed right in front of Virgil. Although this was the first time Virgil or anyone had seen these metallic pods, they immediately know someone was inside them. And sure enough, the pods opened to reveal the Gihalos walking out into the battlefield. Weapons in hand, they were ready to kill anything in front of them. Unfortunately, Virgil was right there, unable to move when a Gihalo saw him. The four-armed alien rushed to kill him with what seemed to be a hammer made of mana. But before it could strike him, he slumped on the ground, its blue blood splattering all around. Sven stood in front of him with his sword in hand. He was an undead, thus the collapsed tower dealt little to no damage to him. However, what it did manage to do was to enrage him. Even Virgil had never seen such fury in the eyes of the undead. You need help? Sven asked Virgil. If you could lift these boulders, then yeah, I need a hand. Virgil spoke through his gritted teeth. The sudden appearance of the enemies had overwhelmed his senses, thus he didn't feel much pain. But now that the ugly bastard had been dealt with, his pain returned with more intensity than before. Healers heal the injured. Those who can move prepare a defensive line. Ashton barked orders at everyone. Whoa, you got shat on pretty hard, didn't you? It's really not the time to make jokes. Virgil replied while leaning over Sven. Someone get me a weapon. Just get healed first. We'll talk about weapons later. Everyone was a bit confused. They were under attack and yet Ashton was smiling? Did he finally lose his mind? Their questions were answered a moment later when a portal opened behind him, and an army of creatures walked out. An army of undead and wraith wolves? Virgil exclaimed in shock. But how? What do you think I've been doing the last month? Ashton smiled. The surprise isn't over yet. As he said that, a woman walked out of the portal. They had never seen her before, but once their eyes fell on her, it felt impossible to focus on anything else. That was the case for both men and women. Anna, try not to overwhelm them, please. Ashton chuckled. We might be strong, but we do need a functional army. Not an army that's too busy jerking off. Chapter 286. A Strange Reaction 1. The former chief's son, Janus, was one of the first people to fight against the Gihalos. However, from the moment he saw them, he knew the fight wasn't going to end in his favor anytime soon. Yet he took the hand cannons and fired away at as many aliens as he could. The aliens were firing their own mysterious weapons at them. They had no idea what kind of bullets they were using, but it definitely seemed a lot better than the ones they were Their magic bullet tore through their metal armor, turning the armors that were supposed to protect them into molten steel that burned through their skin and organs. The battle wasn't one-sided, as it seemed the Jihalos had underestimated their enemies. Still, as the momentary shock dissipated, the Jihalos got stronger and stronger. Janus was so focused on firing at the Jihalos in front of him that he completely forgot about a potential attack from behind. A stray plasma bullet hit his leg. The bullet melted his skin and seared the muscles within. Even the bones could no longer be seen, and then he felt a punch in his chest. The punch was enough to fling him toward the group of Jihalos, whom he had been fighting. His vision blurred as he groped to feel the wound. His hands came away sticky with blood. Yet surprisingly, he couldn't feel any pain. Which was weird, since blood was pouring out of his chest and leg at an alarming rate. All the adrenaline rushing in his body had made him numb to pain. He still wanted to fight. He had to fight if he ever wanted to see his wife again. He had to live on to know he had got justice and the bastards who took his wife away had been punished. But the universe had different plans for him. He felt disoriented and confused. His head was buzzing crazily and he couldn't move no matter how much he tried. From the corner of his eyes, he could see a flurry of movement around him as armored figures swarmed him as if he was an animal in a zoo. They had a weird four-jawed faces that made them appear terrifying. If Janus had seen them before, he would have nightmares about them for the rest of his life. Yet at that moment he couldn't help but stare at them angrily. Their world already had too many problems of its own, and yet these fuckers arrived there to add more shit on their plates. The aliens appeared to be talking amongst themselves through weird screeching sounds. Janus' health was dropping rapidly, and he knew he wasn't going to make it. While the aliens stared at him, he ignored them and focused on the photo of his wife that he always carried with him. The photograph was the only remembrance he had of his wife and child. But now, even that was soaked in his blood. "I'm sorry." That's all he managed to mumble before a Jihalo snatched the photo away from him. Janus' vision narrowed as he struggled to get back the photograph, only to be kicked back down. The aliens were staring at the picture with puzzled looks. "Give it back, you ugly bastards." Janus lashed out once again, and this time, one of the Jihalos pressed his gun against Janus' forehead and fired, slaying the man in an instant. Once he was dead, they stored the photograph before continuing with their assault. To them, Janus was just another Loleveld insect, whom they could just step on and continue without turning back. This behavior was about to turn into a grave oversight by the Jihalos. They might have killed the werewolves, and their souls might have left their bodies, but as long as their corpses remain, they would rise to fight over and over. Just like Janus did. Once the Jihalos had discarded any thought about the person they had just killed, Janus rose back as undead and lunged at the Jihalos' unsuspecting backs. His razor-sharp bony claws dug right into their flesh. It wasn't enough to kill them, but it was enough to make them turn their attention away from what was in store for them. "Kiri!" A Jihalo roared, and all of them rained the undead Janus with plasma bolts. But Janus wasn't the only one there. A moment later, Sven came charging toward them like a mad titan. The Jihalos panicked and threw everything they had in their arsenal. However, much to their surprise and dismay, bullets just phased through him. Sven ripped one of them in half by swinging his sword, before grabbing the head of another one and ripping it out along with the alien's spine. The aliens roared in surprise and anger as their comrades fell one after another. All of them abandoned their weapons and charged at Sven with their hands. However, in a surprising turn of events, rather than facing them head-on, Sven crouched at the last possible moment. As he did that, a hail of shadowy arrows brushed past him, splattering Jihalo's blue gore all over the ground. Soon, a heap of alien corpses was found on the ground. Sven turned around and gave Celeste a thumbs up, who responded by throwing a flying kiss his way. Soon the fallen Jihalos rose up and joined Celeste's side. The duo was making a quick work of the aliens who invaded them from the south. In a distance, loud explosions could be heard, followed by sparks of black fire. "Gokung is having fun on her own," Celeste said while staring in north. "I won't let her take my spot away. It's a battle, not a game." Sven picked up the sword once again, summoning his own skeletal army to aid him. "TSK, what do you about the peril of a woman's heart?" Celeste retorted while shooting arrows made of shadow at the incoming horde. "You died as a virgin, didn't you?" "I have no recollection of my previous life. The only thing I know is to serve my master," Sven replied before swinging his sword. "Anything more than that is unnecessary information in my opinion." Here they come again. Chapter 287, A Strange Reaction 2. "What are these creatures?" a Jihalo exclaimed in his screeching voice. Their attack on a primitive civilization was going just like they had planned. But all of it went wrong when suddenly a group of weird four-legged creatures appeared on the battlefield. Judging by their frail appearance, it seemed they would be easier to kill. But they were wrong. These bloodthirsty creatures were anything but weak. The beasts tore through their comrades as if they weren't afraid of anything or anyone in front of them. Not even a god's presence would scare them. In a desperate attempt, the Jihalos tried everything they could to put a stop to them. However, no matter how hard they tried, they weren't able to take the wolves down. It wasn't because the Giholos couldn't kill the wolves. Their desperation was simply the result of their incapability to destroy the creatures completely. They would kill the wolves and their wounds would simply heal, and they would continue their charge against them. From whatever information they had gathered on their last visit to the planet, there was no mention of the existence of such creatures anywhere. The Giholos wanted to finish off the battle in an instant, so that they could look for their holy artifact that was lost somewhere within the region they had attacked. That was the reason why they sent an advance party to subdue what remained of the Earthlings, so that they could excavate without being disturbed by anyone or anything. It was supposed to be a walk in a park for them. Regardless of what they thought, the Giholos could never anticipate the level of resistance these Earthlings had shown. It was quite infuriating and shameful for them but praiseworthy at the same time. For once, the invaders were on the back foot. Had they known what these creatures were capable of, they would have tried negotiating with them rather than trying to trample them. However, it would seem it was a bit too late to negotiate anymore. Should we retreat? Siklo, one of the privates under the advance squad, asked their captain. And do what? This is our one and only chance to subdue these impudent morons. Giglaw, the captain, yelled back, retreat is not an option. We have to fight to the death. Giglaw might have said that, but every atom of his body was screaming at him to run away. However, being a Jiholan male, he knew he would be killed the moment he stepped his foot back on the mothership without accomplishing his mission. That was the reason why, even though they were getting massacred, he couldn't retreat and force the soldiers to do the same. Even though the blood of their comrades was splattered all around them, they might seem united, but once their leader falls, so would they. Giglaw informed his soldiers of his plan on open comms. It wasn't like the Earthlings either have the technology or would know their language. So, it was a simple tactic of not wasting their time and using open frequencies to convey his message. Siklo was smiling. Finally, they had a plan of action. But soon his smile faded away as his head got blown away. Giglaw got covered in his war brother's blood and gore. But Siklo wasn't the only one who died there. Following Siklow's death, the rest of the squad was obliterated in a similar fashion, until only Giglaw remained on the battlefield surrounded by the Wraith Wolves. A sniper? Giglaw was scared to move. Not because of the wolves but because of the one sniping them down. It was a weird feeling, being terrorized by someone who belonged to a civilization that remained unnoticed by the rest of the races. Crushing them should have been a piece of cake, and yet they were struggling like they were the ones who were being invaded. I heard you wanted to take me down. Ashton walked up to Giglaw while he stood there, embracing silence like never before. Giglaw was stunned. How come the Earthling was communicating in their language? No matter how long and hard he thought about it, nothing came to his mind. How do you know our language? Giglaw asked. I know a lot more things, to be honest. Ashton smiled. Now since I'm the one you're looking for, you should probably reveal your plans now. What are you doing here? And once again Giglaw chose to remain silent. The Earthling might give him a painless death for telling him what he knew. However, the ones on the mothership above wouldn't be so kind. If he betrayed his kind, death would become a distant dream. Something Giglaw would yearn for but would never get. Do what you want, Earthling. I'm not someone who'll betray his kind. Giglaw proudly replied. I was hoping you would say that. I shall dispose of you and your friends now. Ashton smiled before taking off his gloves. Since these Giholos were the last ones remaining who invaded Livon, Ashton decided to burn them all in an instant. That way, he would have more time to prepare for whatever the Giholos had in store for him next. But the moment the stone embedded in his arm was revealed, Giglaw fell to his knees. At the same time, the firing from the mothership halted as well. Attacks all around Livon ceased immediately as the Giholos surrendered their weapons and went to their knees as if they were praying or something. And 0VL next. Calm. What the hell is going on here? Ashton asked Giglaw, who didn't reply but began slapping and punching himself. I told you not to reveal the crystal, didn't I? I vaguely remember something along those lines. Yeah, well, I was expecting Giholos to act out, but I never expected them to act out like this. Look at this bastard, punishing himself for talking crap to an apostle. Novel Beathom. Apostle? Seraph was hailed as a god by them. At least that's what it seems, and the reason for the Giholos to be here might be related to Seraph's crystal that's yours now. Thus for them, you're like a messenger of God. Something's not right. As Astaroth said, the Jiholan mothership was shot down. In its place, a dozen or so completely different ships could now be seen. Ships that were way more advanced than the ones used by the Giholos. Ashton. Hide. What's wrong? Zyrants. They are here. Chapter 288. Need a hand? If the appearance of Giholos were bad news, the Zyrants were like some fucked up shit. They ruled over a better part of the galaxy. Trampling over the forces of a puny planet like Earth was something they wouldn't even bat an eye on. Several more pods shot out of the Giholos' dipping ship. However, Ashton had a feeling not all of them would have been successful in making it out of there. Even out of those pods, most of them were shot down by the Zyrants. The Giholos were just as shocked to see the Zyrants as Astaroth was. Those fuckers had no reason to be here, then why were they there? It couldn't be possible they were there for Seraph's crystal just like the Jihalos were, could it? Thousands of questions were running inside Astaroth's head, but he knew staying there and trying to find those answers would only end up in his death. He needed to ensure Ashton's safety first and foremost. If he got into their hand, then it was game over for him. Come on, Ashton, run. Where the hell do you want me to go, huh? Ashton lashed out. They have us fucking surrounded. If I make a move, they'll immediately get suspicious of me. Are you even fucking thinking right now? The Jihalos might have been thinking the same thing as, despite countless of them being killed in front of their eyes, none of them dared to take a step. They wanted to help their comrades. They wanted to avenge them, however. They knew in front of Xyrans they were nothing more than insects. Insects that were killed the moment they made any sounds. Soon enough, the spaceships stationed themselves right above Levon. Ashton was worried, thinking they might destroy the entire city along with everyone standing there. He looked around and saw all of their heads pointed upwards, staring at the freshly arrived ships. A moment later, pods began dropping from the ships in a similar fashion as before. Only this time their landing was smooth and planned out, unlike how the Jihalos dropped in. The pods opened and aliens with the stark appearance of humans walked out. And 0VL next. Calm. The only difference was their abnormal height and gigantic wings on their backs. All of them were dressed in white clothes and armors from the head to the toe. That being said, their faces were covered, providing them with a mysterious persona. Just by a glance, everyone knew it was better to shut their mouths and pray to God they don't meet their end. Within seconds, the Zyranshad managed to calm the chaos without saying a single word. That was the level of authority and power they carried as their shadow. What a shithole. Ashton heard one of them say, as they hurried toward him and the hundreds of Jihalos there. Without saying another word, the Zyrans chose to target the aliens first. The gunshots came in quick succession. The Jihalos barked, hooted, and gurgled as the well-aimed bullets hurled their lifeless carcasses down on the ground. There were no warnings, no issuing orders of surrendering, nothing. Just a plain old massacre. The funniest thing about it? None of the Zyrans seemed to even care about what they just did. When there were no more targets to fire at, they quickly reloaded their weapons and returned them to their holsters. They were no angels or gods, they were monsters. Just like Astaroth had said. Since they were prohibited to fight amongst themselves, they decided to trample on the weak to satisfy their bloodthirst. The white armored soldiers then stepped aside to reveal half a dozen other aliens with sapphire armor, and one with golden armor. Judging by how all of them were behaving around the one wearing the golden armor, it seemed he was their leader. The man carefully stepped forward, not wanting to get any of the vile blood of the massacred Jihalos on himself. Meanwhile, the soldiers stayed put, pointing their weapons at the werewolves that were still alive. In front of them stood the one wearing the golden armor. His flashy robe flapped in the air, while his eyes were filled with disgust. It felt like he was standing in the middle of a pig farm. Who is your leader, Lycans? I believe that's what your kind is called. Beelzebub's commanding voice roared over all of them. The citizen turned toward Ashton, who for the life of him could not speak up. It was like he had a lump in his throat and struggled to swallow it. Just looking at the Zyran in front of him, drowned Ashton in despair. Something he had forgotten long ago. I don't like to be kept waiting. And 0VL next. Calm. It's me. Ashton finally managed to gather the courage to make himself visible in the Zyran's eyes. And we prefer to be called werewolves. I prefer to call you kind pests. That's a more Beelzebub stopped when his eyes fell on something he shouldn't have seen. Not at least on this pitiful excuse of a planet. That thing in your hand, where did you get it from? Damn it, Ashton cursed his negligence. Astaroth's panicked state threw him off, and he entirely forgot about the crystal. But cursing himself now wasn't going to fix anything. As seconds flew by, Ashton realized he was only digging his grave with every passing moment. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. A moment later, Beelzebub disappeared and reappeared in front of Ashton, grabbed his hand and lifted him off the ground as if he weighed nothing. I'm speaking your language, aren't I? This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. In a forest? Where? We can't get there anymore. The portals have been deactivated. Slap. Beelzebub had barely touched him, yet to Ashton, it felt like hundreds of gorillans had just run him over. Every single bone in his face had been damaged in an instant. The strength of the Zyran was much more than he could have ever predicted. I'm not interested in your fucking monologue. Tell me, where did you find it? Chapter 289. Need a hand? Upon seeing their master getting attacked, Ashton's summons immediately lashed out. No one shall be allowed to treat their master in this manner. However, their skills could not back up their will. Their intentions were good, but even the Zyran foot soldiers were too strong for them. It didn't even take a couple of seconds for them to subdue the summons. If Ashton's summons were this weak against the Zyrans, then there was no hope for the rest of them. Let's strike a deal, shall we? Beelzebub was getting frustrated now. For every second of my time you waste, I'll kill one of your people at random. So you either tell me where you I already told you. Ashton gave up. I found it in a forest about 700 kilometers south from here. Inside the forest, there's a hatch. It will lead you to a secret room. I found this stone inside that room. But we have to be careful. Are you ready yet? I'm running out of shit to say. I'm on it. Anna yelled back. Suddenly a shockwave ran throughout the city. Anna, who had been hiding till now, revealed herself. And so did the power of succubus. The shockwave was an aftereffect of her third ability. The ability Astaroth had been hiding till now. Dream imprisonment. In other words, the power to trap others inside dreams. Upon activation, the user can create a false reality or illusion in the form of dreams and trap others inside either the user's or the target's dreams or nightmares. The target's body may stay awake while their mind is trapped, or it may disappear into the dream as well. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. It was a dangerous skill that could affect countless people if not used properly. Hell, it could also kill the targets if the user wished to do so. However, since Anna's control over the skill wasn't perfect and the skill's grade was low for now. On top of that, the Zyrans had high resistance to psychic attacks. Therefore, killing the Zyrans using this skill was going to be impossible. However, it would have been enough to throw them off guard. While Ashton made quick work of them. This was the plan Astaroth came up with in case shit went south real fast, just like they did now. This is your chance. I hope you know what you are doing. I gotta fight. It doesn't matter whether I do it or not. These assholes will kill everyone if I did nothing. Rather than sending the Zyrans into a dream of some sort, Anna's skill only managed to dispatch them into a trance. They were confused, but the people of Levon were quick to use it to their advantage. The residents charged in on them from both sides. They knew killing Zyrans wasn't possible for them, especially with the weapons they were carrying. They needed better weapons and they had those right in front of them. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Come on. Shiera charged first, snatching the gun from the soldier nearest to her and open-fired. The rest followed her lead and did the same. Even the few Jihalos that were alive decided to join in. The Zyrans might have been a godlike existence that dominated the galaxy. But that wasn't going to stop them from avenging their comrades. The tides of the battle had turned in their favor momentarily. The Earthlings might have managed to kill a few of them, but the only thing they accomplished was signing their suicide notes. A moment later, the Zyran ships assaulted the people on the surface using a variety of weapons. They killed 100 Zyrans, but the Zyrans killed thousands of them. Once again their morale broke. There was an attempt. Beelzebub smirked before kicking Ashton away. I gave you insects an opportunity and you denied it. I'll find out where you found that stone myself, once I rip it off your filthy hands. Ashton spat a mouthful of blood before glaring at the Zyran. For the first time in his life, Ashton wasn't thinking about winning a fight but stalling for time. He wasn't deluded enough to think we could win against someone who brought his HP down by 14% with a single strike. All he wanted to do was to take Beelzebub's attention away from his soldiers, so that Anna could work her magic of lust once again. No matter how strong the guy in front of him was, even he wouldn't be able to win against his own army. On top of that, if his own soldiers attacked him, the ships would think twice before obliterating them. That would give the residents enough time to escape from the hell hole. Bullying a lower civilization, that's all you can do. Ashton smirked, but believe me when I say this planet is going to be the graveyard of you and your soldiers. It was an obvious taunt. Beelzebub wasn't someone who would fall for such petty taunting. Since you want swap with me, at least say what I tell you to. Fine. Honestly, kid, I took pity on you. Seeing you probably didn't even have the chance to spread your useless genes around this dumpster of a planet. But now I think it's better to end you before you do anything of such sort. At least I didn't stab a friend in the back as you did. As soon as those words fell on Beelzebub's ears, he stopped moving. His eyes turned even colder than before as he stared daggers at Ashton. How do you know that? How do you know anything about me? Beelzebub snarled. His cool and level-headed demeanor was long lost. I used to have an admin who told me everything about you and the way you stabbed your friends in the back just so you could bang one of their women. Ashton kept egging on, quite shameless of you to be honest. But well, what else can someone expect from a petty bastard like yourself? Beelzebub had heard enough. He wasn't going to let a maggot talk crap about him in front of his soldiers. He wanted to know who was the fucker that told all this to an inferior species. But he had a rough idea of who it could have been. It had to be Lucifer. He was the only one who knew what Beelzebub did to Astaroth, and since he was working in the sector this planet belonged to, it would make sense how the maggot in front of him was aware of this information. This also meant this brat would know what happened to Astaroth, who stole Seraph's crystal before fleeing away. Now, die. Beelzebub didn't hold back and threw a punch at the Earthling with all his strength. His attacks were relentless, as he kept pounding the kid until he was reduced to nothing but dust. Or so he thought. Once the dust settled down, Beelzebub was shocked to see there wasn't a single scratch on the boy. His armor was destroyed, but otherwise he was fine. This couldn't be possible. Beelzebub's attack should have been sufficient to destroy even a grade B being. And yet this grady bastard was laying there smiling at him? No you. That's all Ashton said before punching the Zyron right in the chest. The alien was sent flying. Everyone who saw it was left dumbfounded. How could a mere grady bastard kick Beelzebub's ass like this? After all, their leader was a grade A being. Didn't make any sense. You have received 357% EXP by dealing 37,679 HP worth of damage to level 156 Zyron Fleet Master. Skill. Aggravate is in effect. Level 156 Zyron Fleet Master is losing 2,990 HP per minute. Current EXP. 27%. Skill. Revenge is now in cooldown. Cooldown. 6 days 23 hours 55 minutes. Level 156? What the fuck? Focus, he isn't dead yet. Of course he isn't. The bastard has like an entire planet's worth of HP. Ashton panicked. Since Aggravate is working, I only need to focus on evading his attacks long enough for him to die. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Using Rearage will only grant you 3 minutes worth of. I'll take whatever I can get right now, to be honest. Ashton sighed. I've already put my head inside the hornet's nest. Might as well get bit by them a couple of times. Skill. Rearrange has been activated. Total stat points. 691. How would you like to assign the points? Drop them all into agility. Please confirm your choice. Would you like to increase your agility to 691 points? Yes. Confirmed. Your agility has been increased to 691 points for 3 minutes. Skill. Rearrange is now in cooldown. Cooldown. 23 hours 59 minutes. Ashton was right on time in rearranging his stats. Beelzebub flew back faster than he had flown away and decided to end Ashton's life once and for all. However, the brat was faster than he had thought. It was damn near impossible to catch him, let alone attack him. You annoying little pest. Beelzebub yelled at the top of his lungs. Ashton's attack not only reduced his HP, but also made the right part of his torso useless. Beelzebub felt humiliated just by thinking how an insolent fool gave him a previous wound. If the upper echelon got to know about it, he could kiss his reputation goodbye. Everything he had worked so hard for would be taken away from him in an instant. The only thing which could save his reputation was the Seraph's crystal. If he could retrieve the prized possession of the Zyrons, the council might be willing to overlook his incompetence. Stop running away and fight me. Are all the Zyrons equally dumb? Or are you a special case or something? Ashton taunted the already berserking Zyron. Chapter 290. Need a hand? 3. In the meantime, the Earthlings were busy fighting against the aliens who were still suffering from the aftereffects of Anna's attack. But they had to be careful. If they got too far from the Zyrons, the ship hanging over their heads like a guillotine would shoot them down in an instant. The only way to ensure their survival was to stick around the Zyrons, as they were surely not going to fire at their own soldiers. But this was a problem itself. Anna's attack had only placed them in a dreamlike trance. The Zyrons would break out of the trance and attack them if they were to get too close. Considering how even Ashton was forced on his back foot while fighting the aliens, it was safe to assume they wouldn't last against the aliens either. This forced their hands to engage them from a sort of Goldilocks zone. If they took a step forward, the Zyrons would attack them, whereas if they were to take a step backwards, the ship overhead would burn them to a crisp. Don't be afraid. Shiera rallied the troops. Our king is fighting against the strongest of them all. Are we his soldiers so weak that we can't even bring down the enemy's foot soldiers? King. The crowds were confused. Why was Shiera talking about Jonathan now? Wasn't he dead already? Even if he wasn't, the king wasn't there to fight against the aliens. Did Shiera hit her head or something? But King Jonathan. I'm not speaking about the former king, but the king who is fighting the foes while putting his life on the line. Shiera yelled at top of her lungs, King Ashton Bismarck. It took a moment for the people to cheer up, but thinking about having Ashton as their king left a warm and fuzzy feeling in their hearts. They were still scared. They wouldn't be in their right minds to feel otherwise. However, they weren't scared enough to give up fighting altogether. As much as I would love to think like you people, Anna interrupted them, I don't think Ashton would be interested in being a king. But before arguing over such a trivial matter, we should try saving a kingdom for him to rule over, shouldn't we? Usually I wouldn't want to agree with a woman having close relations to Ashton, Verena chimed in, but she is right. We can't let Ashton fight this battle by himself. We have to help him. Irina wanted to say something as well but decided to talk through actions rather than words. Sparks could be seen flying around the moment their eyes meet. Ashton had never introduced them to each other, and yet the sisters and Anna were in some kind of conflict over him. It must be nice to have women fighting over him. Bader gritted his teeth, but why should I care? I'm no pedophile. Good to know. Renee scoffed. Now if you could only do something about that name of yours, people might start taking you seriously. Oh, shut it. Let's go then, Anna mumbled before turning into her demonic form. An armor materialized around her as she turned. But unlike her enticing appearance, The armor wasn't provocative in the least. The set of crimson armor had a squared helm with a faceguard which had been shaped like the face of a dragon. Attached to its side were two small holes, through which her horns popped out. The shoulder plates were fairly squared, wide and quite big to not hamper her hand movement. Her upper arms were protected by pointed, layered metal rear braces which sat nicely under the shoulder plates. Her lower arms were covered by vambraces with a skull-shaped metal ornament piece on each outer side. The breastplate was made from many layers of squared metal sheets. It covered the entire front and backside, but the attachment straps left her underarms exposed. Meanwhile, her upper legs were covered by a skirt of many layers of metal-like sheets that barely reached below her groin. The lower legs were protected by greaves which had several layers of some mystical metal sheets on the outer sides, while the rest of her feet were left unprotected. It was done to ensure that the armor didn't hamper her agility. All in all, the armor looked quite intimidating. It was supposed to be a battle armor, but even that could not hide the fact that Anna was a succubus. Regardless if ladies saw her or the gents, none of them could help but gawk at her. Even Irina and Verena weren't an exception to Anna's lustful aura. Ashton's borrowed 3 minutes were over. During the time he had stabbed Beelzebub numerous times using Bomband. Any other being belonging to Earth would have died 10 times over, judging from the way Ashton attacked Beelzebub. But once his stats were restored to normal, the trouble began. Ashton had been dependent on his speed to dodge and strike the Zyron at the same time, but now his speed was gone. Ashton was just like a ragdoll for Beelzebub. Damn it. All that effort and I only managed to drop his health by 35%? Ashton complained, what kind of bullshit situation is this? Even achieving what you achieved is too much for someone like you. I can only imagine how humiliating the situation would be for Beelzebub. It might have been temporary, but still being beaten around by a kid. He must be raging on the inside. As much as Ashton wanted to laugh along with Astaroth, the situation was bad, really bad. Most of his skills were on cooldown. However, there was a bright side. Novel Beelzebub. Thanks to Aggravate, Beelzebub was losing 1% of his HP every minute. If Ashton completely gave up on attacking him, it would take about 65 minutes for the Zyron to die. The only problem was that Ashton didn't know if he could even survive for 65 seconds, let alone 65 minutes against Beelzebub. The situation is infuriating for me. Beelzebub sighed as he appeared before Ashton, but it also showed me something important. The fact that there are irregular beings like you wasting their talents on useless planets like Earth. He continued, so here's my offer. Join me and live or don't and die. Yeah, thanks for the offer. But serving under someone isn't something I could get used. Your choice. Beelzebub shrugged his shoulders before grabbing Ashton's head and throwing him away from there like a ragdoll. They took their fight somewhere else. Ashton tried to fight back, but his efforts were in vain. He was being beaten black and blue. Even the term manhandling did not seem to justice to what was happening to Ashton. Come on. Let me handle him. Ashton could hear Astaroth's voice, but couldn't do anything about it. Till now it felt like he had a fighting chance against the Zyron. But now Ashton knew it was nothing more than a pipe dream. Beelzebub wasn't fighting him seriously from the beginning and Ashton foolishly thought that was the extent of the alien's strength. You should have just surrendered. Beelzebub shouted every time he punched Ashton. Ironically, Ashton was actually thinking about taking his offer now. He had no personal enmity or grudge with the Zyrons. Whatever he had learned about them was from Astaroth and Lucifer. He was believing every word they said. But were they even speaking the truth? After all, if someone would have tried to kill him, it wasn't like he would speak anything good about them even if they were good to an extent. Could it be that Astaroth and Lucifer were doing the same? Countless thoughts like this one were running rampant through his mind as Beelzebub kept thrashing him over and over. The regeneration ability kicked in, but the rate at which Beelzebub was doing damage to him was much faster than the rate of recovery. Maybe this is it. Ashton mumbled as his vision got blurry as his. However, just as Beelzebub was about to land the finishing blow, Ashton saw an enormous blinding electric beam descending on them. Just like the one Zyrons had used to kill thousands of his people. Novel Beelzebub. Maybe Beelzebub was taking too long to end him, so the Zyrons decided to take him out along with their leader. Beelzebub seemed to have realized what was going on. He stopped hitting Ashton and wanted to escape. However, Ashton summoned whatever little bit of strength he had left and wrapped his limbs around the Zyron. Where do you think you're going? Ashton spoke between choking on his own blood. Let me. Beelzebub's voice got drowned in the loud fuzzy of the plasma beam. Ashton assumed he would feel pain, but when he didn't he chalked it up to his pain tolerance being high enough to negate it. But when he realized his HP wasn't going down, he realized something was up. Without Beelzebub's continuous attacks, his HP was actually recovering. Soon his vision cleared up a bit, and he found himself in the center of a small crater. Beelzebub was there as well, but at some distance. What's happening? He mumbled as he struggled to get back to his feet. Need a hand? A cheerful voice asked. Thanks. Ashton took the hand without looking up, but when he did, he immediately jumped back. You You're the one. The one who bit you. Yeah, I know. Dracula yawned. Now is not the time for chit-chat, folks. A hoarse voice suggested, we still need to take care of the Zyran bastard. Why, Frank, why you gotta take the fun out of everything, man? Dracula pouted. You're becoming more and more like this Werterd Lycaon. At the same time, Ashton felt a furry hand on his shoulders. A hand of a transformed werewolf. You did good, kid. Better than any one of us had expected. We'll chat later in detail. But now you should back away. Because things are about to get quite messy here. Chapter 291 The Progenitors. When, a few moments ago, the sky turned dark once again. People of Levon stared at the heavens, praying to their god to save them from any more trouble. But when they saw more spaceships covering the sky, they knew their prayers weren't answered. Another fleet of new enemies presented themselves. Once again, metal pods dropped from the sky as Virgil, Shiera, Anna, and everyone who could fight got ready to do so. They were expecting the worst. After all, anyone who dropped from the space couldn't be their friends, as they didn't know anyone outside their planet. The pods opened up, and unlike before when a particular species of aliens appeared in front of them, a variety of aliens entered their sights. It was peculiar, considering all of the aliens earlier dropped looked similar to each other. These aliens, on the other hand, weren't only different but also appeared to be a bit on the weaker side. Though Virgil knew better than to judge someone based on their appearance. He got ready to fight the aliens, but to his and everyone else's surprise, these aliens immediately turned towards the Zyrans with their weapons ablaze. What is going on here? Shiera mumbled. You tell me. Virgil replied. The progenitors were the only ones present there to aid Ashton. Thousands of mercenaries working under them joined the fray as well. The Zyrans who were under a trance had no shot at battling it out with the mercenaries. They were weak, while the new guests were full of energy and, not to mention, had much better weapons than the ones the Earthlings were using. Some of them even carried better weapons than the Zyrans themselves. The werewolves had no idea who these people were and why they were helping them, but they were sure as hell glad they received some help. And so the one-sided massacre began. What about their ships? Bader pointed out the obvious. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. If it hadn't been for the continuous firing by those ships hanging over their heads, they would have attacked the Zyrans themselves. But the moment he looked at the sky, he couldn't contain his surprise. The ships had been engaged in a battle of their own. Two entire fleets of spaceships were clashing against each other, hurling missiles and all sorts of futuristic weapons he could have only dreamed of at each other. Since the ships assigned to Beelzebub were strictly meant for recon missions, they did not pack quite the punch that the progenitor ships did. The battle was decided as soon as the TIT pirates attacked the Guardians of the Galaxy. The sky was lit up. The Zyrans fought bravely, but they were outclassed and outgunned. It was only a moment of time before the Zyranian ships were downed, but the loud noises of the explosions snapped the Zyrans out of Anna's trance. They were confused, not knowing what had been going on. However, a moment later, they realized they were under attack and engaged the mercenaries with all their might. Shouldn't we help them? Bader asked Virgil as soon as the Zyrans were awake. The battlefield was littered with the sound of explosions as the mercenaries continued their onslaught. Guns and cannons weren't the only weapons being used. Some of them were using weirdly shaped blades and hammers that were seemingly made up of what appeared to be light itself. However, they were extremely sharp, cutting and slicing their opponents in half with ease. Verena and Irina couldn't take their eyes off the plasma blades. For them, who had devoted their lives to mastering the art of handling the sword, the blades were like a holy grail. Do you think they even need our help? Virgil replied while placing his hammer down, signaling there wasn't any need for them to join the fight. God, I wish I had a hammer like that. The others followed his suit and decided to rest up a bit. Anna, however, sensed Ashton was in trouble. She began looking for him but couldn't find him anywhere. Neither could she see the alien he was fighting. Where's Ashton? She frantically asked them. To this point, all of them were so scared of fighting against the Zyrans that the thought of Ashton had completely slipped away from their minds. But now that Anna reminded them, all of them began looking for him. However, before they could look for long, they were greeted by a blinding light. They could feel the heat generated from that beam of light from far away. Anna had a hunch Ashton was where the light came from. Without exchanging words with anyone, she flew in the direction of the light using her wings. It was the first time she was using them, thus she was a bit wobbly, but her body soon adapted to the changes as she rushed over to the site of the explosion. In the meantime, Verena and Irina used partial transformation to sprout wings of their own and rushed after her, leaving Virgil and the rest of them amazed. Anyone else want to do something they shouldn't be able to? Bader asked, wondering if anyone else would suddenly transform into something else. Come on, let's get going. We should be the ones to save Ashton. After all, we are a part of his team. Renee mumbled as she gathered her weapons to race behind the girls on foot. However, as she was doing that, a notification appeared in front of her. But it wasn't just her. Everyone around her, whether they were werewolves or vampires, received the exact same notification. You are in the presence of your progenitor. You will receive bonus effects. All stats plus 30%. All abilities and skills have been upgraded by 2 grades. HP increased by 50%. Mana increased by 50%. In the presence of the progenitors, what was that supposed to mean? All of them stared at the notification in front of them. But only the elders who had lived on the planet for more than 85 years understood its meaning. After all, it wasn't the first time they had seen or heard about such a notification. He's here. One such granny exclaimed, "Our Lord, our God Lycaon is here to help us out of our misery." Their gods were there. They were back to help them out of this crisis. Well, they were a bit off the mark about it. But they were correct about one thing: the progenitors were back where they belonged. Chapter 292. The Progenitors 2. Back on the primary battlefield, Beelzebub was slowly coming back to his senses. The attack on him was unexpected, but the damage he received was much less than he had anticipated. However, he knew someone had intentionally lowered the output of the plasma cannon to make sure he survived. But even if he survived, the boy wouldn't have. After all, a lower civilization piece of crap wouldn't have high resistance to plasma attacks. My job here is accomplished. Now all I have to do, Beelzebub mumbled to himself, but when his eyes fell on the boy he was shocked. Nouvelle Beelzebub. Ashton was completely unscathed. There wasn't a single burn mark anywhere on his body. This baffled Beelzebub, who thought the boy would have turned into a roasted Zyragon. Much to his dismay, he was now in a worse condition than that of the Earthling. Author's note: Zyragon is kinda like Space Pig. How? Then hit him. Of course the boy would be safe. Seraph's crystal would have protected him from any sort of damage related to fire, or in this case, it made him immune to fire-based damage. Since fire is a sort of plasma, the plasma cannon didn't work on him either. That damned brat. Beelzebub got back up in rage. Even if he was hurt, he was still a Zyran. He could defeat a low civilization insect even with 1% HP. Half of his HP was still remaining, which was more than enough to kill the brat over a dozen times. Yet, as soon as he took a step, another realization hit him. Just who could have hit him with the plasma cannon? Certainly, it wasn't his team or the Jihalos, since their ships had already been destroyed. The signs pointed to the involvement of a third party. He did not have to think for too long. Anger might have clouded his head, but he was still a Zyran, the most intelligent species in the galaxy. It only took him a moment to arrive at the decision that this was the doing of the pirates. His suspicions were confirmed once he received the distress call from the ships under his command. Those steady pirates had shown and taken them down with a surprise attack. However, that wasn't all. Soon he felt 3 new presences in his vicinity. "I never thought I would see you in such a pitiful state, great lord of backstabbing." Dracula unveiled himself, and the 2 others all the while bowing before the Zyran. "I thought cloaking our presence wouldn't work against a high-ranking personality like you. You can imagine my surprise when you didn't." "You 3? Beelzebub gritted his teeth. How could he not know the people who tried to assassinate him at least a dozen times? That 2 in Central Worlds that were completely under Zyran control. He always wanted to meet the 3 leaders of TIT in person, but never had the opportunity to, until now, that is. Still, there was one more surprise waiting for Beelzebub. A betrayal even he could not see coming. "I greet the Lord," Amun said while flipping Beelzebub the finger. "I should have known." Beelzebub scoffed. "Without an insider, these morons couldn't have done anything." "Enough talking. Amun, please take care of the brat." Frank slammed his gauntlets together. "No more bullshit. Let's end this." Ashton's expression was one of somber. He had a rough idea of what was going on in Astaroth, where these people were on his side. That was all. He had done his job, and now he just had to wait for the big guys to solve their problem with the Zyran. Their aura, it's ridiculously strong. What did you think would happen? There are not 1 or 2, but 4 rankers in front of you. Each of them has enough strength to destroy an entire planet, if not a solar system. Ashton subconsciously tugged hard on his chest. Even being in the presence of the progenitors was making his heart tighten. He could only wonder what would happen once they began fighting for real. "Come on, kid, back up." Amun grabbed Ashton and easily pulled him back. "This is a fight you only need to observe and not contribute to." As soon as Ashton stepped back, all of the progenitors simultaneously let out their murderous aura. In the same instant, Ashton's head began throbbing. Thanks to his pain resistance, he was able to tolerate it. At that moment, Ashton realized he was nothing more than a speck of dust in front of the Arankers. Not even a dog. He viewed their stats and only scarred himself further. All of their stats were in 3 figures, while some even reached 4. That was the difference between them. The progenitors had around the same stats as the Zyran had. Even so, some of their stats were much higher than Ashton had expected. "I can understand your astonishment." Amun smirked. "Those in rank A are called monstrosities. But the 3 fuckers in front of you are monsters even among the monstrosities." Frank led the attack first, backed by Lycaon, while Dracula stayed behind, supporting them as a spellcaster. Their lineup was perfect. Frank was an impenetrable wall, Lycaon was in charge of the offense, while Dracula provides sustainability. It was clear even with their enhanced stats, they weren't taking the fight lightly. Bang! Beelzebub's and Frank's fists collided, sending out a shockwave that uprooted the trees around them. If Amon had not grabbed onto him, even Ashton would have flung away. At the same time, using Frank's broad shoulder as a platform, Lycaon jumped over, kicking the Zyron in the face. Noticing he wasn't going to have an advantage over them in a hand-to-hand combat, Beelzebub decided to take advantage of his wings. The ginormous wings expanded to reveal they were much bigger than anyone would have expected. Going somewhere. Dracula brought out his wings and intercepted the Zyron before he could do anything. Suddenly, bolts of lightning shot out of Dracula's hands, which Beelzebub deflected as if they meant nothing to him, only to be struck by Frank a second later. The three of them are having a tough time against him even though he is injured? Ashton couldn't believe it. The Zyrons don't rule over the galaxy for nothing, kid. Amon sighed, watch and learn. Chapter 293, A Fallen Angel. Till now, the progenitors had been relentless in their efforts to put an end to the farce Beelzebub was putting up. That's why it surprised Ashton when they suddenly stopped. Even though they stopped, Beelzebub didn't attack them but stood there silently as blood dripped down through every part of his body. As for the progenitors, they backed up a bit, all the while staring at the Zyron as if he was some kind of explosive. All of a sudden, a blinding light surrounded Beelzebub. Simultaneously, the aura around Beelzebub turned from warm and welcoming to sinisterly dark. Darker than anything Ashton had ever felt in his life. The halo over his head disappeared, and its place was taken by a broken rusty crown. As for his white wings, they turned black and changed their shape entirely. His angelic appearance turned demonic in a matter of seconds. Just looking at him sent shivers down Ashton's spine. Beelzebub's now crimson eyes stared at his opponents, none of whom dared to act irrationally now, for their reckless behavior could now lead to their deaths. That was the strength Beelzebub now possessed. What is this? What's going on? Ashton mumbled. He couldn't believe he thought he would be able to take someone like him down by himself. Ashton's attack in front of the Zyron now seemed nothing more than a child's tantrum. That, my friend, is the true face of Zyron nobility. Amon replied, also known as the Fallen Angels. Hundreds of questions were running rampant inside Ashton's head, but he was too overwhelmed to ask them right now. In an instant, Beelzebub grew 12 feet tall. At the same time, all wounds he had received were recovered instantly. Even the effect of aggravate was negated. For the first time in his life, Ashton thought he knew what a god of hell would look like, for he was standing right in front of his eyes. Strangely enough, Astaroth had not uttered a word since the progenitors appeared, when usually nothing would have kept him silent in situations like these. Moreover, Beelzebub was supposedly the one who screwed him over. That's why his silence bothered Ashton even more. To think the kinds of you forced me to change my form. Beelzebub sighed, I'm disappointed in myself. But I guess you people already expected it. So tell me, how many of the fallen have you killed before? I don't know, I was too busy ignoring their cries to remember the count. Dracula sniggered, but even he seemed a bit tensed now. In reality, they had only run simulations based on what Amon told them about. They had killed Zyrons before, but they had never killed a member of Zyron nobility before. At least not after they turned themselves. Basically, they had prepared for theory, and not the progenitors had to put their knowledge to succeed in the practical examination. Still keeping up the fake persona. Fine, I'll let you laugh the last time before killing all of you. Beelzebub's speed was now unmatched, and he fully intended on using it to the best of his advantage. He grabbed Dracula's head even before any of them could react, before punching his chest with all his might. Ashton was standing at quite some distance from them, but even then he could hear the cracking noise Dracula's bones made as they broke. Still, Dracula used the opportunity to deal whatever damage he could, and pushed a dagger made of blood right into Beelzebub's eye. Beelzebub let out a cry of pain, before dropping Dracula instinctively. This time was crucial. Beelzebub was in pain. It was up to Frank and Lycaon to defeat him now. Both of them simultaneously rushed in to take advantage of Beelzebub's weakened state. But Ashton could feel something was amiss. When his eye was injured back when they were trapped in Eastern Palace, Astaroth healed it in a flash, and considering Beelzebub was just as strong as him if not stronger, he should have been able to do the same. It's a trap. Ashton yelled, but it was already too late. Boom. A loud noise was heard, and the next moment, Frank was on his knees. A huge chunk of his chest was scattered around him. However, a pound or two of missing flesh wasn't going to make his life hell. He was weaker, but not weak enough that he couldn't fight. You still have strength left to fight? Beelzebub scoffed, I guess some earthlings can be interesting after all. Oh, we are. Suddenly, Lycaon, who was in his werewolf form, grabbed onto Beelzebub's hands, while Frank summoned all his strength to knock him down. They wouldn't last long on their own. Amon gritted his teeth loudly. It seemed he had heavily underestimated the strength of a Zyron noble. As a result, the rest of them were suffering. Don't move from here, kid. You'll have to help them out, Amon mumbled before taking off. Ashton couldn't do anything but watch as the ones he thought would win began struggling to keep their lives. He had seen a lot of battles, but this by far was wilder than his imagination. I have to do something, but what even my pathetic ass can do? There is something you can do. Meanwhile, Amun arrived to help the progenitors and helped Lycaon to keep Beelzebub restrained. However, no matter how hard they tried, they knew it was only a matter of seconds before Beelzebub broke free. Oi, mosquito! How long are you planning to snooze? Just do your job already. Lycaon shouted at Dracula, who was lying face first on the ground. However, upon hearing Lycaon's voice, Dracula slowly got back to his feet. How many times do I have to tell you? The name is Drake. Without wasting a second, Dracula rushed over as Amun pushed Beelzebub's head down, exposing his neck. Their plan was simple. Let Dracula suck him dry while they restrained the Zyron. After all, even a god can't live without blood coursing through their vein. However, Dracula barely managed to take a couple of steps before he collapsed. Something was wrong with his body. As if things couldn't get worse, Amun's grip over Beelzebub's arm weakened and he was flung away in an instant. A similar fate awaited Lycaon, as Beelzebub grabbed his head and slammed him to the ground next to Frank. With both of his hands now free, even Frank stood no chance in front of the Zyron and had his arms ripped off. This was your master plan? Beelzebub roared while staring at Amun. You betrayed your kind for them? However, it seemed Amun's attention was somewhere else. He was looking behind Beelzebub as if he had seen a ghost. No, what are you doing? Get away. Beelzebub was too busy handling the big fish, he forgot about the small fly. Betrayal is not something you should be talking about. Ashton smirked before pulling the mask of vampirism aside. You. Before Beelzebub could react and do something about the bastard, Ashton had already sunk his teeth into him. As Beelzebub's blood touched his lips, something weird happened. Ashton had hoped he would be able to learn a skill or two from the Zyron's blood, but something entirely different happened. The genetic code sequence has been copied successfully. Chapter 294 Hard work? Not smart work. At the same time, Astaroth's words echoed in Ashton's head. Moments ago. I have to do something, but what even my pathetic ass can do? There is something you can do. Remember what I told you about the carbon-based spacefarer race? About getting a 20% stat boost? Not that. I told you they can also adopt characteristics, abilities, or classes from any race they come in contact with. However, they can only do it once until you evolve again. You get what I'm saying? Ashton did not have to think twice about it. Astaroth clearly wanted him to use Beelzebub's strength against him, and in doing so, he would get possibly the best characteristics he could, based on all the species living in the galaxy. However, there was one thing bothering Ashton. Actually, two things were. But didn't you say? You are not evolving into a Zyron. You are merely renting the genes till the next evolution. Therefore, the Zyron would not be able to limit your growth. Now go before it's too late. With finally having a plan of action in his mind, Ashton rushed over to where the fight was going on. Well, it wasn't a fight anymore considering Beelzebub was doing whatever he wanted to with his enemies. Why don't you do it yourself? What? Why don't you take care of Beelzebub yourself? Ashton rephrased his question. You know I can't take over your body. That's bullshit and we both know it, Ashton said with a serious expression. He had known it for some time now. Astaroth could lie all he wanted, but the blessing didn't lie. The first time he took control over their body, Astaroth had established partial ownership over Ashton's body, because his organs also contributed to the metabolism of Ashton's body. In a similar manner, Astaroth could also take over their body, as he already had some control over Ashton's body. But he wasn't. Whenever he had the urge to, he would take consent from Ashton. However, it wasn't an ironclad rule but merely a formality which Astaroth could have skipped any time he wanted using his ownership. But he never did. At first, Ashton thought Astaroth wasn't using it in hopes of blindsiding him. But as time passed, he realized Astaroth wasn't necessarily an evil part of his mind. He had his moments, but as a whole, Astaroth was a dependable guy. I guess you're not that big of a fool. Being around you had its advantages. So tell me, if that bastard senses my presence, he would stop at nothing in order to destroy you and by extension me. At the moment, we aren't strong enough to defeat him on our own. So, it's better if you do not mention me. Wait a minute, if he can sense you, then why hasn't he? Because I was suppressing my presence. Why do you think I have been silent till now? Astaroth had a point. Just like he always did. With that, all of Ashton's questions were answered, at least for now. Now he had to focus on the perilous task ahead of him. Ashton knew if he revealed his presence a tad bit sooner, he would get annihilated instantly. Beelzebub wasn't someone who would entertain him by asking questions anymore. The progenitors were getting thrashed in front of him. Watching something like that happen would have sent anyone on a downward spiral, let alone an E-ranker like Ashton. He might be one of the strongest people on the planet, but on the scale of the galaxy, he was nothing more than an insect. Well, it isn't like he would leave me alone after dealing with them. Ashton tried reasoning with his fear, and if I'm going to die, either way I better go out fighting to my last breath. Back in the present time, the genetic code sequence has been copied successfully. Carbon-based spacefarer skill. Species adaptation activated. Required gene to learn the skill. Spacefarer. Genes are present in the host's body. Proceeding with absorption. The user is trying to adapt to a higher civilization than permitted. Administrator override protocols have been instated. Would you like to receive basic stats, attributes, skills, and the current class of the donor? Yes. Beginning transformation. Please wait. What are you doing? Beelzebub grabbed Ashton's neck and tossed him away from him. In his eyes, Ashton was an insect, and just like any normal being, he hated being touched by insects. Without his consent, at least. As for Ashton, he might have been hurled away with all of Beelzebub's might, but his mission had been completed. Soon the transformation began, and with it came pain. However, in front of walking death, the pain was barely noticeable. You have learned. Top-tier demonification. Demonification in progress. Beelzebub could feel something was off. The brat had been scared of him not too long ago, and yet he attacked him so boldly only to bite him? It didn't make any sense. The brat must have some sort of goal behind his action. Thinking so, Beelzebub ignored all of them and focused his attention on Ashton. However, the progenitors and Amen weren't going to let him do so that easily. While they didn't know why Ashton did what he did, they knew one thing: they had to protect the kid at all costs. Even if it meant dying for real. We're your opponents, remember? Lycaon smirked. Imagine what would happen to our egos if you ignore us for a brat. You dog, talk about yourself. Dracula chimed in while kicking Frank's severed hands towards him. My ego is too big to be hurt by this demonic shit. But damn, these broken bones do hurt like a bitch. Now I know what I wasn't missing. Frank reattached his arms as if nothing had happened. Your whiny voice. Beelzebub was surprised to see how resilient these idiots were. He had not expected them to go to this extent, all to protect a child. At the same moment, he thought maybe the kid had to be somewhat special, or must know something that these pirates wanted to get their hands on. Fine. I'll deal with you lot first. Chapter 295. Hard work? Nah, smart work too. Novel Biethom. The sky was spinning. The ground seemed to have shattered to pieces as the Grade A warriors got ready to have their second bout. It was clear that Beelzebub had the upper hand there. Still, the progenitors weren't backing down. Lycaon looked around to watch his allies and knew none of them was in any shape to fight back. While Beelzebub's attacks might have seemed to be basic maneuvers, those moves were enough to dismantle them entirely. That, by itself, demonstrated the kind of power the Zyrans possessed. If even Frank can't take the damage he'd in, then none of us can. Lycaon thought to himself, not without proper weapons at least. He plunged his hands deep into his inventory and took 3 weapons out. Once for each of them. Call it overconfidence or negligence, Beelzebub did not attack them while they armed themselves. He might have stabbed his brothers before, but at the end of the day, he was still an honorable member of the Zyrans. But to his surprise, Beelzebub didn't think the pirates were taking him seriously. After all, the weapons they had brought out were antiques in terms of the weapons the Zyrans used. A hammer, a spear, and swords, is that the best you fools could come up with? Beelzebub mocked the trio, who simply ignored his words. At the same time, Dracula had used his psychic abilities to establish a 3-way link between them. They did not have to speak a word to converse with each other anymore. Their thoughts would be enough to do the work for them. Prepare your strongest attacks. Frank spoke first. I should be able to hold him down for about 5 to 7 seconds. You guys will have to do what you must in the meantime. Lycaon and Dracula agreed in silence. But remember, we can't kill him yet. We all know what will happen to the Earth if we did. Lycaon reminded Dracula the entire reason why we left the planet would get jeopardized. Dracula nodded. If it had been some other planet, they would not have hesitated before killing Beelzebub. But Earth was a sensitive topic for them, as well as those who were against the Zyrans in the first place. If they killed Beelzebub, even accidentally, the council would know about it in an instant. As all of the members, no matter how big or small of a role they played, had their lives linked to each other. In the event one of them died, they would get to know immediately, and thus the Zyrans would retaliate in kind. To top it all off, it seemed the council, or at least some of the members, were already informed about Beelzebub's visit to the Earth. That would make sense considering the number of soldiers he had under his command was more than his personal forces. Thus killing them then and there was out of the option. They had to subdue him somehow, which was a much more difficult task to accomplish rather than simply killing him. Just stop him from using his cheat-like abilities and we just might be able to mortally wound him. Dracula reminded Frank. A battle was a place where anything could change. People who seemed to be winning could lose in an instant and vice versa. That's why there was a saying. A battle is not over until one side had either surrendered themselves or their lives. With new gauntlets in his arms, Frank charged at the Zyran like a mad bull. Beelzebub shook his head in disappointment. After all that hype, he had expected the pirates to do something he couldn't have predicted, and yet, he was able to put a stop to Frank's charge by using just a hand. Frank did manage to push Beelzebub about 5 feet backwards, but that was the extent to it. Beelzebub was putting enormous pressure on his head. The Zyron might not want to show it, but keeping Frank in place was taking him quite some strength. "You should not have touched me." Frank smirked before grabbing onto the hand Beelzebub was using to stop him. As soon as he did that, an electric discharge shot out of the gauntlet, paralyzing Beelzebub. Usually, no mortal being would have been able to survive such a strong discharge, but the Zyrons had high resistance to a lot of things. Electricity was one of them. That's why Beelzebub was merely stunned. As for Frank, well, he was undead, so the electricity would not affect him. Lycaon and Dracula did not waste a second before jumping the Zyron. Lycaon used his plasma swords and pinned Beelzebub's feet to the ground. Meanwhile, Dracula was holding his spear as he was about to throw it. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The next moment, the spear turned red as Dracula turned paler than he ever was. As for the spear, it grew bigger and bigger as more and more of Dracula's blood was siphoned off. Spear of Destruction. He yelled at the top of his lungs before hurling it straight at Beelzebub. Lycaon used his extraordinary agility to push Frank and himself away from the blast radius of the spear. After all, the spear was only a spear in name. It was more of an antimatter weapon that could evaporate anything and everything in the blast radius. But it was a weapon that would not have been able to kill Beelzebub. However, it should be enough to erase the demonic form of the bastard. Without the demonic form, they would have a fighting chance. Especially since their army would probably be able to join them by then. Beelzebub regained movement as soon as the numbness due to electric power faded away, and saw something strange. He could see something was headed his way, but no matter how hard he tried to move, he couldn't. By the time he saw the swords pinning his feet to the ground, it was too late. The spear met its mark, sending a shockwave throughout the continent. The spear hit him right in the chest. The loud sound of the collision was enough to make the entire continent shake as Beelzebub was trapped inside a crimson sphere. Their plan was successful. The progenitors had put a stop to the tyrant for now. Or had they? Chapter 296 Hard Work? Nah, Smart Work 3. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. The progenitors huffed and puffed. The action against Beelzebub might have only lasted for about 10 seconds, but to them it felt like an eternity. Not to mention, it took almost everything they had within themselves to put him down. The trio stared at the crimson sphere, inside which Beelzebub had been imprisoned. Blood prison was a technique Dracula had developed especially for scenarios like this, where capturing the target took precedence over ending them. However, even if that, he did not get to use it often because of 2 reasons. Most of the targets died instantly because of the impact of the Spear of Destruction. Dracula had tried to use the skill without the Spear of Destruction, but only to realize it wasn't possible. Using the spear was a necessary part to trigger the blood prison. One could think of it as a necessary chemical explosion which is necessary to trigger a nuclear bomb. Without the Spear of Destruction, blood prison would not get triggered. It was as simple as that. As for the second reason, blood prison skill was yet to be perfected. The crimson sphere needed a continuous supply, you guessed it, blood. The sphere continuously siphoned off the blood of the one trapped inside to sustain itself, and it wasn't a small amount either. In the dozens of times Dracula had used the skill before, even if the target somehow survived the Spear of Destruction, they would not able to survive the ridiculous amount of blood loss they'd incur later. At the same time, the prison wouldn't disappear until the caster want to, essentially turning the prison into an execution site. However, considering Beelzebub was in his demonic form when the skill was triggered, he should be able to survive the skill. How long will it last? Frank asked as his gauntlets turned into rubble. Long enough for us to recuperate while the bastard gets weaker and weaker. Dracula replied, don't sulk so much, you overgrown fur baby. Well, find the material to make those weapons again. Lycaon nodded his head but otherwise remained silent. The weapons they lost were all made from the rarest of rare materials, some of which were so rare that they couldn't even be found in the intergalactic black market. Anyway, where is that kid? Now that the threat of Beelzebub had faded away, their focus turned towards Ashton. He was flung over by Beelzebub deeper into the forest, but it didn't seem like the Zyron intended on killing him. At first, they thought maybe Beelzebub knew that the one Lucifer had been helping was none other than Ashton. But upon thinking about it closely, they realized if that were to be true, Ashton would have been killed long before they even arrived. But we can't deny that he might suspect something. Amen, who just got back to his sense, chimed in. If he didn't, he would have once again killed all of them without a second thought. Since Beelzebub wouldn't talk for a while, Lycaon said, talking to Ashton is our only choice. Amen, could you go look for him? While they were talking, they heard a loud banging noise. Someone was banging their fists on something, and the sound was coming from within the sphere. What the hell? I thought he was supposed to be unconscious. Frank was bewildered. Their attack was the last arrow in their quiver. If it failed, nothing would be able to stop Beelzebub from destroying the entire planet in search of Astaroth. The prison should still hold him back, right? Lycaon tried his best not to show any signs of distress, but it was clear he was panicking as well. Don't know. Should. Dracula replied. Honestly, nothing was going according to their plan. However, since the prison's strength depended on the one being held inside, theoretically speaking, it should never break. However, that did not seem to be the case anymore. Soon cracks began appearing on the sphere's surface, and a moment later, it was shattered. What followed next was truly a sight of horror. Beelzebub stood in front of them, a fountain of blood dripping through his mouth. His demonic form was more or less gone, with only patches remaining here and there. His entire body appeared as if he had just come out of an experimental session with a mad scientist. Huge chunks of his flesh were missing from his face, torso, and even one of his legs, exposing his body to the outer world. His left hand was missing, and so was his left wing. Yet he was alive and angrier than he had ever been. It seemed the spear did not hit the center like Dracula had planned, and his aim was slightly a bit off. It would explain why Beelzebub was still conscious, since Dracula failed to do his job properly. "You are dead." Beelzebub hissed at them. Suddenly, a sword appeared in his hands. It wasn't anything that any of them had seen before. However, the moment Amen saw the sword, he recognized it. "Good lord, no, not this," he mumbled instinctively. The low-ranking members of the Zyran society had only heard myths and stories about how the Zyran nobles were born with a small black and veiny sword with them. It was the only way of recognizing who was a noble, and who wasn't, as being a Zyran noble was based on capability and not heritage. The sword or the Mournblade was the only sign to point at this heritage. In stories, it was also said that even though the Mournblade was bounded to its user from birth, the owner could not use it whenever they wished. Instead, soon after birth, the blade assimilated itself and became one with its owner, only to reappear when their owner's life was in grave danger. Nevertheless, since the tale seemed to be too far-fetched, everyone except the nobles thought it was a myth. The lower class was sure this myth about Mournblade was merely a trick to keep the commoners from entering the noble council. Amen was one who believed that to be the case. It also made sense how Beelzebub was able to escape the blood prison. The Mournblade must have eaten away the curse, freeing Beelzebub from his captivity. Chapter 297. Hard work? Not smart work for unadulterated rage. The rage was the only thing rampaging inside Beelzebub. He was a god in front of these lowly creatures and yet dared to oppose him? Had it not been for Mournblade, he would have died inside whatever the sphere was. His state might have been pitiful, but it was nothing in comparison to what he was going to do to them. He hadn't been this bloodied and bruised ever since the Holy War. Nor had he ever thought he would need to see his Mournblade ever again. Looks like my life shortened again. Beelzebub shook his head. And 0VL next. Calm. Unlike what the others believe, the Mournblade was a double-edged sword. Yes, it did save the lives of countless nobles in dire times. However, in return, the blade would also take away a chunk of their life force or HP once they had recovered a bit. Unlike normal wounds, the HP taken away by the Mournblade would never recover. In other words, the maximum HP of the user would be permanently decreased by 15% every time the sword would appear to aid its master. That was the cost of having their lives saved. Since it was the second time Mournblade had to save Beelzebub's life, his HP was now capped at 70%, instead of 100%. This was the reason why it was rare to see the nobles fighting on the front lines, despite having a plethora of abilities that can be used to dominate the enemies. One neglectful act can reduce their HP and by extension their life by 15%. You lowlives, my kind gave you those powers and you dare use them against us? Beelzebub lashed out. You can't fool them. Amen retorted, the Zyrans never gave anyone their powers. They simply regulate it. You know it better than anyone. Enough. With a mere swing of Beelzebub's sword, whatever remained of the forest was uprooted instantly. The ground was shattered along with it. However, in the midst of the freshly destroyed forest, something took Beelzebub's attention away from the trio. I was right after all. Beelzebub smiled wanly. There is no mistaking this energy, this aura. Astaroth, you sneaky bastard. Dracula was the first to notice the change in the air among the rest of them. The air felt heavy, heavier than it had ever been. Soon the rest of them noticed it as well. It felt as if the air around them was being pushed away by something that was slowly heading their way. They didn't know what or who it was, but they hoped it was something friendly. Because if it wasn't, then they were dead for sure. Usually, the sky over Levon was vibrant and lovely, but ever since this chaos broke out, nothing was the same anymore. Beelzebub's arrival had made things worse, but the one walking towards the battlefield had made things more ominous. Even nature was having a tough time disobeying the man's will. No, he wasn't a man anymore but a demon. Earth cowered under his feet with every step he took. The wind appeared to be cautious not to touch the man, should his rage befall on it. Ashtaroth? You got the wrong man. Ashton couldn't contain his smirk. I don't know anyone with that name. Ashton? Amen cautiously asked him. Even though his voice was the same as the kid they had rescued earlier, His appearance was entirely different. His body was covered in an ancient-looking black armor with red markings spread across it. 2 horns had popped out of the temples of his head, and a broken crown, similar to the one on top of Beelzebub's head, could be seen, along with white wings similar to any Zyran noble. But the strangest part of it all? His entire appearance had changed. His previously white hair had turned jet black, and his crimson eyes had turned completely white. Amon had to focus all of his attention on him to see through the mask covering his face, but it was Ashton. Not a Zyran like he had expected. What the hell is going on? All of them were confused but relieved at the same time. None of them wanted to admit it, but they seemed to know for some reason Ashton had transformed into a demon, just like Beelzebub had a few moments ago. Haha, you don't know anyone with that name? Beelzebub laughed more than he ever had. You can fool them, but not me. Especially when you're wearing the same armor he did. To know what you're talking about. Ashton shrugged his shoulders, but I do know this. Leaving an afterimage and shockwave behind him, Ashton leapt toward Beelzebub. He was faster than the latter had expected him to be, and thus couldn't dodge the attack in time. Ashton did not give Beelzebub any time to react or use his abilities. That was the only way to defeat him. Beelzebub could only fight this long because the progenitors kept making the same mistake over and over. They allowed Beelzebub time to recuperate and strategize. But now it was Beelzebub's turn to get pushed back. What the hell is going on? Frank mumbled while watching the 2 demons clash. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Whenever the 2 of them collided, they lit up the dark sky as if fireworks were going off. Attack after attack, Ashton was doing the impossible. Although the Mournblade could save its user's life, it could only do so if the user used it. Ashton was not giving Beelzebub an opportunity to swing it, let alone use the weapon to its fullest potential. However, Ashton's attacks weren't enough to end the Zyran. Demonification was a technique that granted the user incredible strength for a limited time. Since it was the first time Ashton was using the ability, he wouldn't be able to use it to its complete potential or for a long time. Astaroth had already made him aware of it, before embracing silence once again. Ashton was about to deliver another punch to Beelzebub's broken body, when his head began spinning. His body reached the limit quicker than Ashton had predicted. Damn it, just one more moment. Both Beelzebub and Ashton were in midair when suddenly they collapsed. Ashton due to overexertion and Beelzebub, because of the relentless beating he had received. The following moment, Beelzebub was back to his feet. The wounds Ashton had given him recovered miraculously, but his HP did go down as usual. The Mournblade was still protecting its user. However, it seemed after not fighting for roughly a century, even Beelzebub was exhausted. He still had enough strength to kill Ashton. He had to accomplish at least that. However, as he dragged his body over to Ashton's, his mind was shrouded by an overwhelming urge to sleep. He turned around and saw a glimpse of a succubus standing behind him, using her magic to put him to sleep. Usually the attack wouldn't have any effect on him, but since he was exhausted and beaten like crap, he had little to no resistance to a mystic creature's abilities. A creature like a succubus was the perfect being to defeat him, based on the condition he was in. To think I got defeated by the likes of you. He mumbled before sleep snatched him away. Chapter 298 Secrets. What a loving thing. What is this place? Ashton asked the moment he opened his eyes. He was surrounded by nothingness, an endless white room with nothing to be seen, but his reflection. The place was giving off eerie vibes as if it was a specially made cage, something to hold him there. Honestly, it was getting to Ashton's nerves, especially after his fight with Beelzebub. Beelzebub. I have to kill him. Ashton panicked as the last moments he captured before losing consciousness flooded his mind. From what he remembered, Beelzebub was alive and much to his dismay, in better condition than he was. Astaroth had warned him that if he failed, no one on the damned planet would be able to stop the demonic Zyran. Not the trio, not his friends, no one. Astaroth's warning was the reason Ashton was losing his crap. Since he wasn't on the battlefield, he could only assume he failed to kill the Zyran. There has to be another way, Astaroth, you hear? Ashton asked but got no reply. Come on man, it's not the time to act like this. We have to stop him. Someone already did. A voice echoed from behind. Ashton immediately turned around, only to see another reflection of him. But this one was clad in the armor resembling the one he was when he demonified. Only this armor was much bigger than the one he remembered, while he also had a sword similar to the one Beelzebub had. But it was different at the same time. However, even the sword was a bit different. The weirdest part of it all, Ashton could feel the sword talking to him. The voice he heard earlier wasn't of Astaroth like he had thought, but the sword's. The sword was talking to him, at least that's what he thought at the moment. I see you're the one bonded to my master. The Mournblade scoffed. What a disgraceful master he was, being bonded to the likes of you. He couldn't have bonded with a lower species. What the hell? Ashton was dumbfounded. Any sane person would react the same if a talking sword appeared in front of them. Out of all the weird things, meeting with a talking sword was certainly something he could not have foreseen. Don't be surprised, mortal. For I, the Mournblade, is here to thank you for returning me to my truthful owner. Truthful owner? You mean Astaroth? Indeed. If he was your owner, then what were you doing? Ashton asked a question but was cut off in the middle. Your questions aren't important right now, the Blade replied. The only thing of importance is what are you going to do next? Ashton was a bit confused by the Blade's question. The Blade was asking him questions as if there was something he should have been aware of, but he wasn't. What do you mean? Ashton could visibly see the sword sigh as soon as he asked that. Something weird was going on and he had no idea what. I'm asking whether you want to live or not. The Blade expected the mortal to panic, but when Ashton didn't, Mournblade was a bit curious about him. Did he know more than he was letting on, or was he truly oblivious to everything? And why exactly am I going to die? Ashton asked. Impure demonification has consequences. The Blade replied, I assumed Lord Astaroth informed you about the high risks of transforming into one. Especially since you are clearly not qualified to do so. He did not. That imbecile, I mean. I see. My sincere apologies then. Mournblade coughed before carrying on with the explanation. To put it simply, you have exhausted around 99% of your life force, or as you call it, HP, while demonification. The 1% that remains is currently being siphoned off. Thus you will die shortly. However, I can help you out. I guess you're not generous enough to help me without a selfish reason? Of course not. Saving you or killing someone is nothing more than a transaction for me. But I can't let you die. To be precise, I can't let my master die. I already lost him once, and I would like for him to not die again. Chum, that is true. If I go bye-bye, so does Astaroth. Ashton scratched his chin. So you just want to save Astaroth, your master, as you said. The Mournblade scoffed, obviously. I wouldn't bat an eye if you were the only one dying. You're even worse than him at talking. Ashton smiled, but I guess I'm not too enthusiastic about dying either. Fine choice. Now you shall. Now that I answered your questions, could you answer some of mine? The Blade was clearly agitated by Ashton interrupting him, but since Ashton was technically his owner now, the sword couldn't deny answering him. After all, what kind of servant would he be if he didn't even obey his master? Please go ahead. Why did you appear just now? I mean, Astaroth was your master before, so you could have appeared a lot earlier. Your physical body was neither strong enough nor could you live through the process of demonification. Demonification is necessary to call forth a Mournblade. The Blade replied, I hope that answer is enough to satiate your curious self. I do have another question. Last one for now. Where are we right now? Is it my conscience or something? Do you watch too many movies? Mournblade scoffed. Movies, what are those? I'll just answer your previous question. This place is my innate ability. You can call it a null domain. An endless private place where you can keep anything and anyone inside. And by extension, you are the god of this domain. You can do anything you want once you are inside. The Blade continued, you even control the flow of time here. Feel free to change the flow of time, or stop it completely, as I have to save the 1% of your life to have this conversation. But I highly recommend not using it without my supervision. Time is not something you should mess around with, even if it's only subjected to this domain. Just one more question. Mournblade immediately cut him off. Now, since our conversation is over, it's time to send you back. Do not tell anyone that you possess a Mournblade. Also, keep in mind you won't be able to wake up for a while till your body recuperates. Farewell. Chapter 299 Secrets. What a loving thing. Back on the outside, however, things weren't as calm as one would believe. Following their victory over the Zyrans, the pirates were ecstatic. After all, it was their first win on such a large scale. But the people of Levon were a bit concerned. To them, the pirates and more importantly progenitors were nothing less than gods, and being in presence of gods wasn't something everyone could stomach. Tension among the common people was quite palpable. Couple that with the fact of their young lord's declining health, it was obvious none of them were feeling all that happy. They didn't need to voice their concerns though, because the progenitors took it upon themselves to help Ashton out. They immediately transferred him to their ship, where he was now receiving some much-needed medical attention. What he did was certainly foolish. Going head-to-head with an Iranker while being an Iranker himself was suicidal. But the fool somehow made it through. I never thought he would be able to last half as long as he did, Frank mumbled. Looks like we have been severely underestimating him. Either that or he is one lucky son of Lycaon, replied, but decided to not use vulgarities for someone who saved them. As for Dracula, well, he never expected to see his granddaughters there. But when he did, their reunion could not have possibly gone worse than it did. The moment they saw him, they knew who he was and made sure not to acknowledge his presence. For someone who says he doesn't care about such frugal things, Dracula was visibly affected. In their quest of saving the world, all of them had to sacrifice one thing or the other, but Dracula was the one who had to sacrifice the most. His wife and his son, basically his entire family, while the rest of them did not have a family to sacrifice in the first place. Following their conversation, If one could even call it that, Dracula had locked himself in his room to meditate. It doesn't appear bats would be joining us anytime soon. Amen replied, what about your injuries? N0VL next. Calm. Frank shrugged his shoulders. He was immortal as long as he had enough spare parts. He only needed to replace his broken body parts and he was as good as new. In other words, these injuries didn't mean shit to him. As for Lycaon, he had his arms covered in casts, while healing foam covered much of his body. Amen, on the other hand, preferred using the healing chamber, the same one Ashton was currently using. It was the latest piece of technology they had on board, thus Amen's recovery rate was better than theirs. Now it's time for the serious discussion. What do we do with him? That was the question they had gathered to brainstorm about. What they had to do with the captive. Beelzebub? Killing him was out of the question. The Zyron would get informed the moment he was killed and then Earth would get destroyed. Also, keeping him captive on board was too risky. If he got freed, even by accident, he would annihilate all of them. After knowing they managed to defeat him once, Beelzebub would not go easy on them anymore. He would end them the first chance he gets and he wouldn't make it painless for them. He might be in slumber now, but when he wakes up, all hell would break loose. Amen reiterated, thankfully we were able to take his Mournblade away, so he shouldn't be that big of a threat as long as we can somehow restrain him, I guess. Even without his weapon, he's too dangerous and we can't even leave him somewhere in space. Let nature do the dirty work for us. Lycaon mumbled. What followed was a moment of silence. Everything was pointing towards killing Beelzebub and getting it over with. But Frank had other plans. How about we freeze him? You mean cryochamber? Lycaon asked, to which Frank shook his head. While on the surface, using a cryochamber might seem to be a good choice, it wasn't. Especially on Zyron nobles who had high resistance and various immunities to almost any abnormalities. Thus it could be possible that cryochamber wouldn't work on Beelzebub. Maybe we could hide him on Earth. Antarctica seems to be. No. Amen interjected, the idea is good. Brilliant even, but I don't think this choice is something we should decide on just yet. We aren't the ones who should decide on his fate. Apart from that, we should tell him about the precursors. If Ashton is one of them, that should trigger some of his memories. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. At the same time, somewhere else on the ship, Ashton was floating inside a gigantic culture tank, filled with God knows what. All Anna knew was the suspicious liquid had healing properties. She had seen the other alien, the one called Amen, get healed using the same thing. But unlike him, Ashton seemed to be taking his sweet-ass time to heal. If only I could reach there a couple of minutes before, this would not have happened. Anna knew even if she did, she wouldn't have been of much use. Still, she couldn't bring herself to acknowledge that with her heart. She was his trump card, the one supposed to protect him. She failed and now he was dangling between life and death. At the same time, Ashton finished having his conversation with Mournblade, and even though he could not speak at the moment, he could feel everything around him. Thanks to the perception skill, Ashton thought he'd feel unbearable pain. But surprisingly, he didn't. Maybe his mind wasn't registering any pain at the moment, or maybe the ones helping him were behind it. He slowly opened his eyes but couldn't see very well. However, he could distinguish a female figure tending to him. Actually, there were more than a dozen people around him, but he recognized only 3. Anna was standing right in front of him. Her hand was pressed against the glass container he was in. She appeared to be devastated. He then looked sideways to see Irina and Verena chatting amongst themselves. Even though Ashton could not see them or listen clearly to what they were on about, through his perception skill, he knew they were feeling anxious, agitated and confused. N0VL next. Calm. He wanted to speak out something, anything to let them know he was fine but failed miserably. It would appear I am too weak to speak. Yet I can hear you loud and clear. For once, I'm glad to hear your ugly voice inside my head. Ashton wanted to smile but his face did not budge. Guess I messed up big this time. You're not the only one. Where is Astaroth? And what have you done to him? Astaroth couldn't help but chuckle. Even though Ashton was weaker than ever before, he was still as goofy as he remembered. But it wasn't the time to goof around. Astaroth had something he had to get off his chest. As much as I would like to joke around with you, I have something important to tell you about. The truth about Zyrons and precursors, also known as ancient humans, and your relationship with them. Chapter 300 Secrets. What a loving thing. 3. Wait, humans. Are you sure about it? I have lived longer than your forefathers, so yeah, I am pretty sure about it. Now stop with your nonsensical comments and listen to what I have to say. At the moment, Ashton did not know. But Astaroth was about to reveal the deepest secrets of their galaxy to him. Secrets that were mainly centered around Earth and its inhabitants. Secrets that could ruin the Zyrons and the species allied with them. It all began millions of years ago, when Zyrons were nothing more than insects in the grand scheme of things. In a similar position to the humans and mutants were now. At that time there existed another species of aliens. Aliens that held godly stature over any other species, These were known as the precursors, or as Zyrans called them, the ancient humans. Just like most of humanity and mutants were unaware of Zyrans and referred to them as gods right now, back then the Zyrans were no different from them. To them, the precursors were true gods. Beings capable of creating entire civilizations in the blink of an eye and destroying them just as easily. Something even the Zyrans had failed to do. Their power was on a different level. A level that the Zyrans had failed to achieve even after over 500,000 years they had ruled over the galaxy. Even the blessing they had so proudly weaponized was something created by the precursors and not by the Zyrans. They could never understand how the precursors were able to advance to such lengths when the Zyrans had done nothing but hit an obstacle after obstacle. Apart from that, there was something else the Zyrans had failed to do: make the galaxy peaceful. The precursors were just and fair rulers of the galaxy. A species that never looked down upon others had given all of them equal opportunities to thrive. However, the Zyrans and their greed was something the precursors couldn't get rid of. This chapter is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please donate through our PayPal to help me keep uploading for you guys. Since the Zyrans were one of the first civilizations to be created by the precursors, as time passed, they began viewing themselves as the heir to the galactic throne. The precursors warned them time and time again, but the Zyrans and their arrogance led them on a stray path. A path that would soon lead to a massacre on a galactic level. Back when the precursors ruled over the galaxy, there was an absolute rule. No species was allowed to kill another species. Even the precursors were no exception to this rule. They had the power to wipe out the entire galaxy if they wanted to, but they never did. I can see where this is going and I don't like it one bit. Ashton hinted at the obvious outcome, and Astaroth's silence only confirmed his suspicions. The Zyrans, blinded by their lust for power, felt betrayed when the precursors decided to create a new race. A race that was closer to them and resembled their appearance. This race was going to be called the human race. If it was only that, the Zyrans would not have batted an eye. But what happened next sparked a one-sided war. The precursors announced they would coach and guide the human race, something they had only done for the Zyrans. Although the precursors never explicitly mentioned it, the Zyrans were suspicious that the precursors wanted the humans to succeed the imaginary throne. This infuriated them into breaking the most sacred law of the galaxy. They killed the precursors. If the precursors wanted to, they could have annihilated the Zyrans. But the latter knew that the precursors were never going to break their sacred laws, and took advantage of it. They killed every precursor they could get their hands on. But the precursors never retaliated back. Some of them wanted to, they had to punish their erratic children. But most of them didn't want to do it, and thus, whatever remained of their civilization decided to flee the galaxy to seek refuge somewhere else. And no one knows what happened to them afterwards. Every species in the galaxy began to fear the Zyrans. With fear came admiration. Some admired the way the Zyrans had taken control of what was theirs. While the rest obeyed them, in fear they would kill them as well. Astaroth's voice began breaking apart as he recounted his crimes as well. Back then, he was one of the 7 generals of the Zyranian army. Thus he had a lot of blood on his hands. But we didn't stop there. Our hatred for the precursors was immense, and we had the perfect candidates to take it out on: the humans left behind by the precursors. We sent them over to Earth, which back then was known as the Black Planet. Nothing was known about that planet, but it was habitable, even with the harsh environment. We hoped watching the humans suffer would diminish our hatred. But much to our dismay and surprise, the humans thrived on the planet. Hold up, wait a minute, you're telling me your kind wanted to fuck the humans over so bad they sent them to some planet you had no idea about? More or less. And here I thought I could not hate anyone more than I hate the mistress. Ashton couldn't physically move, but if he could, he would have scoffed harder than ever. I know how you feel, but the Zyran Council wasn't done yet. Humans developed faster than any species ever had before. Within a few thousand years, they were rivaling species that took hundreds of thousands of years to reach the level they were at. So we struck them down before they grew too strong. Atlantis, Avalon, and countless civilizations were destroyed by us. It might seem that the appearance of mutants was a coincidence. But it wasn't. The only species we wanted to raise were brainless undeads. Thinking it would end the human threat once and for all, but we failed, and you know the rest. At the moment Astaroth revealed all this information, Ashton could not help but imagine what kind of sick bastards the Zyrans were. The humans did not even know or remember anything about them, and yet these bastards were trying to end them over and over again. I know it's a lot. I would appreciate it if you remained silent for a bit while I digest this information. Ashton's voice was cold and filled with fury. So much so, that even Astaroth thought it was wise to give his human counterpart some time to himself.